to, I do need to pop this into the chat window. Oh, God damn it. That was not what I wanted to do. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the Twitter and the YouTube stuff is running. Let's recap what our plan for the day is and what we did yesterday for the VODs. So the GitBench V2, it's more like V0.2. It's just improvements to the way our tests run, which requires us to do a whole new batch of tests. That's annoying, but whatever. It's looking good, right? Some of the changes we made are very nice. We're going to verify things with our cheap models and make sure the concurrency and some of that stuff works, which will be good. And then we can finally kick off another run, make sure things are working there. We're also going to keep trying to use Devin while building that ShadCN skeuomorphism library. We're using their current like SWE 1.6 model. We do have a $200 credit. I mean, it's less now, but like we've been using their fast model, and it's okay. I'm thinking I want to try like a different model with SpecKit. We'll still use Devin, like the CLI tool, just cause. But it is a bunch of credits. I do want to just like, I want to give SWE 1.6 the old college try. And then theoretically, I want to take the log of everything that I prompted in that session or in that history and reprompt it with a different model and see what the results are. It's not scientific, but it'll work. Okay. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? Let me fix how this shirt sits. It's a little small. We vibing hard. I mean, we just started. Give me some time. We can switch over to here though and start showing stuff. All right, so yeah, our ShadCN skeuomorphism library fucking sucks. Like, dude, this is really bad. It had it right at first, and then we're like, you know, we just needed to do some other stuff, and now it's just empty. So yeah, we need to start prompting this shit out, man. We should probably give it some time before the whiskeys. Oh, I got a quick question. Anyone kept up on the PoE2 League? Anyone started a new character yet? Okay. So yeah, what up, Kenny? How you doing? All right, so we can close that. We didn't need it. Oh, didn't need that. How's GitBench? Okay, cool. I do still think I want Codex doing the ENVVAR thing. And how's the meetup? Meetup was good. Trying to find parking in Capitol Hill always sucks, but I was able to make it happen. Especially sucks because I found one spot and it was like the thing says it's like loading only until 6 p.m. It was past 6, but the fucking parking app wouldn't let me use it. Like I couldn't register for that spot, which is really annoying. But whatever. Yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. But yeah, I got to have some good conversations. Dude, I am fucking. I'm pissed though. The ramen place I like to go to was closed at like 9:30 or something like that, dude. It was so fucking weird. I just don't get it. But anyway, so yeah, what we want to do here real quick is archive that other thing that we just forgot to do, right? So let's archive the change that we just haven't done that's been sitting there for a few days now. All right, so we sync all that up. I'm still not sure what the sync step does. Is it like removing? I think it's like modifying the original specification after like learnings and stuff. I'm not sure. I don't need my fan on that high right now though. There we go. You're actually cold right now? Yeah, it's actually like chilly here in Washington. In this room, it is 22.3 degrees Celsius. What temp is that? 72? Could be worse. Thought they were saying it was going to get to the 50s today. Okay, cool. So we did that archive. We need to get another spec going here. Enjoying some super spotty train Wi-Fi. Yeah, that sounds miserable. Let's explore a change. We want to move the env var in GitBench JSON. But yeah, where are you at? Like, where are you heading there, Caleb? And yeah, how are you doing? And yeah, it's 80 outside where you're at, but that's not bad for this time of year. Makes sense. I could see that. All right, so yeah, we want to move this thing out to an env var. We should make sure we are using a proper env library implementation to all right, so yeah, we get OpenSpec Explorer, and it should then ask us like a bunch of questions. Ooh, and I missed. What was that? I don't know who's doing this. Do they do it just so I get like so I laugh a little bit? Is that it? Okay. All right, so we got this migration of how the API keys get handled, which is perfect. That looks good to me. And oh, what up, Mert? How you doing? You having a good day? You enjoying your Friday? So yeah, it's running OpenSpec propose. All right, so yeah, while that's doing the proposal stuff, um, all right, so then yeah, saving context. There's a holiday where you're at, so you watch movies. What movies do you watch? Man, I just started watching that show Pantheon. It is quite good. I haven't finished it yet, so please no spoilers, but really liking it. Okay. So weekly quota, we've used 3%. Okay. Okay. Still strange we don't see anything here, but I'm not starting any cloud sessions. That's probably where that's happening. You watched an old show called White Collar. You were speed running it for a week and today finished. Gotcha. Okay. White Collar. Is it like a British show? Ooh, excuse me. All right, so yeah, we want to just like let this churn and burn and hopefully it actually does something good. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, that context. I mean, we've got plenty of context left, but I want to see how quickly we get back to that 71% left. All right, so this will kick off that change. Let's get some more tea. Oh, okay. So it's basically a Sherlock Holmes kind of show. but the main character is an FBI criminal investigator, I think, and tries to do illegal stuff under the FBI's nose while helping them to solve other cases. Huh. That sounds fun. And dude, Brainless, your flower looks really cool today, man. Yeah, dude, that is cool. I think that's a nifty feature, the blooming like badge. And is it just based on like days watched on stream? It repeated itself a lot. Gotcha, Mert. Makes sense. Hold on. White collar series. Oh, this dude's in it, Matt Bomer. Okay. I'm surprised his career hasn't been bigger, actually. And the fact that you called this an old show makes me sad. It's not that old. It's only from 2009. Take it easy, dude. What are you trying to do to me? Right? What the fuck are you trying to do to me, man? That hurt. Ow. My kidneys. Oh, you just punched me right in the kidney. Old show. How dare you? And what up, Giannis? How you doing? Hey, it's been a while, man. How goes the Swift stuff? No, I get it, Merd. I get it. God, kids these days. I'm having fun. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Giannis, what you been up to? Swift's going great. Nice. Yeah, we can do that. I've been well. I missed applying to GitHub Universe last year, but I got to do it again this year. So might be able to go. We'll see if I get accepted. I'm gonna keep looking out for that stuff. Yep, still nothing yet. Yeah, exactly, Aline. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what now? Next we'll be hearing that House, MD, or Dexter are old. Shit. How dare they? Like IT Crowd is old. Hell no. It's a classic, but that's a different thing. Just having fun. So yeah, you've been building some dev tools as per usual. Now working on tools for robotics. Oh, I don't really think I would have thought about Swift and robotics, but I think it makes sense, right? Because it compiles down to like a non-garbage collected language, so it works great in like memory restricted environments, right? It just has like a different approach to like the retain release cycle, but it's similar to Rust where the compiler does all the work, right? Like ahead of time. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just using automatic reference counting, right? I'm pretty sure it's an automatic reference counter. It is? Yeah. And it's like using the exact same like arc mechanism that was in like Objective-C when it first released too, right? Not when Objective-C first released, but when Arc first released for Objective-C. Or is it a completely different implementation? Oh, okay. So they prefer value types a bit more? So that means just like less references to count? Both Arc implementations are similar / the same. That's what I thought. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Family Guy is also old, by the way. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, so 1 second. Let me get more music going. That's way more important. Do we want something crunchy or chill? I know exactly, Giannis. The kids these days. That's how we know we're actually getting old. We say things like kids these days. Yep. But yeah, hold on. I need help. Crunchy or chill? Or funk? We could do funk. Crunchy, chill, or funk? We got 3 options. Funk. Funk? All right. Don't tempt me with a good time. Yeah, this is Wolfpack. Wolfpack's great, man. Like you know the Primogen dancing thing, right? That's from an old Wolfpack YouTube video. That's where I got it from. And again, casually bragging about the fact that yes, I made that GIF. I put Prime's head on top of the dancing guy from Wolfpack. I did that. Okay, so theoretically, this is all good. Mostly open spec changes. Ah, shit. I forgot to commit the fixed benchmark detail stuff. Oh, I want archive. I think open spec changes we want. Oh, it is changes. Except Matt Bianco? I don't. And Small Knight, you're getting access to 5.5 Cyber. I haven't heard of 5.5 Cyber. Is that OpenAI's response to 5.8? You think I'll love it? Inspiration for Nintendo's music? Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, it's a cybersecurity model. So yeah, focus is like Mythos BS. Got it. Interesting. See, here's something I want to start doing, right? Let's try and see what like the super tiny models can do using Olama. All right, in one sec. It's just 5/5 with no guardrails. Probably not as powerful as Mythos, since Mythos allegedly has a reasoning bump. I actually think Mythos is probably like really just not good. Like like I'm sure it's good, but it's nowhere near like the hype level that we're seeing. And it does blow my mind a little bit, the people that just AI psychosis it up when it was like first announced, you know? And then, yeah, Sativa Streams. Why do you feel like half the bugs it finds some sysadmin smoking a cigarette at his desk already knows about, right? And it's a management problem. No sane developer wants to maintain AI slop. I mean, there are certain things where you just don't care about what's happening on the inside, in my opinion, right? You just data in, data out, and whatever it's fucking doing, I don't care. It just doesn't matter to me. There are plenty of things like that out in the world, right? Where it's like, it's so like tangential to the thing I actually needed to do. That, like, yeah, I just, you know, it's either maintaining the slop that does exactly what I want, or I use someone else's implementation that does way too much extra shit. If someone breaks into your house, they can rob you. I know, right? Local instance of Quen3635B that you've hereticked? You mean just like fine tuned? Yeah. There's no easy win for any of this stuff, right? But even with my own handmade slop, like there's still supply chain problems with that too. Like, I don't know. Mm, I'm not so sure about that, Mert. Like, it's been revealed that some people were getting paid by companies to make posts, you know? And it kind of happens all the time, and people don't disclose that shit, you know? Someone earlier today with 200,000 followers disclosed that someone offered them 20 grand for a tweet, right? That's way more than they'd make off the incentivization of like, like views and clickbait. Like, dude, with a legitimately large account, you can make 20 grand for a single tweet. That's fucking crazy. Oh, Heretic is a safety alignment removal tool. Oh, that makes more sense then. I hadn't thought about that. Like, I didn't even think about the guardrails. But yeah, makes sense. Oh, this is fun. Hold on. Yeah, like, have you guys heard the news of like the Amazon killing their AI dashboard internally? Right? So yeah, a token leaderboard is a very dangerous thing. And yeah, Amazon has shut down their internal leaderboard because people were doing like boosting their scores with needless tasks. Right? And it's really just like, well, how many PRs are getting merged? Like, there's other stuff to handle, right? Yeah, I wonder if we have that in our like AI news. Yep. All right. Anyway, see, that's not quite it, right? We had this debate yesterday too regarding like artificial analysis, right? Those benchmarks have become a target and the biggest models are benchmarking towards them, but that's fine. We want them to do stuff like that. It's like saying turning miles per gallon into a metric ceased being a good metric. No, it's actually great. Like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm sorry. Like, I understand Goodhart's law, but it's not actually like a fucking law. It's a theorem. It applies to some things, but not others. It is the same thing, though. It is a metric that you can game, but by gaming it, you're delivering value. It's just that, are we tracking the right metrics? They can. Have you heard of hybrids? They totally can. And yes, it's a cheating way of using less gas. But who fucking cares? Who fucking gives a shit? It's still better miles per gallon. Problem solved. Like, why is that a bad thing to track that? I just think it's weird to think like, well, no, the metric's bad. Why is it bad? And I'm not saying there's no such thing as no gas cars. They can still use less of it. No, 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 no. I think what we're getting at though, Sativa, is a misunderstanding, right? The token leaderboard is bad because it only focuses on one aspect, burning tokens, right? So the counter in the miles per gallon argument, right? To like really like point it out would be, oh, no, no, we're just talking about burning less gas. We don't care how far it takes you, right? So if it was just about the amount of gas burned in general, then who gives a shit? That's a bad metric. But once you take the tokens burned or the gas burned and apply it towards a thing that actually is productively measurable, then you're good, right? That's the whole point. That's what we're getting at. You're misunderstanding. You are saying any metric. That's literally what you said. I'm not talking about token leaderboard. You said every measurement. You can read what you said, dude. I can pull it up right fucking now. That is what I'm pushing back against. That is literally what I'm pushing back against. You said every metric. No, because every is a really bad statement. Now, come on, Sativa. You don't be weird. Say the thing you meant to say. Don't expect implied context to work there. This is the internet. There's no such thing as implied context. When a metric becomes measured, it no longer becomes important. And that's a bullshit fucking statement. It's a reductive statement, just parroting Goodhart's law without even thinking about what it's actually trying to say. No, I'm bringing gas into it as an analogy, dude. Your statement is needlessly generic. No. I'm pointing out that making needlessly generic statements does fucking zero. It's just fucking platitudes. You need to be specific about these things, otherwise you're not saying anything either. Because you're just fucking wrong. Right? I'm tired of hearing people parrot Goodhart's law as if, well, now we just can't measure anything. That's the implication of when a metric becomes a target, it no longer becomes valuable. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. We can find examples of metrics that we can target that have value. That's not to say that there's no such thing as bad metrics, but that's not what you said. Right? That's what I'm getting at. That nuance is fucking important. I have heard Goodhart's law repeated without any fucking nuance for so long that I'm fed up with it. I don't like it. People completely misunderstand Goodhart's law. Because the phrase is bullshit. It's like the customer's always right. No, that's not the quote, dude. The customer's always right in matters of taste, right? But when people leave off the important part of that quote, it's a bad fucking quote, dude. It misses all of the nuance of why we measure things in the first place when you're using Goodhart's law to shit on any metric, which is what you did. When a metric, that means any metric, dude. Stop being so needlessly generic with the statements and talk about this metric being shitty, not a metric being shitty. That's what I'm getting at, Sativa. These conversations devolve because people expect implied context to work. I'm sorry, no, the implied context, you made a statement when a metric. That implies all metrics, and that is just patently false. Then say this metric. Don't say a metric. There are other people listening here, man. A metric implies more than just this metric. No. You didn't say it in regards to just token maxing. You said it about all metrics when a metric. It's needlessly generic. You could have been more specific. You're getting upset that I am misinterpreting what you said. Well, say what you want, man. Like, don't blame me for your bad communication skills. So weird, bro. Yeah, you're in a chat box, so you have to be extra fucking specific about the words you choose. Because this is the fucking internet. Yeah, you do, actually. If you want to be able to continue to chat in this chat room, you do. It's actually really simple. I don't think you understand these things. Calling me weird. Do you really think that's something I want to encourage in my chat here? Token maxing is one of many metrics. You said when a metric. It does imply any metric because that's how fucking words work, dude. You could have said making this metric a target was a bad idea. It ceased to become important. Sure, that's this metric. That's one metric. Not any metric, not a metric, not all metrics. I am not the only one that misinterpreted what you said, dude. For fuck's sake. You cannot blame everyone else for your bad communication skills. You needlessly genericized your statement. You should not have done that. We didn't know you're talking about token maxing. You were needlessly parroting Goodhart's law, and Goodhart's law doesn't apply. Okay, fuck off, buddy. Jesus Christ, dude. Speak in a way that you will not be misinterpreted. That's called communication. If you refuse to do it, you can fuck right off, dude. You are intentionally misleading other people who maybe don't get that context because the context really wasn't implied because you didn't make it specific. But okay. Like, later, dude. Goodbye. Calling me weird. Right? Like, dude, how do you expect to chat with me like that and still be able to, like, chat here? It's just weird, man. That's the weird part. Like, dude. I said something that could be misinterpreted. It's your fault for misinterpreting me. That's literally what their argument was. Like, that's what they were saying. Just because I said something that could be misinterpreted and you misinterpreted me doesn't mean I'm wrong here. God, some people are so fucking infuriating to argue with. It's like they don't understand actual like logic, rhetoric, and context. Because schools don't teach proper debate anymore. Like, that's really what it is. That is like literally the spirit of debate. Your opponent slips up and makes a statement too generic. Yeah, their point is moot because you can disprove that generic statement. Boom. Right? It's called debate. Deal with it. I'm mainly making sure that we all speak with intention instead of needlessly generic fucking platitudes. My bad. All right, let's get some more funk going, though. How about that? How about that? I love the name of this album. The Joy of Music, The Job of Real Estate. I just really think it was Sativa doesn't like being corrected. And I think we've met a lot of people like that. And they are infuriating to talk to. They will backpedal so fast it reverses time. All right, so. And they couldn't even understand the analogy. That's the weirdest part to me, right? The gas analogy is actually a fucking spot on one, man. Yeah, measuring just the burning of gas is a bad measurement. But measuring the burning of gas and the amount of forward progress the car can make with that gas is a good measurement. Can they not see how that analogy directly applies to fucking token usage and productivity? It's just so weird when people lack the fundamental ability to understand that analogies are done for a reason. Like, I wonder if that's one of those people that just lacks the like an internal monologue. I'm a little curious about that. Right? What do they call that? Aphantasia? I wonder if that makes like metaphors and analogies way harder to grasp. I'm actually curious about that. Generally doesn't. All right, that's what I thought, right? A lack of voluntary visual imagery, right, is not necessary. All right, I just want to double check that. Because that, I don't know. Oh, okay, so aphantasia isn't the lack of an inner monologue. That's a separate thing, I think. What is it called when you have no inner monologue? Face blindness? I don't think it's face blindness. Ah, okay, okay. So this one's saying that they don't really have a. They don't have a word for it. Okay. Hmm. All right. Yeah. Interesting. So they don't have a name for it. But yeah, I know a couple people that have the face blindness thing. Rachel Lee Neighbors says she has that. Or it says they have that. I always forget that part. Okay, so we added these. This is really just chore archive. And what was the name of the archive? Archive fix benchmark table. Uh, detail table. Yes, exactly. Yeah, aphantasia is where you can't like you can't conjure mental imagery, which is like the opposite compared to like hyperphantasia, which I believe is like photographic memory. I think I needed to add those to that same thing actually. Oh, and we can just amend actually. You can't visualize stuff? Oh. Anendophasia? I mean, they mentioned it. They were wondering if there was a better word, I think. Their favorite so far is anendophasia. This was 4 years ago. So yeah, it seems like maybe people landed on this as the word. I know, right, Giannis? Yeah, it gets crazy. Yeah, like I don't know. It's not like I literally see images. I don't know. I might have it too, but I can still like I still remember what things look like, you know? But when I'm really like trying to like picture something in my head, I don't know if I'm like seeing a photo of it, you know? But I definitely do have like a very like vision focused memory, which I think is interesting. Yeah, some people like literally actually see the images. I wonder if those people have like better capabilities towards like visual arts, painting, things like that. Because then they're just making the thing that they're imagining real. And it's maybe why I'm such a shit like drawer and painter. I don't know. Not sure. All right, so yeah, back to what we're doing. All right, so now hold on, here's something. I think we can just remove. All right, one second. So, models optimizing for benchmarks, allegedly. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't, right? What do I think developers would need to do to have them be like when Volkswagen cheated on emissions? I mean, the model would have to detect that it's being benchmarked, right? Like that's literally what the Volkswagen thing was too. Right? Optimizing for those benchmarks. I don't think that's a problem, but if they are specifically detecting that they are in a benchmarking environment via, various like keyword triggers, like the one where they detect when you're mad, if they're doing that, that could be an issue. I mean, it would only be malicious if they're intentionally doing it. If it's emergent behavior, then that's fine. But like, if they're specifically like encoding some or like specifically training towards detecting if they are in a benchmark, that would be malicious. No, no, no. So like small knight, I would consider it malicious if they are intentionally doing that at like, in the training phase. And like, yeah, optimizing for benchmark results is one thing, but specifically training it to recognize it's in a benchmark would be another. If it's emergent, that's separate, but I would actually say that that's a flaw in their training if it's emergent too. They should be correcting that. It's the whole reason why they have guardrails in the first place, right? So if they're not implementing guardrails because it benefits them, I would consider that bordering on malicious, right? Right? Because it would imply intent, and I think intent is really the point at which things become wrong, right? Now I understand there's manslaughter, there's other things that happen when accidents happen, sure. I don't know if I would quite judge a benchmarking suite, like optimizing for a benchmarking suite the same way we would consider the death of a person, you know? Yeah, in my opinion, it all like hinges on intent. Right? Like the Volkswagen thing was absolutely intentional. And it was a conspiracy of multiple people like making it happen, you know? Not just one rogue actor. So yeah, I don't know. To me, that would be a lot of like the criteria I would look for. Is it one rogue researcher at Anthropic or OpenAI, or is it directives from the top down? That would also imply a lot more like intent. And we don't know. This is all speculation, but we're just doing a thought experiment, right? And yeah, lava. It's called a sixth sense when you can see dead people. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so what we want to do here, I'm gonna call it good, and then we'll just correct it when it's done. I probably could have used that state. Yep. Archive that. All right. So then, how's Devin doing on this stuff? Oh, it's not my favorite song on the album. It's not terrible though. You caved and bought a new guitar last night? Nice. What kind? Is it one of those microtonals? You been listening to any of that band that does the microtonal stuff? All right, so I think we finished that up. Here's my next question: does GitBench still load properly? And we should start cleaning up some of these tabs. It's getting a little crowded. No, no, not even King Gizzard. There's that Angine de Poitrine. They're like a French Canadian band. It's just two dudes. They're super weird. Ooh. Okay. Oh. So yeah, it's got like the tuning, like it's a headless, right? Like interesting. And fan frets. Oh, is yeah, they're all spread out and shit. Okay. I've never had a guitar like that. Yeah, I've never had a headless. Never even tried to play a fan fret guitar. Looks good, man, though. Yeah, shit. Yeah, it looks nice, man. Wait, so fan frets allow you to like tune down lower for lower tuning? Oh, so you play a lot of metal, huh? All right, so yeah, this still landed. I think we're good there. You often play in drop B. Okay. Is that something Typo Negative used to do? What bands are famous for playing drop B? I know Korn like popularized drop D, or at least like they were one of the bands that popularized drop D. Slipknot popularized drop B. That makes sense. Was Sepultura and some of that doing it beforehand? Machine Head. Yeah, Machine Head. They were good. I wouldn't put it past Sepultura to be one of the early leaders in that regard, but I'm not sure. All right, so yeah, not a big fan of this song. The Clarity of Cal. Yeah, I don't feel like listening to lyrics right now. Let's switch it up. Let's do something crunchy. Sepultura plays in drop B and B. Okay, that's what I thought. Shit. Okay, so I'm gonna close this out. I'm gonna switch to plan mode real quick. Korn plays 7 string. Oh, you're right. Am I thinking of Deftones? They did drop D. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so let's fix up some of this. Are you really supposed to commit the gitbench.egg info stuff? Yeah, look at like My Own Summer. I think that one's drop D maybe. I don't think they were 7 string, but I could be wrong. Drop C sharp. Fucking knew they were a fucking Microsoft plant. Damn. They had us all along. Shit. Damn, Microsoft's pockets go deep. I don't think they were doing 7 and 8 string during their original stuff, right? Like Adrenaline and Around the Fur. I don't think they had the 7 and 8 string stuff yet, but I could be wrong. Recently, yeah, I'd totally believe like even at like the White Pony era, like I would expect that to be like some of the crazier stuff. Son of a bitch. Yep. All right. Um, we'll clean that up separately. God, yeah, that's just a shitload of noise right there, isn't it? Yeah, we'll do these separate. We'll add the README though. Maybe sharper guy. I don't know. Just fix up how we handle the NV bars. Boom, done. Okay, so now. Oh, yeah, okay. Nope. It didn't have anything to add. All right, so then from here, uh, nano git ignore. Yeah, .env is already get ignored. We can get rid of the GitBench JSON stuff though. Yeah, to modify a get ignore, why not? Should I be using AI for that instead? For a 3-line change in a get ignore file? Oh, I know. I should fire it up in IntelliJ. I use VS Code for editing code that matters. For a git ignore, yeah, I'll happily use Nano because who gives a shit? You know? Why does it matter? All right, so we are going to need to modify getbench.json, but that means that we can get rid of our temp.json, which I think we have get ignored. VS Code's going to need to do some stuff. But yeah, we already invalidated this key, so yeah, you're not getting shit from it. Don't even try. All right, so then this is going to be open router API key. I'm not sure about the Baidu CoBuddy. Could be worth trying. But yeah, let's just replace everything in here for now. All right. So what I almost want to do is, and hold on, let me double check something. Okay, yeah, nope, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, sorry, just keeping up to date on some stuff. Okay, so all right, we've got models, open router. So I want to split these up now, right? We've got open router, open weight, or maybe just like cheap. Let me do this. Yeah, it'll be invalid for a minute. But we do this, and what I want to do then is we're going to have open router other, or maybe frontier. And then maybe just other for now. And we'll do this one, we'll call it open router cheap. So yeah, as far as cheap goes, yeah, Ling, Granite, Gemma. Yep. And maybe instead of cheap, it's like open weight or something. And I did the wrong thing there. We wanted to leave those. We want to get rid of these. Actually, these are all cheap ones still. I know, hold on. Let me grab the whole list again. My goal with doing this is making it so that we can run just a couple of these without having to like constantly fiddle with it, and then we can just keep adding to these lists, right? So yeah, we've got OpenAI or Open Router Google, which means we get rid of anything not Google, basically. And here's what we'll do. Open Router, we'll call it Frontier. And this will just be the expensive ones, right? Right, so 3.1 Pro, Opus, GPT 5.5, 5.4. And here's my next question, right? We're looking at cost per full run. Yeah, Gemini 3.5 Flash is expensive. 5.5 is expensive. Okay. So maybe Frontier is wrong. Maybe it's just expensive. Right, so we see GPT 5.5, GPT 5.4 isn't so spendy. 5.5 definitely is. 5.4 mini is not. 3.5 Flash is. Where did we see Sonnet? I'm gonna call Sonnet expensive. God, what do we think the right way to do this is? Like, what? It's almost like I want the frontier models in one group. But like, yeah, the expensive frontier models, and then there's like maybe an expensive open models. Or does that even matter? Do we just group them all by expense? All right, so we basically haven't modified the last one. Yeah, anyone have any thoughts on like how they'd want to group these? And like it's not necessarily for anything that would be reported on the front end. It's more about like what batches would I want to run these in myself, right? And it's really just down to cost in my opinion. But then grouping them together could have a lot of value. So then if we do it by like provider and their cost, right? So instead of like Frontier, it would be Open Router, OpenAI expensive, Open Router, Anthropic expensive. And then we could just do like Open Router, Open expensive. And then maybe just an other for like random cheap shit. Or maybe just Open Router cheapest. Because I'm not necessarily sure, like calling Granite open is accurate, right? But it is cheap. And I would happily keep running every instance of that for the cost. But then once we start really getting up into some of this, custom CLI tool that builds the JSON. But then what would the CLI tool use for data, right? Maybe artificial analysis as an API we could query. Maybe we could download all their data and reference that via a script. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's like over engineering it, like overcomplicating it. All right, 1 second. I just want to check one thing. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I like the idea of splitting it up by provider still instead of just Frontier, Google expensive, Oh, you're saying, yeah, but we'd still want to do it as groups, right? Because I wouldn't want to select one by one. And for CI/CD purposes, right? Like if we wanted to run this in like a GitHub action or something, I'd still want it to be basically just a single command. But you're right. Like if we don't provide the list, then maybe it could prompt us. What do I think about linting as a method for steering AI? It's important. Yeah, like AI is only as good as the things that it can validate. So giving it more validation is important. Now, I think the biggest part is like, could you just feed the fucking like lint rules as context? Right? Or at least like parse the lint rules as context you could add? Then you wouldn't even need like the lint step. So then it's like, it really comes down to token usage. I bet you could actually test this in a really interesting way. Try it one way where you parse the lint rules into like a context file that's just always in your context for a project. And then do another where the only thing you have in your context is always make sure to run linting before saying you're done. And see which one burns more tokens. That'd be a fun thought experiment. If you're willing to try, I could put it as a thing for me to test too. Well, I mean, here's my thought though, right? Like, what burns more tokens? Extra stuff in context or more like round trips of fixing linting errors? I don't know, because like the round trips of fixing linting errors should still theoretically be able to use cache, right? But honestly, if you were to like create some kind of post around that, I think that'd be an interesting read. And sounds like some interesting research to me. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it. Like it's going in the Trello board actually. Because I think we could work out like a partnership with Open Router to get, you know, some free tokens for it. And like, really, could you then measure that against, well, how do certain models perform? Ooh, do some models do better? What about for model providers that don't offer caching? Then what's the issue, right? Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff to be done there that could be really interesting. Right? Test it with local models. See how that works. I don't know. But yeah, no, that's going in the Trello board. I'm actually fascinated. That's a good idea. So yeah, vibe code it. Linting. Impact on token usage. The goal here is to determine if lint rules determine where right? By parsing lint rules into a context file that lives in agents.md, we pay an upfront cost for that context on every request, but caching should help there. However, we could also use linting as just a step for the tool, and that would be a few lines in the agents, or agents, is it S or, I don't know, doesn't matter. Right? The upfront and per request cost, right? That could be decreased. Right? But increase the amount of loops the LLM goes through when fixing lint issues. Off to nap before the party tonight. Ooh, hell yeah, enjoy the party. I mean, you nerd sniped me in that we have it in our list. I don't think I'll tackle this until we've gotten some other shit done, though. But this is definitely a thing that I would enjoy knowing and understanding, and I think it'd be a cool blog post, man. I'm beginning my pivot into AI researcher. I know theoretically you might need like a PhD for that. I think if we just come up with interesting benchmarks, ipso facto, I'm a fucking AI researcher. And then, oh yeah, give me those 800K paychecks. That's my main goal right now. No, I didn't actually want to learn more. No, so I was talking with someone yesterday, and they were interviewing someone who used to be like a researcher at Mistral or one of those fucking companies or something. And the person who was interviewing them for their team was like, "Okay, and what's like your salary? What are you looking for?" And they're like, "My minimum 600K." And the person conducting the interview is like, "Good to know. I don't think we can accommodate that. I wish you the best of luck." You know, like, holy shit, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? And you're probably talking like total comp, right, Lithium? Which is somewhat separate. Yeah, total comp. Yep. I like the asking for a friend jokes. Those are always just real fun for me. Asking for a friend. What's the world record for beanies owned by one person? Asking for a friend. Oh, that was the end of that album. That one's crunchy. I like that one. Okay. Let me get another album going. Let's do something chill for now. But, and we'll pour a little more tea. I think it might be whiskey and Coca-Cola time. 4 o'clock's the new 5 o'clock, right? Asking for a friend? All right. Anyway. So yeah, I do think I like the idea of breaking these down into just, provider, like technically it's going to be open router, provider, cost category, right? And then we'll have like an other or something. I like that idea. But yeah, let's rinse out of the whiskey glass. It's actually pretty clean. And let's get that going. So give me just one sec. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Got my whiskey. I think we actually got some in an older bottle at the moment. We'll crack the new bottle here in a sec. Well, in like an hour. Alrighty. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Shit. I don't have my keys. Okay, so yeah, let's split these up. That way we can start running the cheap ones and verify that everything like works as we expect it to. I would put Sonnet in the expensive tier. 5.4 Nano, Gemma, those are cheap. Granite, GPT OSS, those are cheap. But there's okay, hold on. Yeah. That's right. We're splitting these up into provider sizes. So 3.1 flash light, 3.1 flash preview. And yeah, so hold on. Yeah, these are not Google. So yeah, Google expensive, Google cheap, then OpenAI expensive. And then, yeah, let's get rid of these. And I would say the Gemma ones count as cheap, or they could go into open. That one I'm less sure about. All right, so OpenAI expensive. Right, OpenAI cheap. Did we remove all of them already? Okay, so yeah, did we consider 5.4 actually cheap? I think my bar for cheap is it costs under $1 to run the whole suite. And I think 5.4 qualifies for that. 5.4 Nano is way cheaper. 5.4 Mini, pretty cheap. Surprised we don't have any 5.5 like Mini, etc. But yeah, so hold on. Which one are we working on right now? We're working on OpenAI cheap. So let's grab those. Let's get rid of all the Google expensive and cheaps because we got those. Yeah, so 5.4, 5.4 Mini, and then 5.4 Nano. Where was that one? Right here. And then if we're gonna put the cheap Gemma models in that cheap, right? At least for the time being, we should put the GPT OSS ones in cheap as well. And then if we want to like segment better, sure, but we just want to be consistent with it. All right, so then it's open router other. And hold on, let me double check. We got multiple others. I think other. Oh wait, hold on. We want Anthropic. Expensive. And then maybe this is where that point about using the CLI to pick, maybe we just pick like these suites, right? Like the groups. That might help. But Anthropic expensive. It's just all of them. It's just every single one of them. I don't think we have any other Anthropics. Yeah, we don't. So Open Router Anthropic cheap does not exist. Maybe we could get Haiku in there. All right, so it's just Claude Haiku 4.5. And what up, Ion Lights? How you doing? And I'm not sure that's actually going to be cheap. All right, so now we've got Open Router other cheap, other expensive. And I should do these the other way. Okay, so now looking at our benchmarks, right? We would put Minimax in the cheap tier, not the expensive tier, but yeah, Quen 3.6. Mistral Medium is actually more expensive than I thought. These are like right at the dollar mark. This one goes above. Yeah. Okay. It's actually the exact opposite too, right? Of all the like OpenAI models, almost all of them are cheap, and they have one expensive one, and Anthropic's the flip. That's actually funny. That's funny. Oh. Do they still have 6 available to us? They do still provide 4.6. So yeah, we could do that. I don't think we need to do 4.5. All right, so as far as expensive goes, Minimax is not one. Nemotron also sits down at the cheapest, right? Yep. So yeah, Quen 3.6 plus, Quen 3.6 27B, and Quen 3.6 35B, I would say all fall into the expensive. Yeah, so Quen is an expensive. So then from here, Mistral Medium we would call the expensive model. Devstral is one of the cheap ones, though. Flash is cheap. How about... Yeah, if we're calling Pro... If we're calling some of these others cheap, we have to call this one expensive. Yeah, massively more expensive. So it's not about per token cost, it's about how many tokens they burn. Right? So then we can just look at that. Right? And actually, no, Gemini Pro is just really fucking expensive. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that's wall time. Sorry. Token usage. Here we go. Yeah, Gemini 3.5 Flash, way the fuck up there for token usage. Gemini 3.1 Pro, way the fuck up there for token usage. Yeah. So not only is Pro more expensive than some of the cheaper models, it burns way more tokens too. But this is the crazy thing. Quen 3.6 chews up way more fucking tokens. Like, holy shit, dude. And yeah, this is why, like, GPT 5.4 is actually so nice, because it doesn't burn tokens, like, at all. So even though it may technically be a somewhat more expensive model, it is really token efficient. Blows me away that Kimmy is so token inefficient. But, I mean, when we look at cost, Kimmy is actually just not as cheap as people think it is. Is it worth the intelligence that it's giving? Not according to what we're looking at here, like cost per intelligence. Oh, interesting, the bread. Now, how consistently, right? Like, how many times did you run it to see if it would do more? But yeah, here's Kimmy. So yeah, Kimmy's like cost per intelligence, just, you know, it gets as intelligent towards our tests as Nemotron 3 Super, but at a way higher cost, right? 6 cents for a single run versus 71 cents for a single run. Oh, you were at temp 0, so just once? I still think it would be worth double checking that. Like, you know, try and run it multiple times and see if it changes. Even with a temp 0, I would love to know if that is actually, like, it'll always get the same exact thing. Like, I know that's theoretically what it's supposed to do, but I'd love to see some actual, like, evidence. I just haven't had a chance to test it myself. But okay, so yeah, I would say based on the costs that we're seeing, I'm gonna put GLM in the expensive category. Pretty much the only ones that are cheap are DevStroll, Nemotron, Trinity, LFM, Granite, and Ling. Everything else is expensive. I would consider Kimmy. Yeah, both of those are expensive. So yeah, spendy, spendy, spendy. We got the Googles out of the way. We got the Opus and the OpenAIs out of the way. For the first time, you're close to running out of the weekly quota. You just reached 25%, like 25% remaining, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think the weekly budgets are good, right? Because they keep you from like overdoing it. But like monthly is a terrible thing for consumers. So yeah, I like that. Is that a hair? Yeah. Oh, hold on. Alrighty. Well, no. Some things do monthly. I don't think OpenAI does monthly. I don't remember if Anthropic does a monthly limit. But OpenCode does a monthly limit. Mimo does a monthly limit. I don't remember some of the others. But yeah, like I can deal with a weekly limit. The monthly limit's bullshit. Like it should not be possible for me to max out my monthly limit without having ever hit a weekly limit. That should not be possible. So yeah, OpenCode Go has like a really weird way that they do their limiting. Now, hopefully they just start making enough money that they can increase their usage, right? Bump it up to 20, then it might be useful. Maybe get rid of the monthly. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how they do it and make profit. That's Jay's problem. All right, so as far as the expensive others, all the Quens, yeah. Mistral Medium, DeepSeek V4 Pro, GLM 5.1, Kimi K25, Kimi K26. That feels right so far. Okay, cool. So now we just go to cheap. Minimax makes the cut. Nemotron makes the cut. Quens do not. Mistral Medium does not. DevStroll does. V4 Flash does. Hold on. Did I delete the wrong one? No, we're good. So yeah, Flash is a cheapie, which would keep. We get rid of Pro. We get rid of 5.1 and the Kimmys. Get rid of any Anthropic, OpenAI, or Google. We can try Baidu CoBuddy. Sure, why not? I'm not sure if the free here would actually work. But then, yeah, Trinity, LFM. Alrighty, cool, 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 cool. So theoretically, I'd be fine with running just open router other cheap. And I think we would be just fine doing so. So now, all right, the fix is oh, and it was an untracked file. Yeah. So it's just add GitBench config to repo with split provider groups. Because yeah, another thing we might want to do is start testing local models. I think those would have to be a little more effortful unless we could script Olama downloading the model, right? Running it, and then running against that, and then clearing out the model. But I don't know if I'd want to do that on my SSD. That's a lot of data to like read and write and kill. I wouldn't mind doing that in other people's SSDs though. Right? Like CI/CD or something, right? Do it up in the cloud. Yep. I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Indeed. Oh my god. Soycotic on Twitter. She is the funniest person on Twitter. She is the absolute funniest person on Twitter. I was gonna say like funniest woman, but like no, she's the funniest person on Twitter. Right? So yeah. Someone did this. Which is funny, right? This is what he normally looks like. Someone did this for him. And then Annie, after I reposted it, oh my god, it took me so long to figure out what was different. I actually think the facial hair looks good though. You should show this to your barber. That's just mean. It's just mean. Okay, so hold on. We're gonna go to plan mode. What would be the command if I just want to run the open router other cheap models from GitBench.json? Because I don't remember what the command would be. Okay, cool. So I do need to do one thing. I need to go grab a new open AP or a new open router API key. Let me just do that real quick. Hold on. GitBench 8 is the name of the key. All right, let me make sure I'm not leaking the key. And yeah, we can do this. I just pasted it. Mm, yeah. I think it ends up just being all models, right? Well, shit. Hold on. Okay, so I verified that we do have the Open Router API key named properly. No, I missed the typo. Yep. I completely missed that typo. Yeah, all right. That makes more sense. All right. Now it's kicking off. So something's weird and wrong with this. Okay. Uh, how do I switch out of plan mode? Ah, nope. I don't see a switch to other mode. Anyone know how to switch out of plan mode? Yeah, I like it. I think we need the context. Yeah, I wonder if we just weren't testing with reasoning turned on before. I wonder if that's the issue. Okay, so hold on. If we click into the benchmark and I look at activity, the spend today was $0. Okay, perfect. Let me refresh here. All right, still at a 0. Okay. All right, so what I want to do next, model workers 4. All right, so hold on. I thought we made it so that different effort levels were not concurrent. So yeah, we still got to like fine tune a bit of this. It's a little annoying, but we're getting there. Something's weird here. Right, looking at that profile, I would have expected to see, and it doesn't show that other part. Damn. What is the one that's after that in the cheap? I would have expected to see Nemotron or NVIDIA, Mistral, and DeepSeek models instead of 4 of the one. Wait, NVIDIA, Mistral, and NVIDIA, Mistral, and DeepSeek. There we go. Now I think it's getting it. Yeah, so all models, all fixtures, all benchmarks should do all the same shit. All right, I like this. All right, I think we're getting there. Now, are we skewing the results? Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I've already spent almost a penny on those Minimax calls. I don't know, man. Breaking the bank over here. How am I going to feed my children, man? I don't have any. That's the easy part. I don't have to. But yeah, what up, Mainfino? How you doing? You had a tough day, finally the weekend? Hell yeah. Got anything you're looking forward to? What's the cost of a full run? I mean, last time we did it, it cost $90, but that included a bunch of reruns because of timeouts. So I think we've fixed all of the timeout issues and like rate limiting and concurrency issues, that it should be somewhere around like 50. That's my current guess. Right now, we're going to do it just with the cheap models. So if we consider the cheap models, it's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cheap models that are not going to cost us more than like, well, hold on, if we look at it. And that's OpenAI. 50 cents per suite. And some of them get way cheaper. Right? So, yeah, some of these cost us way less. Do nothing productive for the weekend? Hell yeah, dude. Hey, like a fucking glove. Oh, and Minimax 2.5 is really slow. That's crazy, actually. Nemotron's fast. So, okay, I see what's going on. I think we'll just let this run. Right? And we'll see what all of these cost us. I'm expecting this to be. I'm expecting this to cost like on the order of like $1, which should be fine. And what up, Footlong? How you doing? Friday. It's also Friday for me too. I know, crazy how that works. But yeah, for sure. Enjoying a Friday myself. How about you? All right, so while that is churning and burning, about to take off. What you about to do? All right. Hold on. Who got a sub? Thanks for the gifted subs, man. Ion Lights, Flofi, Wooby, Shulker, The Rugged Bear, Patty Builds, Polite Storm, B2 Tech, Turkey Tooth, and Yo, Davido. There you go. Yeah, thank you for the gifted subs, man. But yeah, what are your plans for the night? Many things. There you go. Sounds good. All right, so theoretically, we got some stories. We want to complete it. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, my Friday is going to consist of coding here until I feel like not coding. I got some pizza that I bought yesterday at Big Mario's that I can cook up for dinner. And PoE 2, the new league started today. So I might have to start grinding out my next character in the new league. I forget what all they added. Did they add a new class or anything? Anyone know? I know it's like a big update and they theoretically fixed endgame. I know they didn't add swords. But if there's a new class, I will gladly try it. Thanos was added? I doubt Thanos was added. Can't remember if I like this album or not. Oh, well, can't even play it. So obviously I don't like it. Hold on, let me give this album another try. If I can find it. Here we go. We'll see if I actually enjoy this album. Mm-hmm. Got it. That makes more sense. All right, so we'll just keep on firing off the implement steps. How's the run going? So there's still a bunch more benchmarks we got to do. Yes, this is going to take a while. And what up, MJ? Haven't seen you in a bit, man. What are you up to? Okay, so while that's burning, clean review. Uh, no, dude, you're good, man. I don't even remember what it was. I'll sometimes complain. It's just that we have like a better chat. That's fine, man. Nah, dude, you're totally good. We were just chatting. When even was that? It was a while ago, right? Dude, that was like 2 months ago. Yeah, dude. You didn't stay away for that long just because of that, did you? If so, how dare you? It's a joke, man. It was implying that you haven't been here for that long because I said you were chatting too much or something. So it's like, no, come on, man. Take it easy. I know it's not just that. That was the joke. Exactly. I didn't think you would do that either. That's why it was a joke. But yeah, it wasn't a good joke. Take it easy. Oh, that's good, man. Yeah, I got to take care of family. Oh. All right. Let's pour another beverage. But yeah, hopefully they're doing better, or like, you know what I mean. Yeah, man. Nah, for sure. We're just hanging out. We're just chilling, enjoying a Friday, drinking whiskey. Not to do what? Oh, I say you don't have to do it. I appreciate it. Well, thank you, MJ. I appreciate you. You don't gotta say sorry. But no, I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, Russia Ram, Illist, Avalanche Pointer, Act Storm, and Zixep. I don't remember how to pronounce it. There you go. Enjoy the subs. Enjoy the lack of ads. It's way better, right? No interruption to the music. Just perfect. All right, so we are maxing out that context. Let's keep implementing. And really, I feel like this should be able to just do like I don't care about the runtime validation. This thing's not going to be asking me questions halfway through. It will ask for permission to do some stuff, like make edits, but I would love it if we could find a better way so that I don't have to keep like killing the context, you know, committing. Like all these things should be more of an automatic flow, right? What would be a better way of making this run all night? You know, like just a Ralph loop? Maybe. Yeah, there's got to be a better way. I'm just not sure what it is yet. But yeah, you got to go. Yeah, no worries, man. Got to go see Meegs. Wait, what does that mean? Is that another streamer? Either way, no worries, man. Oh, Team Bash. Got it. Yeah. No, makes sense. It's Friday. Yeah, exactly. I still don't like our output. I feel like the output here is really bad. But there's no good way of getting the model to understand how this might be better, right? Again, it's UI stuff. It's really bad at UI stuff, like all the models are. You have to be so much more explicit about UI things if you actually want like good results, you know? Okay, let's keep going. I think we finished this. All right, we're in that validation step. I don't know if we need any of these. I don't even think we need a light dark toggle. Yeah. This part's weird. And these buttons don't look right. Once we can even get like a reasonable output here, I really, really want to create like a configurator. If you guys remember on Neo-Brutalism, right, they have this styling thing where you can customize it, right? And you could say like, well, where should the shadow go, right? How much border radius should we have? You know, I kind of want to do the same thing, but for ours, it would be more like adjust where the light is coming from on like a 3D thing, almost like in Photoshop when you're adjusting where shadows should go. I want to build that widget to decide where the shadows kind of like point regarding this. I I don't think we should be animating the size of these. It should just be the shadow changing. So yeah, we're just going to have it keep implementing the next steps. Theoretically, like we should be validating as we go, but I'm really just trying to understand spec kit and its flow more than anything. Like, what value does it give us? And we don't know yet. Okay, so feature has been fully implemented. I don't believe you. What is the point of the app directory? All right, so yeah, it's solely right. You are correct. Clean it up. And hey, what up, Backstorm? How you doing? Yeah, MJ may have left. I think they hopped over to a different stream. That's fine. Is Next just as painful as Nuxt? I would agree. Yeah, I fucking hate Next.js. Nuxt has a lot of the same problems. Realistically, I probably would have used something else. But we missed that during the planning phase. What I'm thinking is eventually we're going to pivot to an Astro site because it just needs to be static docs. But that may be different in that we might need like a backend endpoint, but you can do a backend endpoint with Astro as well. Like, no matter what, it should just be statically made for the most part. And then fetching the JSON that you need, like shadcn style from like the repository we have to create, that should be pretty easy. But yeah, no, I hate Next.js. I think there are some use cases that it's really good for, but people shoehorn it into use cases it's not good for. Right? Like documentation sites. Next.js is the worst fucking thing you could do for a documentation site. There is no reason when I'm navigating your docs I should see, like a 500 Next.js error page. That's the craziest goddamn thing I've ever heard. But again, like, here's the thing, Mainthino, like, what were you building where you needed the power of Nuxt and server-side rendering? That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, server-side rendering is an anti-pattern for most applications. So Next and Nuxt have the exact same problem. Right? If it's not sophisticated, it probably just should have been a client-side rendered React app or a statically rendered documentation site. Next and Nuxt are both bad at both of those things because they still force you down like the server-side rendering patterns that you have to do for that BS. I think Astro solves that problem in a much cleaner way because it's static first instead of like static as an edge case. And I think the internet itself is static first. Is there a way to bring up dev tools? Yes. And I say this like, completely acknowledging that the use case they do solve, they're really good at. So yeah, if you need server-side rendering, Nuxt and Next give you that stuff. Like, no problem. But it's just that server-side rendering is not necessary for most things. And if you don't know if you need server-side rendering or not, you probably don't. So yeah, you're not into front end much. You're more into back end DevOps architecture. Nuxt gave you a router, which you didn't have to set up, etc. You only did some things in Vue. I mean, so file-based routing is a thing you can get from all sorts of places, right? TanStack Router is capable of file-based routing. I believe TanStack Router might be React specific. That I don't know. I don't remember if it works with Vue. But at least from like a React standpoint, you can get file-based rendering, right, and routing without having to like do the config like you would with React Router, right? But you can also get that from Astro if you want a static site. I would actually point out that I think it's an anti-pattern to do file-based routing for client-side rendered applications. Personally. But for statically rendered and server-side rendered, yeah, it makes sense. Maybe it's not an anti-pattern. It's just you can't do a lot of the same things. Right? Like there's no dynamic routing. Well, I guess, no, you could do dynamic routing file-based. You could absolutely do file-based dynamic routing, right? Like IDs and things in the URL, like totally fine. TanStack Router does it, you know? I'm surprised it didn't take off outside of Next and Nuxt. But yeah, I actually prefer the power of a router config, personally. But with file-based routing, you do get, like if you can see the URL, you can automatically know which file to open. Whereas with config-based routing, you have to go look at the config file to determine which component to load and like, you know, to like start looking at. If you're like trying to fix a bug or add a feature or whatever, right? There's definitely a good argument to be made. For file-based routing, actually. I just hadn't really thought about it. Yeah, so we do want to export to static. It just didn't have the generate static param stuff. So that makes sense. And you kind of have to do the same thing for Astro as well. Also not recent. You're talking 2020. Makes sense. And Ion Lights. It was a quick way to build yourself a website without much headache. Yeah, but without much headache meant that you had the wrong architecture, right? Like server-side rendering for a documentation site is a really bad pattern, right? And AI could slopify the same fucking thing. So even before AI, people were shitting out slop documentation sites using Next.js, even though it's a really bad fit. Companies did it. Dude, some companies had their entire backend REST API in a Next.js instance. Yeah, cal.com did. It was so gross. When you would launch, like, you could download all of cal.com and run it, and you would have at least three Next.js servers running. We're talking 8 gigs of RAM right there, gone. Like, dude, you're just really fucking bad at engineering if you're doing that shit. Right? They had one for the homepage, like the docs and all that bullshit. They had one for the fucking dashboard, and they had one for their REST API. That is just bad engineering. right? So now is it any surprise why they took their entire code base offline? Because if they're making engineering decisions like that, guaranteed they have some crazy fucking vulnerabilities. From a business perspective, it was all about fast development. It's not fast development when I'm dealing with 8 gigs of bullshit in RAM and it's slowing down my entire computer. Right? And it's very obvious at that point why they had to turn at least one of them into a Nest.js site. Because Next was the absolute wrong choice. And I get it, it's about fast development. How is it not fast development to use a proper static site generator that uses the same fucking components and design system and all that shit? It's really not that hard to do. It's just bad engineering. You can absolutely share a component library between Astro and a client-side rendered React application. You can totally fucking do it. Nobody really cares. $1 here, $1 there. Some people do care, right? Developer productivity is the biggest cost to any company. In my opinion, right? So yeah, when your devs need to start their dev server, but they have to get up and walk away for 5 minutes while everything's spinning up, that's a bad fucking thing. That's a really bad thing. I've had the same problem with like Webpack 3 projects that were massive. Ultra code? I've never heard of ultra code. What the hell is ultra code? Is it like a new effort level? So hold on. Is this a thing that you can even do when calling via the API, or is it purely a Claude Code thing? I guess that's my question. This seems like only a Claude Code thing. So of course I wouldn't use this because I can't call it from the API. So I get that Ion Lights, but Dude, there are starters for all that shit. And I will say, like, React, when you scaffold a React app via Vite, it has all the commands you would need. You can deploy that too, right? Like, here's what I'm getting at, Ion Lights. I think you are conflating Next.js and Vercel, right? No matter what, even with Next.js, you're still going to have to spin up GitHub Actions that do validation and stuff that you care about before you even ship anything to Vercel to start those builds. Right? So pipelines, deployment workflows, all that stuff, those things still have to be done if you're using Next outside of Vercel. Right? No, they are not the same. Next.js is owned by Vercel, but Vercel is the platform, right? The hosting and all that shit. Next.js is just the framework. You are massively, like, conflating these two things. They are actually separate. You can spin up a Nuxt, an Astro, a whatever website on Vercel and get the same shit, right? You are massively conflating the difference between these two things. Like, not conflating, but, like, ignoring the difference. Vercel is absolutely capable of hosting other frameworks. And you still get the deployment, the build pipeline bullshit, like all that. You can actually spin up a client-side rendered or statically rendered website on Vercel as well, using any of the tools that you want. Right? As long as it's JS-based, you're fine. And even then, I think they have Python executable now, too. Right? So I think you could do like a Python-based static site if you wanted. I'd have to double-check that, though. Might be conflating that with another company, like Render or Netlify, maybe. But that's my point, Ion Lights. It's just bad engineering by not even understanding that you can do that with other frameworks, right? The Vercel hosting platform gives you one thing. Next.js gives you other things. You're not wrong that there is a little more effort in spinning up a client-side rendered React app without Next. You got to decide on your router and some of those things, but that's basically it, right? Decide on your router and you're done. The rest of that shit you're going to have to do with Next.js anyway, right? Like component library, all that bullshit. What if you need to move an existing Next.js project to another hosting provider? So that's where it gets a little trickier, right? Vercel is doing a whole bunch of stuff to optimize Next.js because it's their baby. You can run Next.js on other platforms. You can run a Next.js site on Netlify. You can run a Next.js site in an EC2 instance. You can do these things, but it's not as heavily optimized. And that's why Next.js is even more of a bad decision, because you're basically vendor locking yourself to Vercel if you want the best hosting platform for Next.js. That's why I consider Next.js also especially bad. Because if you want the most performant version of Next.js, it has to be on Vercel. That's why OpenNext, by the Open Code team, even exists. But you can do it. But yes, it's yet another reason why Next.js is a terrible fucking choice for most infrastructure, for most like applications. What are you building? That's what I'm asking. What are you building? There is no one size fits all. That's what gets you Next.js for fucking doc sites. It's a terrible idea. So what are you building? Are you talking about building a documentation site? Use any fucking static site generator you want. If you're a Go developer, use Hugo. If you want to see the list of all static site generators in the world, you can do that, right? Static gen. Wasm is a terrible start because the payload sizes are too big. There's no way you're ever going to optimize Wasm to be smaller than the equivalent JSTS. Yeah, you didn't miss anything, man. But yeah, if you're looking for a static site, you go. For a custom CRM, well, I'm guessing a CRM that you have to log into, right? So anything behind a login gate that doesn't need SEO, client-side React app, CSR, boom, you're done, right? The thing React was invented for. Just regular old Vite React and whatever router you choose. Boom, done. You're set. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. No, not vtest. Oh, hold on. Where's their, like, quick start? There you go. Hold on. Maybe that's not the best quick start. Here you go. So you want to start with React and TypeScript? Well, there you go. Yeah, you use this React TS starter, and you're good to go. So to scaffold it, you would do... Hold on. Oh, do they have it now where it asks you when you're spinning it up? Because that'd be even better. But yeah, here you go. Yeah, here you go, right? So boom, right? Create Vite, latest, the folder you want it in, the template you want, and it could be React TS, whatever. Mikkel, it does not give you infra. No, it does not solve infra. Backend, it doesn't really solve backend because if you're going to be hosting on other infra, right? Cloudflare pages or Vercel or Netlify, all you need is an API folder and just raw request handlers. So you don't need Next.js for backend either. Like, you really don't. It's just bad engineering, man. It's just really bad engineering. You want backend on almost any of those platforms? Yeah, you just need an API folder and you're done. Right? They have these things documented. It's really fucking simple. So you could spin up a fully static site and still have API endpoints to hit. Totally fine, totally doable. I've done it with Gatsby. You know, it's not that fucking complicated. I thought I had it for my personal site. I think. Let me double check. Where am I doing some like API stuff in a static site? Are we doing that with... I've got too many projects. Let me double check. So this is an Astro site. Yeah, here you go. Boom. Right? So yeah, you got an Astro site and you want to do some API bullshit? Yeah, you just create a functions folder. Done. Publish this up to Cloudflare pages and you're done. Mikkel, that totally misses the other providers that are usable too. You can use Netlify. You can use Cloudflare Pages. And honestly, you're going to get away with Cloudflare Pages for a lot longer before Vercel wants to charge you a shitload of money, right? And you can use Cloudflare Pages for free basically forever. I think you're just misunderstanding. Next.js is vendor lock-in for Vercel. It's a terrible fucking idea, dude. Meanwhile, you can host other things on Vercel if you want, and then you're still just not locked into it other than, well, what folder did we put our API functions in? You know? It's really fucking simple. Right? This is a fully statically rendered website with a couple API endpoints for like form submission. That's it. Boom. Lives on Cloudflare Pages. Ipso facto, done. But it's still raw HTML, JavaScript, CSS to the browser. And it's just JavaScript that enhances things rather than being required to run. I've seen too many sites where I'm crawling the documentation and then boom, fucking Next.js error page. Dude, I'm just clicking links. How does that cause an error? What the fuck? Like, dude. It's just bad engineering. And yes, oh, well, yeah, newbies and vibe coders do it. Yeah. It's bad engineering. Obviously, that's literally what I'm saying. And then they vendor lock themselves to a thing that's going to charge them way more fucking money. And when they actually do fuck up and overuse resources and go viral, they owe that money immediately. Whereas if they were using a better provider, one that's not just reselling AWS, they could get that shit forgiven. Vercel is like the worst. The fucking worst, dude. Now keep in mind, I will give them a little credit. They are doing a lot of really cool open source shit. They're doing a lot of really cool open source, right? Like the skills.sh thing. That's nice. I like it. Like as far as like a lot of this AI tooling bullshit goes, they're doing a lot of stuff that really does help, right? Like Just Bash. Dude, that's fucking cool too, man. So, yes, I hate Vercel for their vendor lock-in and their CEO, and Next.js is just a bad pattern most of the time. But I can definitely respect the fact that they are at least giving back a bit, you know? But yeah, like to worry about Docker, you don't have to worry about Docker. Like, you do not have to worry about Docker for any static site you've ever made. It's just not a thing. And you can still just do like API endpoints on any of these providers too. Cloudflare, Netlify, Vercel. It's not a big deal. Let me get more music on, though. Yeah, so technically, we're using Next.js for these docs right now because we just let the clanker go with it, and I'm regretting it. And we'll do a pivot eventually, but right now, I just want to see if it even is capable of giving us something that looks good, right? And right now, the answer is no. Yeah, exactly, Mikkel. Like, the exact context was, I fucking hate it when people use Next.js for documentation sites. That's it. That's the number one thing right there. But then also, I kind of fucking hate it when Next.js is used for something that doesn't need SEO. You could just use client-side rendered React. You're fine. If you need a back end, well, Next.js is the worst fucking choice for like a proper RESTful back end. Next.js is good for like a back end for front end where you're consuming the REST API into like better things for the front end, so you're not making 30 requests per page kind of shit. That's useful. Okay. But even then, I don't know. The only case I think it's fine for is back end for front end. And like SEO, right? Server-side rendering, when you have enough pages that you need SEO, but it's too expensive to pre-render every page. So think about like, there are some Hugo sites that may have like 100,000 pages. Yeah, to rebuild every page when you just changed one, yeah, that sucks, right? To have all of that shit have to get built and shipped up to the server, yeah, that kind of sucks, right? So I will admit there are times where SSR is the absolutely correct choice to make, but those times are so few and far between. You can get away with static or pure client-side rendering for like 80% of applications. Maybe even more, maybe 90%. Needing SSR is an edge case, but Next.js paints it as like the most important thing in the world. But yeah, what up, Standard? How you doing? And man, I'm getting the facial flushing. My cheeks are warm. Super warm right now. But yeah, alright, so back to this part. Yeah, this fucking thing renders like shit. Ooh, this is almost kind of cool. All roads eventually lead to PHP? I don't know about that one. Like, nothing against PHP, but where'd that even come from? But you've been thinking about using Astro for dev docs? I highly recommend it. Astro's amazing, especially their like starter, Starlight. Unless I forgot the name. Yeah. So this is a really nice like starter for documentation sites. There's another one that's like the new kid on the block. It's like Fuma Docs or something. Made by Numa Numa. Maya he, Maya ha. All right. Okay, so yeah, framework agnostic. It'll support Next.js, TanStack, Start, React Router, and Waku. There you go. And yeah, TanStack Start might be a good option these days. I think it has a little bit better of a... Like, when you're setting it up, you can have like selective, like, oh, well, some like pages or routes are statically rendered and others are dynamic and others could be CSR, right? So like TanStack Start might be the right way to go because TanStack Router allows you to like segment your routing, which is really fucking cool. Right? So I don't know. There's just so many better options than Next.js at this point with their fucking confusing bullshit and like the, oh, changed after rendering bullshit. Like, dude, I fucking hate it. Ugh. Fucking hate it. But yeah, so Starlight, Fuma Docs, they seem nice. They seem pretty good to me. And I think we actually had Fuma get picked out by this whole like Devin spec kit bullshit, which is cool. But yeah. What is our criticism of what we've got built right now? Let's Close some more shit real quick. We got way too much open. I think I'm like losing icons even. Ooh, I might definitely check out some of these. Yeah, I might definitely check out some of these. Yeah, hold on. We still got like way too much shit open. So Zizmore seems cool. We'll leave that. That one we've got a bunch of open already. We cranked that one open, so we don't need that anymore. Spec kit, Paul. When we opened this a couple days ago, has there been any triage? Ooh. Okay. So people at least agreed that I'm right. Damn right. All right, so let me keep going through some of the bullshit. Design Brain, Spec Kit, we've got Agent Browser we installed. That's good to go. GSD2 we don't need at the moment. Just Bash, Flu. All right. So at least, yeah, we cleaned up a little. We can close some of these, though. That research I want to keep. Yeah. So we got a bunch of that research stuff that we were doing. Kata containers, I think, is where we landed there. Ooh, and I haven't tried Paperclip yet. Oh, you got to get going? Yeah, no worries, Mainfino. Have a good one. Also, the good old Next.js CVEs. Yeah, dude. Yeah, there's just like, there's so many reasons to not use Next.js. Like, I get it. Vibe coders love it, but that's actually a negative in my opinion. You know? Even though I'm vibing, man, like, I'm vibing with taste, with experience. There's a difference there. But yeah, what up, Plank? And ooh, hold on. So it's time for another soda. But I also need to use the restroom. So give me a sec while I go do that. And I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
All right.
This is medieval time!
You'd rather have Next.js slop than lovable app slop? I mean, I've had to convert 2 or 3 like lovable apps to a Next.js app because we needed like a server-side function. It's pretty straightforward. And yes, I do use Next.js for that shit. Like technically, we just need to port it to Vercel, but we did need like static site rendering, right? Like we need SEO. I could definitely turn it into static instead of SSR. I don't remember if I did that for these like micro apps. Like, hold on, what is it? I think this is it. Yeah. And very obviously some like lovable app slop, right? But the magic of it is my boss was able to code this up, or my boss at the time. I've since been restructured under a different boss, like our CMO, instead of the director of product marketing, which is fine. But yeah, like, you know, my previous boss has hammered out, I think we've got like 3 of these fucking sites now. It's not an extension, it's just a font. And the problem is, like, it uses the default browser font. It is fun that way. Oh, I forgot to grab my keys, though. Whatever. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Got any fun plans for the weekend? Cascadia JS is next week, so I'm going to go to the party on Sunday night. It's like the kickoff pre-registration party. Yeah, advanced conflict bullshit techniques. And hey, Will, you're going to be at Cascadia? How you doing, man? Yeah, I haven't chatted with you in months. Still at the same place? Yeah, hell yeah, Will. I didn't get accepted for a talk this year. I didn't actually even apply. But Carter did reach out. You're taking a break. I get it. That makes sense. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we get to hang out again. That's awesome. They had someone drop out of a lightning talk, and Carter hit up like me and a few other people. It turns out the other people had like a more compelling talk, so it's fine. But I'm just glad he thought of me. Because I didn't even apply this year. But he's like, oh, I know Chris can do a talk anytime. Damn right I can give a talk anytime. But yeah, for people curious, Will is not here in Twitch or YouTube. They're over on the Twitter, and we don't usually get that many chatters over on Twitter, so that's awesome. But yeah, dude, it'll be good. It'll be fine. It'll be a good time. Did you see that photo I think Carter posted? Let me double check this. Hold on. I don't remember if it was Twitter. Right, like Carter took that selfie with us last year. Do you remember that? Like on the pre-night or whatever? Hold on. Let me find it. It might have been on LinkedIn. Shit. I think it was on LinkedIn. Damn it. Oh, maybe Cascadia posted it. That could have been it. Yep, there it is. Yeah, this one. Hold on, let me paste it over to the Twitter chat for you. Oh, oh, echo. Oh, you did see it. Okay. Yeah, I just saw your thing. Well, whatever. I'll post it to Twitter in case anyone else is watching over there. Yeah, I thought that was cool. And yeah, Will, what you been up to? I could walk you through a little bit of what we're doing at the moment. So yeah, we're working on two things today. The main is actually this like ShadCN neumorphism that we're trying to just build using SpecKit and Devin's SWE 1.6 model. But then this is like the thing we've been working on for the past couple weeks. And I think I can just paste that over here. Give me a sec. So yeah, feel free, peruse, click around. The idea is that we created an LLM benchmark for Git stuff. And certain models perform better than others, and somehow like not even in like a predictable way. Qwen 3.6 Plus is the smartest at doing the Git stuff. And Anthropic's Opus 4.7 is like really stupid for the cost. Right? So if we start optimizing for like cost and intelligence, dude, Opus is really bad. Are we going to add Opus 4.8? Yes. We're not adding any of the expensive models at the moment while we're currently doing our run on the cheaper ones here. So basically, I want to make sure that we have everything we need using the cheaper models, because then we can be reasonably assured that running the expensive models isn't a waste of money. So I want to run the cheaper ones, make sure we don't have some of the same issues we had before. And yeah, so far, how much has all of these that are completed cost me? 13 cents. So that's why I'm okay like running these and doing that. But the moment I start adding like, hold on, let me show this. If I go back and we look at the other one, let me just do this. So if we go look at this other one, I spent $92 running all of these because we had rate limiting issues. We had, like a couple models just like didn't work and errored out in other ways. So we had to rerun them. We had timeout issues as well. So a bunch of these things meant that we were like double dipping, triple dipping, quadruple dipping for some of these models. Right? So because of that, I want to make sure we're not like wasting too much money. Because yeah, that initial day was already $50. Fuck. And what up, Bingo? Haven't seen you in a while, man. What you up to? So yeah, now we're using, okay, no, we've used $1 on GitBench 8 now. I guess I forgot to refresh. But we kind of expected it would be within like the $2 range. So it's not terrible. Been really busy the last 4 months? Yeah, it makes sense, Bingo. Yeah, Minimax 2.7 is way more expensive than I would have given it credit for. And we're not even done yet. I think Minimax 2.7 is going to end up costing us like $1 on its own. Like this one's probably almost done. This one needs to run one more time. So yeah, at the 60 cents we're at, yeah, we're going to be real close to like just under or just over $1. Which isn't ideal, but could be worse. Okay. So now, yeah, continuing along, the other part that we're doing with Devin and our dev server is we need to start prompting for how we could like make this actually better. All right, so spec kit specify. I would like to do more UI UX passes. Sure. Did I see Deep SWE? Yeah. Someone showed it to us on Tuesday, like the day it came out, and it's interesting. It's cool. I'm not sure it has like that much value to me. Like I'd rather just see it start getting aggregated into artificial analysis. Yeah, I think that would be ideal. Like SWE bench isn't even in here, which is crazy. But I would love to see deep SWE in there. That would be useful. Yeah, you saw it on a Theo video? Yep. Yeah, he was probably recording that on Wednesday when we rated him. Oh, we should probably get Mimo added to our list. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. All right, so Mimo Pro and Omni, Opus 4.8. Yep. How much is K2 Think? Oh, is K2 Think V2 a different thing? Have I heard of Cerebrus? Hold on, do we have a thing for this? Yep. That's what I think of Cerebrus. They burnt a bridge with me massively by massively overbooking a venue and allowing all RSVPs and then turning away people who RSVP'd. Like, what the fuck does RSVP even mean if you're not going to let people who RSVP'd in? Oh, you're at capacity? Why the fuck did you allow so many RSVPs? Oh, because you don't respect the people actually going to your shit. Yeah, it's a company that doesn't respect developers or people at all in general. They just see them as dollar signs. And I think they forgot that some people may seem like they're a small dollar value, but have a network effect, like streamers. So yes, they never would have made a dime off me anyway, but if I can actively discourage people from using their product because I hold a grudge, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Because again, right? When it becomes really obvious these companies don't like respect us, fuck them. You can pick a company that does. So yeah, fuck Cerebrus. I will not go to, like, I will not give them any quarter until I've discovered that they laid off that entire fucking marketing DevRel team because they all fucking suck. Right? The manager lady, the underlings, they all fucking suck. They were extremely rude. All true. Yeah, exactly, bingo. Exactly. But yeah. Yeah, it's just some smiling chocolate mousse, right? It's just some smiling chocolate mousse. But yeah, I guess K2 Think really is the Kimmy K2 Think. I didn't realize that. Is it though? I don't think it is. I think this is like a fully like self-hosted thing. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone that's actually hosting this. You just heard about them because you know someone who works cybersecurity there. It was perfect though. It's almost like we scripted it, like we planned it. Can't stand it. It's like we planned it. It's time to set straight that Watergate. This is what I'm telling you. It's a mirage. I'm telling all of y'all it's sabotage. I do love the fact that they brought that around. Like, do you guys remember the Chris Pine like Star Trek movies? I guess they're like classic films at this point because it's been over like 15 years. But do you remember those? I fucking loved the bit they did where in the first film, you know, young fucking Captain Kirk is driving his stepdad's car or whatever, right? And the song playing is Sabotage by Beastie Boys. And then in the last film, when they're trying to disrupt the drone swarm, they need to send out a really chaotic radio signal. What chaotic radio signal do they send out? Fucking Sabotage. And then there's the obvious joke because it's set in the future. Wait, is this classical music? Damn right it is. Like, dude, I love that bit. Just the fact that they brought it back around, right? They used the song Sabotage in the first film and in the last film. Like bringing it around full circle. I thought that was very cool. Very clever. It almost forgives the whooshing sounds in space. Almost. All right, so I would like to do more UI UX passes. Please use agent browser. So yeah, please use agent browser to analyze the current UI. All right, so here's the idea. We are trying to get Devin and SWE 1.6 to give us a workable, usable ShadCN component site. So during the specification step, they actually will utilize agent browser and some of that stuff. Okay. Now I'm curious why it needed to make edits. I thought we were in the specify step. So maybe that's the issue, right? Like the specify step disappears when you give it too strict of instructions on what to run. Okay, so it is finally starting to get it, I think. So I'm not sure we want to be using radix right now. Okay. Okay, Clanker. Hey, you fucking cooked on that one, man. Like, it's not perfect, but okay. Ah, fuck. Son of a bitch. All right, well, not quite. Not quite. Oh, build cache. That was it. Yeah, that was a build cache issue. All right, yeah, that makes more sense. See, V would have done that just fine. Astro would have done that just fine. Fucking next. It's fine. It's fine. And apologies. I know I swear a lot. Maybe whenever you have like children present, give me a heads up. Rehype. I feel like I haven't looked at what rehype, pretty code, and stringify might be. Oh, interesting. And then, yeah, that provides like the copy logic and some of that BS. Oh, that's cool. I've had to build that myself a few times. Nah, that's way better. I didn't know about rehype. So then what's the other rehype thing? Rehype stringify? Hmm. Woman. It's been cooking, eh? All right, so yeah, we probably need to kill the server, right? Get the cache back going. You're absolutely right. I made the headers cards, but the content should be grouped with them. Yeah, the analogy of it being like a junior engineer that just never learns is a thing. But what's the alternative? It remembers everything and just becomes like way worse. Like, I don't know. I like the idea of it being a blank slate. It's still got an artifact of the new morphism in the title. Pearl? Wait, what? Pearl? Why? Like, dude, there's so many tools it could use, and it decided, nah, I'm gonna opt for Pearl. Oh, now some Python 3. Hex dump? Why would you do that? Dude, I think we have to stop using SWE16. It's just really not good, man. I don't understand. Oh my god. Wait, why are you running a git checkout? File corruption? Yeah, because you used Perl. What were you expecting? What were you expecting? Oh god, dude. Why? Oh, dude. I don't believe you. Clanker, I think you're lying to my face. He did. You motherfucker. What did you fix? I don't get it. What the fuck did you fix? Fool me once, shame on me. Oh, you son of a bitch. Nothing changed. You're absolutely right. You son of a bitch. I know, I get it. This is also just a stupid model, though. Why are you using hexdump? This is a context rot issue. This is absolutely a context rot issue. Why? Like, dude, you can't just use grep. Hold on, let me get another album going. Oh, damn it. Some friends in a Discord. One said yo, another one said yo, and I should have said ma. I fucked up. I just said yo back. Ugh. It should have been yo yo ma. That's just funny. I don't think the joke would have landed for them, but I would have joked. I would have laughed at it. I'm okay with it. All right, let me get more music going. Let's stick with something crunchy. I like that idea. You son of a bitch. You motherfucker. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. Like, oh, man. Son of a bitch. Fargan Isol, man. Right? Like, dude. I know I'm right. Like, Jesus. Time to declare vibe coding death? No, it's just this model. This model sucks. Wait. All right, we'll allow it, but it's my fault for not using ultra code. This is clearly a billion token task. Exactly. Yeah, what was I thinking? Okay. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh man. That took a lot out of me. Like, that took a lot out of me. Planks, that was the first time you've actually, like, visited GitBench and clicked around and stuff? Okay. GPT-5.5 is good. Yeah, but, like, dude, the fact is, you could use much cheaper models for Git stuff, and I think companies will need to start optimizing for that, right? Like, even cached tokens in GPT-5.5 are more expensive than, like, farming out to Nematron real quick. But yeah. How do you feel about GitBench so far though? Like, is it good? Is it bad? Like, what's the deal? I don't know. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Oh, and we didn't clean up or fix any of that. So yeah, delete. All right, we're gonna add app and apps and docs. We're gonna add scripts, specs, npm lock, package JSON. Next, config at the top level, agents. And readme. I think that's everything. I could have just done dot, but I don't know. I like to like at least do it like little by little and then see what I missed. So I think we're good. We're going to say fix. Remove redundant and stale top level app. And get rendering working again, at least a little. You were able to find the answer when you were confused. Cool. I would still say like there's value in like what was confusing. And I'd like to make that less confusing if possible. But yeah, is there anything that you felt like was missing that you would like to see added? That kind of stuff. And I would say keep in mind that we want to keep that site as like raw, data. And then we will end up having like a gate or a funnel for like our analysis of that data. What we found interesting, what was new, what's different, right? And then you could like sign up for that analysis, kind of thing, right? So then it's still doing like a top of funnel thing for our company, but if you want to make your own analysis, go for it. The data's right there, like no big deal. I don't like turning like knowledge dev and like leadership, right? Like knowledge leadership content into something that you gate people by, because then it just limits the amount of people that can see your knowledge or thought leadership or whatever, right? But I think we hit like a good like medium, which is nice. I was a little worried I'd get pushback, but yeah, my boss loved it. They thought it was a great idea. So yeah, that's awesome. Like, yeah. Like I come from the era of listening to like Bill Hicks ranting, and him hating marketing. So like that's like a core part of my like who I am as a person kind of thing, right? Like think for yourself, question authority, like Tool, Bill Hicks, that kind of shit. So I don't necessarily expect good things from marketing when really that's me. I need to not have a bias like that because there's some really cool people in marketing. But at the end of the day, like treating everyone like a dollar sign is also gross. So finding that middle ground is where reality really should be. Right? Like business still needs to do the bullshit, Ooh, I see what Bill's doing here. He's going for the anti-dollar or the anti-marketing dollar. That's a smart dollar. No, that's not what we're doing here. Come on, man. Like, who here has heard those comedy routines? They're so good. Bill Hicks is the best. And man, like, dude, I need a haircut. These hairs are like super itchy. Like as the wind goes, just like a little random hair here or there, just like tickling the cheek. Probably doesn't help that like I've got my full peach fuzz. I should shave the peach fuzz. That would probably help. Because I can't grow a beard. I just grow like a nice downy fluff. Like so much so I want to like shave the downy fluff here and start collecting it and then make the world's most expensive pillow. You could do the same thing like shaving the downy fluff from like a peach, right? Like the peach fuzz pillow. There could be a lot of value to the peach fuzz pillow. But hold on. Let me read what you wrote. It's a bit long. It's nothing too bad like the percentage for the y-axis, which seems to be obviously the pass rate now, but like initially you were like, what is it? But then once you hover, there's a note. Let me double check. Right, so you're talking about like this one, and then you do a note. Oh, and then there's like percentage of fixtures passed. Yeah, but realistically, like a description in there would be useful, right? Similar to the whole pick two criteria. If we just had like a single sentence there, that might be better. I could see that for sure. You really like the benchmarks tab because you feel like that can bring a lot of value when people are deciding where they can opt for cheaper models, right? Okay. So then you click into benchmarks and hold on, music's a little loud in my ears. But you're saying then like, oh, dealing with merge conflicts. Well, yeah, as far as the model leaderboard, which is the best at this? Oh, Gemini 3 flash preview. And it turns out, well, yeah, I think that's what we default to at GitKraken. So good fucking job, guys. Good fucking job. Dude, what I love about this too is like Gemini Flash Lite, you know, Gemini 3 Flash. They are like really consistent across reasoning efforts, which I find also interesting. Whereas here, like, oh, yeah, no, totally. Using Minimax 2.5 to get the best result for merge conflicts, you got to do extra high reasoning, you know? Whereas, like, the lower tier, oh, well, the lower tier with none actually scores worse than some of these others. If we were to look at, like, Claude Opus. Well, yeah, technically, if none on Opus is getting 75%, meanwhile, Minimax on extra high is getting 91, or sorry, let me put it this way, sorry, none is at 66.7. There might be some kind of like, well, how much is the token cost? And yeah, like I almost want to see like a quadrant board, you know, like a quadrant graph on these pages too, which could be useful. Here's my next question. I'm Plank, or just Plank. So you're browsing the site right now. How does it feel performance-wise? Because we had to optimize around the size of the data. The results.json file is like 15 to 17 megabytes. And we were requiring that whole thing be downloaded before. But now these should be like a much smaller amount of like data to transfer. Let's double check how that actually feels. Yeah, so instead, we are looking at like a megabyte for the merge conflict data. I bet we can make that better. I think we could totally make that better. So yeah, we mainly concentrated on the overview page. right? And then we're able to condense down like, pass rate quadrant. Yeah, pass rate here is just 48K. And I'm willing to bet money that these things would be way faster in the cloud too. And theoretically, we should be able to turn on like caching, which could make that better as well. I don't know if we have caching headers set right. Okay, I just want to make sure. Cool. I think my big point is it might even make sense to have that as part of the initial payload. So, if you're loading all this other stuff and then it's making a request out, sure, but couldn't it just be JSON on the initial like HTML? And that would have value. And technically, we're still running in like dev mode. We haven't even done like an optimized like production build, which would be way less of this bullshit. But yeah, like a few seconds is still longer than it should be. And I think that's just because we're hosting from my local machine and dealing with that latency. Whereas once we could get it up to like Cloudflare Pages or Vercel or whatever, that should be heavily optimized by that point. So I'd love to see like the actual performance in a proper cloud, which I think we're gonna like really focus on and do. Like once I transfer this fully to like work stuff. Like basically once I get it fully on work stuff, I'll probably stop working on it on stream. But we just want to get to that point, But okay, so spec kit specify. I want to create a code block component and use it in our I want to create a code block component and use it in our documentation. It should understand if it is nested in an elevated component like a card. Well, no, you know what? I don't think it needs to. It should just be like an indented thing, right? All right, so we're starting the next step, right? We're going to do some edits, right? We get, branch 006. We could start bringing this stuff, back to like the main. I kind of like the fact that we could just check out a branch real quick and see it, but like you could do that no matter what. I just don't think we need to start merging back, Okay, and then, you've got a question. One second. So, a random thought. But would it be possible to remove the Git benchmark aspect and just be able to pass certain tasks or something else specific? You guess you're asking if it's built in a modular way where we could swap the Git command tasks for something else. Just curious. We have not genericized our like benchmark runner whatsoever. So like with what we have right now, probably not. But I bet we could extract it out to like a more common framework for benchmarking LLMs, and that would have value. But one thing you might want to check out is the term bench people have their Harbor framework or whatever, right? So this team, let me see, how do I do this? Run term bench. Okay, Harbor. Yeah. Harbor. So theoretically, Harbor framework might be more useful in this case. And I would probably refactor towards using the Harbor framework. But right now, it's not like our main goal. So I'm wondering like, oh, is what we're doing necessary? Yeah, if you wanted to take what we have and prompt it into something else, it's a good starting point for sure. I do still wonder though, like you might be better off using something like Harbor, and I would probably end up refactoring to Harbor for our like full 1.0 or more like a 2.0, right? I think our 1.0 would just be like when we think we're ready and we publish, and that's our first publish, right? No, I think you're right. Like a more generic like task runner benchmarker could be useful for all sorts of shit. I don't know enough about whether this has those abstractions, you know? Right? Like what is the structure of a task? And it looks like, yeah, no, they kind of do it. Shit. Yeah, they kind of got a bunch of this stuff. So I probably do want to like refactor to Harbor at some point. But similar to how like maybe you weren't here yet, someone did mention earlier that it would be really cool to understand like the linting aspect, right? And the impact on token usage. What if we distilled our lint rules into context and then just had that on like the global context, right? Versus just having a little bit in the global context saying to always run the lint stuff before anything is finished, right? What is the cost difference between the upfront token cost versus the possible loop of running a linter, fixing a thing, running the linter again, fixing a thing, running the linter again, fixing a thing? Because it's not always going to do all in one step, right? How much does that end up costing versus just having it like the rules in the context before it writes a single line? I don't fucking know, man. Like no matter what, it's still going to have to do like a lint to finish to make sure it's ready. But what would that difference be? Right? Like, oh, well, if you have it in the context all the time, which gets cached, and then because it was in context, you only need to run like one loop of the linter, maybe two, versus like how many would you have to run otherwise? I would love to set up some benchmarks around that. And that's where this whole tweet came from. Yeah, that's where this tweet came from. How many LLM benchmarks does a person need to make before they can call themselves an AI researcher and quadruple their salary? I'm asking for a friend. Wink. And yeah, there's some definite spam in the reply. Like, dude, this has nothing to fucking do with it. This is an obvious fucking bot, right? I bid greeting. In past, I, Red Dwarf's science officer. She's verified. We're good. I am senior officer, no longer hologram Arnold Rimmer, who is a bit crap. Okay, so I was gonna block them, but god damn it. A Red Dwarf reference in this economy? Damn. All right. Good job, Clanker. What is this Twitter drama today? It's not even drama. No, you're misunderstanding completely. We're just talking about like, oh man, I'm building GitBench. Sure. You know, but I also got some other benchmarks I want to build. And it turns out OpenRouter is willing to sponsor credits for interesting benchmarks that help people realize how cool some of the open models are. So yeah, how many of these fucking things do I got to do before I qualify as an AI researcher and I could make $800K a year? Because I'm not gonna lie, dude. If I just worked for 2 years at $800K a year, I could retire. I live very frugally. If I made $800K a year, I would only need 2 years, and I'm out. Fuck it, I'm out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sign me up, man. Money, please. I'm like, yeah, for sure, dude. I heard someone say they interviewed someone for their DevRel team that was a previous AI researcher. And during the interview, the person disclosed that their minimum was $600K. Jesus Christ. Like, dude. Yeah, AI researchers, man. Whew. Yeah, their minimum. Now, it's probably total comp, not just salary. Still. I'm in the wrong industry. I could go back and get my PhD and it would pay for itself very quickly. Now, technically, I'd have to get my bachelor's first. Fuck. Crispy, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, Zacher, I get it, but I also don't think you, like... There will eventually be, like, a zero interest rate phenomenon kind of thing for AI researchers, right? Like, you don't need a degree. Can you do the job? There you go. You don't need the fucking PhD. And in fact, I would say, yeah, you might actually be better off than people with a PhD at some point. Something about having actual deadlines and real world experience might actually be pretty valuable. I don't know. Maybe. Not sure. I'm just bullshitting. Vidal? What is Vidal? I'm not sure what that word means. I understand the word Riz. Sure. Like, only as much as, like, someone over 40 can. Ooh, and Plank. Yeah. You know the whole, like, follow thing on LinkedIn? Nah, just connect. It's better. The follow thing's bullshit. I'd rather connect with you, you know? It's not like I got that many people connecting with me. Like, nah, man, I'm fine. I actually find it really annoying that they default to follow instead of other stuff. Elon has also said degrees are not that important. Yeah, he only says that so he can hire cheaper labor. I know his tricks. Did he just grab my ass? Sorry, hold on. Who here actually remembers the night at the Roxbury or a night at the Roxbury? Hey, you just grabbed my ass? Sir, it is physically impossible for me to grab your ass. I am standing across the room. I know your tricks. No, you should be able to connect. It's just like it's listed under like a drop down. It's like bullshit, you know? But yeah, let me just go accept that before I forget. And no, I'm not big time. Come on. I'm like 5'5" at best. There we go. All right, so let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Just a moment. Corporate accounting, Jessica speaking. Just a moment. Yeah, what's the actual lady's name from Office Space? Corporate accounting, someone speaking. Just a moment. Nina speaking. Corporate accounts payable. Yeah, that's it. Corporate accounts payable. Nina speaking. Just a moment. Love that shit. Oh, this is actually interesting, right? Corporate accounts payable, Nina speaking. Just a moment. Over and over and over again. They had a person whose entire job was to answer the phone for bill collectors, and she worked continuously nonstop. Initech was hemorrhaging money. It's basically SpaceX at this point, or X, or Tesla, or any fucking company Elon runs. I mean, dude. Shit. That's a job AI can take, no problem. Yeah, I will happily turn some fucking shit, I'm forgetting their name. What's the one I'm thinking of? It starts with a V, right? Not 11 Labs. Wow, it's Vappy is the one I'm thinking of. Damn, AI voice company and Vappy didn't even show up. Their SEO is fucking shit, dude. But yeah, I was thinking of Vappy. Because that's really what Vappy is for. And maybe I'm saying it wrong. But yeah, Vappy is like specifically for voice AI agents, right? They're not just the voice part. They're the, you know, like every step of the way kind of shit. VoiceBox, is that a competitor to Vappy, maybe? I know there's a few of them. Oh, VoiceBox was Jamie Pine's thing, the voice cloner? I didn't even know he made a voice cloner. I had no idea. Oh, that's cool. I feel like I haven't seen him streaming in a bit. And wait, VoiceBox is massive? Wait, what do you mean by that? And hold on, wait, is it massive with a V or massive with an F? Like massive, right? Like British style. It's pretty popular on GitHub. Oh, I didn't know that. A free and local alternative to 11 Labs and Whisperflow. $28.8K. Yeah. Dude, he's really good at hype. He fucking kills it at hype. All your favorite devs shill VoiceBox. Why am I not in the list? I'm kidding. No, I totally understand why. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's the same reason he probably didn't hire me, even though he said I should apply. I think they were actually hemorrhaging money and he overhired. Back in the day when he was working on the other thing. What was it? The media tool? But I also think there's at least one or two people that were on the team that just don't like me. Brendanovich, probably one of them. But you know what? I think it's fine. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Oh, it's definitely worth checking out. For sure, man. I was just so salty. It's like, yeah, man, you should definitely apply. And then I get the most generic fucking, like, denial email. It's like, dude, are you kidding me? I still think Jamie's cool, but he's definitely down a peg or two from how cool I thought he was, just because of that shit. Like, I would understand if he talked to me like a fucking human being, but it was like the most generic 2 or 3 sentence denial email I've ever gotten. Like, it's worse than most of the jobs I've applied to and gotten denied. Like, dude. Like, dude. Don't raid me and then tell me to apply. And then send me the most generic, low-effort denial email I've ever seen. Better than getting ghosted. Touche. 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 Yeah, I don't know. It's my fault, though. I probably waited like a month or two after he told me to apply. But here's the thing. If I'd applied a month or two earlier, a month or two later, the company's in such dire straits that they can't hire anyone anymore. That's not a good sign. So I think I lucked out, actually. And that was for Space Drive, by the way. But okay, so yeah. We did this bullshit. Execute the hooks. Stop fucking asking me to execute the hooks that are in the auto hook fucking pattern, man. No, exactly. Yeah. It worked out for sure, right? Like, I would have gotten laid off again anyway, right? But, you know, I would have been able to collect some sweet unemployment insurance, right? It is still a shitty thing. Especially because, like, at the time, I did kind of really need a job. I'm going to say no size limits. That's better. But no, I'm not judging him. I'm actually just judging the rest of his team that pushed back. Because I'm almost positive that's what happened. Like, this is the gnarliest part. The generic email said, we're looking for someone with more experience. Bullshit. I could pull it up right now. Hold on. I don't want to speak out of turn. Hold on. Thanks so much for taking time to apply with Space Drive. We've reviewed the information you provided and we've decided not to continue forward at the moment. Thanks so much for your application and interest, and we hope to still see you around. So it didn't even say that. No, yeah, you're right. It didn't mention experience. We've decided not to continue forward at the moment. And then, hold on, let me finish the last part. Thanks so much for your application and interest, and we hope to still see you around as part of our community. We welcome further and revised applications for any positions still listed on spacedrive.com/careers. Dude, so fucking bullshitty. Motherfucker. I'm still a little salty. I'm still a little bit salty. And this was September of 2022. So I don't think he was passing that shit through AI. I just got the fucking most generic response email that could be given. Anyway, more music. Let's do that. Should we switch it up to like non-synthwave? Maybe Angine de Poitrine? Poitrine? It's hard to say the words, but you know what I mean. Let's switch it up. Yeah, let's get some YouTube music going. Angine de Poitrine. We could do the live on KEXP full performance. Yeah, that's a good one. You guys heard of these guys? They're super good. They're actually like super fucking famous at this point because it's basically music that AI couldn't make because it's just too weird. There's nothing AI could have been trained on to make music like this. Until they make it, and then, hey, there we go. So, Small Knight, are you still out there? This is what I was talking about earlier. Just two dudes. Just wait, this isn't even my favorite song. My favorite song of theirs is like the third or fourth, maybe even fifth. But dude, they're like so weird and so good. And they got that microtonal shit going. All right, so what's this question they're asking now? Oh, and then Hexor, sorry. Yeah. It would be so hard to quit an 800K job if it didn't totally suck. Yeah. But honestly, it probably would, right, Haxor? And I know you made that comment ages ago, so I'm sorry. And then, wait, Crispy, what was that? TLDR? Thanks? Fuck off? Oh, yeah. Based on the email. Yeah. I had already forgotten that context. Yep. Yeah, that was from the email shit. Yeah. TLDR, thanks, fuck off. Yeah, that's literally what that felt like. Nah, you got automated. Yeah, that's on me. But just to get that after the dude himself said I should apply. God, that's so shitty. You know? Just like so generic. Felt like a human wasn't even involved in saying no. Like, dude, so shitty. He could have just sent a message, right? He could have just sent like an actual email, you know? So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, bullet dodged. All right, so I would say A is fine, sure. Ooh, I refuse to play anything from Spotify. Sorry. I am thoroughly anti Spotify. YouTube is like kind of a necessary evil at that point. I would say YouTube or Bandcamp. Bandcamp preferred. But I would accept YouTube. I refuse to do anything with Spotify other than publish fucking podcast bullshit, you know? Hold on. Yeah. My brother messaged me earlier. Damn it. Right, sorry. I just realized I've never even asked my younger brother if he's heard of this band. And he's like, he's a music guy, you know? Like, he's building a thing called, I think, Gary or something that's like all about like AI music creation bullshit. But okay. And yeah, we'll check out that song you linked right after this. Why not? I feel like I have heard of the band Animals as Leaders before. All right, back to what we're doing though. It's like we smoke weed or something. I don't get it. Instrumental 3-piece? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check them out. Okay, so, dude, here's one thing I'm hating about this. They don't actually tell us the question they're asking, right? We answer their question, we move on to the next, and we need to, like, infer what they're actually asking us, which is really annoying. Okay. Yeah, I'm into it. Interesting. So if I had run the command directly, I bet it would have worked. But the fact that I said, yes, do the commit, it decided like, oh, that means I should do everything that I just mentioned, not just the commit, even though I actually specified. Interesting. Hold on, did I spell poitrine right? I did spell it wrong. There we go. I spelled their name as, like with P-O-U, which is very close to poutine, which is not the same thing as poitrine. All right, so poitrine is chest. Angine? Angina. Angina of the chest. So is the name basically just heart attack? Or is angina like the heart muscle getting weaker? I actually forget what angina is. Angine de Poutine. That's a totally different band. Honestly, I think I'd rather see that band. That sounds like a fantastic show. Like, is there free like fries and poutine? Angine de Poutine, or sorry, angine de poitrine is just chest pain. Ah, chest pains. Okay, that makes more sense. No? Maybe not. Can we do like Canadian French? Okay, well, hold on. Let's flip it. Angina pectoris. What the fuck is that? So angina is a signal that your heart is struggling to keep up with oxygen demand. Okay, yeah. So angina pectoris is chest pain, pressure, or discomfort that occurs when your heart muscle does not receive enough oxygen-rich blood. Ah, got it. But it's a warning symptom of underlying shit. Got it. So chest pain is their band name, basically. All right. Touche. Nah, it's good shit, though. I like this band. Like, man. I'd love to go see them live, but I don't know if you've tried to, like, find tickets for this shit. They're like $1,000 because they're currently, like, booked on, like, smaller venues. Because they blew the fuck up before, like after they had already, like, booked the venues for their tour. Which is crazy. Like, seriously. Angine de Poitrine concert tickets. Sure, I don't know if this is the right place to look. Hold on. There was definitely a place to like see the prices. This might be it, sure. Now, dude, I don't remember where I saw this shit. But yeah, their tickets are like $1,000. Right, here we go. Aladdin Theater. Oh god, I don't speak Spanish. Yeah, they don't even have a Seattle show, actually. If I wanted to see them, I'd have to go to fucking Portland. From $474. Okay, so it's a little cheaper. But holy fucking bullshit, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, so yeah. Ooh, I think this is the one. I think this might be my favorite song. I think this is the one. Exactly, Small Night. That's what I'm saying, dude. They have blown the fuck up, and now I think scalpers have just gotten to their tickets. Yeah, exactly, Small Night. Dude, they're the worst. I'm so glad Ticketmaster and God, what was the other company? Fuck. There's another company that's like associated with Ticketmaster. What is it, like Band Nation or Song Nation or some shit like that? They were both found of like anti-competitive practices and shit. You got fined a shitload of money. I'm here for it. Like, fuck those companies. Oztix, there you go. Yeah, there's like AXS that like the smaller venues in my town use. There's still some like shenanigans with like service fees and bullshit. This is definitely my favorite song by these guys. Oh, dude, this one's so good. The rotating barcode and it was just deterministic. No, I didn't see that. Sounds about right though. Oh, someone reverse engineered it. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, not gonna lie. The moment I hear that, boom. Hold on. There's like a Primus song that starts out with that. Which one was it? Greet the Sacred Cow? I think it was Greet the Sacred Cow. Yeah, it's right after this guy's rant. What fun? I'm sure that's not what he says, but in my head I hear, what fun? Oh, that's right. I need to play yours right after this, for sure. I know weed. Yeah, it's like weed. I haven't even smoked weed yet, man. No, and that's not even the song I was thinking of. Boom, bum, 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 bum. So that's not the one. Is it Ballad of Bodacious? Nope. Final Voyage? God, what song am I thinking of? You tried playing RuneScape while blasted? Oh, touche. That's the thing. I remember playing Ultima Online baked. No, that's not the song either. Okay, hold on. No, it's not Lacquerhead. It's not John the Fisherman. Well, oh, hold on. It could be Lacquerhead. No, it's. Yeah, I don't fucking remember what song that is now. That's bumming me out. But yeah, we'll listen to the song you posted. Why not? Let's do that. I don't like to do song request, but we'll do one. We'll do one. And I apologize if I fucking hate it. Like, no offense, man. That's what you get for doing song request. Just saying, I might fucking hate it because it's not the right the moment for it, you know? Yeah, like music is more than just subjective. It's like moment based. And dude, this is too much. I mean, it's good, but it's like wall of sound math rock, and that's so different from what I'm listening, like what we were just listening to. I think it's like so different from Angine de Poitrine that, like, I don't know, it's just not the moment for me, man. That is some wall of sound math rock. Nah, that's too much. That's too much for me right now. Sorry. It's like Porcupine Tree or something, you know? Like, I'm not looking to listen to Porcupine Tree right now. As good as they are, they're just not for this moment. So I'm sorry, like, that was already too over the top. Sorry, Small Knight. Like, more than anything, recommending music is not just about taste. It's about the moment. If I were listening to other shit, like some fucking, I don't know, like if I had just put on some fucking The Idols, I might be more open to what we just heard, right? Like something heavy, like a lot of band members doing a bunch of shit. Yeah, I could be okay with it. Definitely not the Smashing Pumpkins. Not tonight or any night. Tonight, not tonight. Like, yeah, damn right. You know what I'm talking about. Not tonight. Like, motherfuckers. Not any night. When is the right time to play Smashing Pumpkins? When time ceases to exist. When there's not a single other soul to have to listen and put up with that bullshit. And you're the only fucking human being alive. There you go. That is the best time to listen to the Smashing Pumpkins. No, and I'm not saying I don't like it. It's just the wrong moment for it, I think. Small Night, you know? And yeah, even if it is only two people and a drummer, they still have like the wall of sound thing. And I don't know. The wall of sound was a bit much, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was just mixed so heavy with like zero fucking tonal space between things that it's just that wall of sound, right? The fucking Phil Spector bullshit, you know? I do tend to prefer a bit more like dynamism to the music I listen to. So I blame whoever did their mixing and mastering. We could give it another shot at some point. But at least at the moment, I don't know, man. Now I don't even know what I want to listen to. Mm-hmm. Dude, I fucking hate the backing tracking thing. If you can't play it live, you shouldn't be playing it. Yeah, exactly. Like if you can't play it live and you gotta like use backing tracks in concert, you shouldn't be doing it. I'm sorry. It's bad music. Which is something that Magic Sword was actually really good about. There's some Magic Sword songs that are so fucking good, but it requires so many extra layers that you can do in the studio that you just can't do live on stage. When I saw Magic Sword, and they're playing tonight, I'm going to miss them tonight, whatever, no big deal. When I saw Magic Sword last year, some of the songs they did were missing a bunch of those parts because they wanted to play the whole thing, not just use some backing track bullshit. Meanwhile, Droid Bishop, not at the same show, but Droid Bishop played a different show and he was an opener. He was the solo guitarist on stage he was just like playing along to backing tracks. God, that's gross. Like, I get it. It's not like he makes enough money from these shows to actually justify bringing a band on tour with him. But it just, like, I don't know. It's not even a good show at that point. Just being like a solo artist singing, like basically like karaokeing to a backing track. That's barely music, man. Milli Vanilli got booed off stage for that shit. Milli Vanilli got fully fucking canceled for shit like that. You know? But anyway, hold on. I do need to get more music going. Give me a second. Give me a second. It's like I smoke weed or something. And yeah, we're going to switch up the kind of music. Gojira, 4-piece, very few backing tracks, incredible live. Yeah. I've heard Russian Circles are quite good as well. And they're similar. They're that like post rock, but like not as bad as like Astronauts in the Sky kind of shit. I don't remember. I feel like I've heard a little Gojira, but they might be a little too heavy for me. But yeah, you see what I'm getting with even a song like this, right? Like, he's not pushing that wall of sound. He's very specifically curating what sounds you should be hearing at the moment, right? It's almost like a minimalist kind of song. Right? If you were to put this through like a spectrum analyzer, you'd see that like there's entire like parts of the wavelength that are just empty, which I think still has value. Like that's a problem I have with how I mix music. When I've done my mixing, I have fucked up and it's just been the wall of sound, you know? Because I'm bad at mixing. That's literally what that is. Now I still believe that like, yeah, because of radio, you gotta push the wall of sound anyway. Like in general, you have to do the wall of sound if you want radio play, which is annoying, in my opinion. But radio play is so much less important these days that when I was doing this stuff, radio was still valid. When was the last time anyone here listened to an FM radio station? Why would you do that? You know, like, ew, gross. Ew. To an FM radio station? Dude, yeah. I don't even think I have an antenna anymore. Like, I'm sure there's a spot for the antenna on my car. I don't think it's ever, like, raised itself up. Why would I do that? I got a music system where I can take a little tiny USB drive and just plug that in, and I'm done. I am so happy, by the way, that we have finally, like... Oh. I lost connection there for a second. Am I back now? I know, dude, big radio's already fucking canceling me. Like, dude, what the fuck, man? Fucking big radio, dude. FCC won't let me be or let me be me and talk shit on FM radio. Now, here's actually the thought. Has someone been spamming me? It looks fine. I think we're good. Wondering if someone tried to DDoS me or something, you know? And yeah, not gonna lie, these guys are a bit wall of soundy. It's like pop music at this point. So yeah, small night. If I just put on some fucking idols here after this, I would be ready to like check out your thing again for sure. Okay, so I fucking hate it. We got some room to fix it. God damn it, Clanker. You could do so much better. I believe in you, but I kind of don't. We should make sure the styling is good. Right. Now, all right, so here's a big thing. Like, dude, the fucking Clanker just doesn't get some of this. Hold on. How about this band? Are they touring at all? Request a show. Any of them, man. I was going to recommend this band to someone, and I still will, but I just wish they had like a concert coming up at some point, you know? Honestly, we'd probably be better off just doing this ourselves for some of this shit. But yeah, Small Night. Again, I didn't want to make you feel bad. It's just like, I don't know. I think there are moments for song request stuff. So yeah, like, I just hope I didn't bum you out by not liking it immediately. I think there's a possibly better time I could give it a shot. When you hear me playing something like it, recommend I give it another shot. Dude, and yeah, this 200K context window, man, is really getting us. And what's up, King? Hey, take it easy on the spam stuff. Yes, you could just say Chris. Yeah, what's up? Like, take it easy on the spammed messages. But how you doing, King? Yeah, it got my attention, but that's not what you're looking for, because it got my attention in a negative way, and I could just block you if you want. Yeah, I could just mute you on the channel if you're gonna do shit like that to get my attention. We call that a troll. Someone who does shit just to get my attention. Stuff that is annoying and not, like, especially something that I just warned them against. Yeah, we call those people trolls. So if you want to get blocked, we can do it. We can totally do that, man. I really don't think that's what you're going for, though. Normally, when someone tells you that something you did annoys them, the proper thing to do is apologize. Not say, got your attention, though. Right? Come on, you're an adult. Use your words. When someone says something you're doing is annoying them, the proper thing to do is apologize. Welcome to being an adult that takes ownership over their actions. Jesus Christ. So you can't even apologize like an adult. God damn it, King. Sure, man. Like, dude, King. You're making me feel bad for giving you second chances at this point. That's all I'm going to say. Like, dude, why are you making me regret giving you talking privileges back? It's fucking weird, dude. If you're going to make me regret giving you the privilege to speak again in this channel, I'll just take it away again. I just don't get how people are adults in real life and then they hop into a stream and lose that fucking ability. It's so weird, man. No, it's not about clamming the fuck up. It's about taking responsibility. The moment I pushed back, you're like, well, I'm just not going to type, before I had to let you know the proper thing to do is say sorry. And then you did a bullshit sorry. You did a capital sorry. Like, it's just weird, man. And I'm not saying I need anything more from you for this moment. I want you to think about this in the future. Not just today, not in the moment, into the future. Remember this. Talk to us like we're fucking adults, dude. Act in my chat like you're a fucking adult, dude. I hate the fact that I have to correct actual adults on how to conduct themselves. It's so goddamn weird. It bums me the fuck out. I shouldn't have to educate you how to talk to another fucking adult. And now we're still dealing with this bullshit. Okay, so I think the biggest problem we're dealing with now is the fact that we have styling outside of Tailwind and outside of the components we're trying to use. And that styling is like some CSS BS that needs to be fixed. So we're going to need to create like a specification for that part, because I think that's the important bit. All right, do I believe what the clanker just told me? I don't think I do. Okay, we're going to do this. And dude, I just really think it's the stupidity of the model we're using. We could do a better model. All right, so yeah, we'll kick that off. And what up, Plank? What'd you have for dinner? I appreciate it, King. Thank you. I appreciate that. That seemed actually heartfelt. It seems like you actually meant it, right? The capitals, the sawi, like, dude, when you are apologizing, don't take the piss out of it. It makes the apology meaningless. And I'm saying this just so you know it for the future for every other case where you probably need to say sorry. Don't take the piss out of the sorry. It makes it meaningless. I don't know if you needed to hear that for real life too, but anytime you're apologizing, don't make it a joke. It makes it a meaningless apology. Apologies need to be sincere. So anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you. You don't even need to respond to that. Just take it as a note. When you are apologizing, like legitimately apologizing, don't take the piss out of it. So, Plank, you went to a Mexican restaurant nearby, got grilled chicken plate with rice beans. They have great homemade tortillas. I'm actually like hesitant on homemade tortillas because they often end up being way thicker than they should be. Like, there's a couple places in San Diego that do their own like tortillas, and boy, they suck. They're just like, they're making them on the spot, and they're just like 3 or 4 actual tortillas like thick, you know? Like, ugh. But yeah. I feel like the times that I had the too thick of like custom tortillas or whatever, it's when they were busy and they were having to make the tortillas on the fly versus having made them like maybe like earlier in the day or the night before. So I think that maybe was the issue there. But boy, it sucked. There's like a specific place I'm thinking of in San Diego. So when I go to TwitchCon, there's a weed store I go to, and by that weed store ish is like a famous, like, hey, they're like really good authentic tacos, but that place is always fucking closed every time I try to go get weed before TwitchCon. And then I end up eating at a place just a building away. It's okay, but it's just, dude, I don't know, man. I've still never been that fucking satisfied with a San Diego taco yet. I find that crazy because I like traditional tacos. I like a traditional street style taco, right? Corn tortilla, protein of your choice, cilantro and onion, and that's fucking it. If you're gonna sprinkle a bunch of fucking like avocado bullshit sauce on it, or a bunch of cotija, or some fucking some weird ass salsa shit, like no man, keep that shit off my fucking taco because I know why you're doing it. You're masking the fact that your meat is dry as fuck, right? And that's actually the defining trait of every single San Diego taco I've ever had. The meat was dry as fuck because it was dying under a fucking heat lamp or dying on the steam table all day long. It actually really bums me out. I'm actually pissed I've never had a legitimately good taco in San Diego because people keep telling me they're really good. But all the people that say that like extra bullshit on their tacos. So I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. No idea. The fact that I've had better street tacos here in Seattle than a single taco I've ever had in San Diego is crazy. That's actually kind of like really weird. I mean, technically, I don't want anything else as a topping on my taco besides cilantro and onion. And that's it. That's it. I do the gringo thing where I'll get tortilla chips and crunch them up and sprinkle that on top because I like the slightly crunch, like gringo aspect of it. But that's it, right? Dude, the people that need an entire fucking salad buffet on their tacos, they're the same people that fucked up West Coast pizza, in my opinion. Have you ever had West Coast pizza? Boy, it sucks. I feel like West Coast pizza was invented by people that got taken to a pizza restaurant but actually just wanted to eat a salad instead. Or a soup or a fucking anything other than pizza. That's where West Coast pizza comes from. People ended up at a pizza place but wanted basically anything other than pizza. And voila, the invention of West Coast pizza. Anyway, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab another soda here in a second. Ooh, man. All right, so this is the last soda I have chilled. Does that mean last soda of the day? Not quite. Not quite. I can do more soda. Just means I'll have to get the ice cubes. All right, so hold on. Do I put on some idols so I could like work myself up into a mood for Small Night song? Small Night, you still out there? I could do that for you. Hold on. What's the last thing I'm trying to remember? There was like an ISIS and some other fucking metal band did some shit that was really fucking good. I don't think it was Porcupine Tree, but it was somewhat math rocky that was pretty good. Band was like ISIS and some other band. And it was like a collaboration, like 4 or 5 song EP. Anyone know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. ISIS and Aerogram did this in the fish tank thing. Is this the right? Is this the album I'm thinking of? Yes. Delisle. Yep, that's the song I was thinking of. Dude, yeah, that one's fucking good. So we can give that a try. And then that might put me in the mood for the thing Small Night recommended. Sounds good, right? Yeah, I think we could give that a try. That might put me into the mood, right? So we'll do it after this. Here's your choice, though. The ISIS Aerogram thing or the Idols. I would say either one, and I might be ready for the song you recommended. ISIS Aerogram? All right. Okay, so migrate to Tailwind. All right, yeah, we'll do the thing, commit it. Ghidra MCP, what does that do? Like, is this like a security thing? Like, you're very like security focused, right? Reverse engineering. I'm gonna guess that's in like the context of security BS, yeah? Got it. All right, let's clarify. Ooh, that's a good cover, actually. Like the Apple memory corruption. I'm not sure I know the memory corruption bug. I always like when people say apple and then bug in the same sentence, I think of go to fail. I immediately think of go to fail. Oh, got it. That makes more sense. Damn, yeah, that's fucking gnarly. Um, but yeah, if you're ever wondering why am I so anti bracketless ifs, it's because of this shit, man. It's because of this entirely. But okay, so I just wanted to see if they'd recommend the song I was looking for. They do not. Yes, let's do the ISIS areogram. Dude, this is one of the ones my brother found. He's got fantastic taste in music. I don't think he's quite into like the indie stuff I'm into, but yeah, when it comes to like metal and some of the other shit, he has fantastic taste in music. He fucking kills it. Yeah, no. Performance is not a constraint. Fucking do it, dude. I don't give a shit. Make the shit work right. That'd be way better, dude. And yeah, this album's not as heavy as I remembered. I feel like the next songs get a little heavier. But yeah, this is like full on prog rock. But the band ISIS is like a heavy band, right? So yeah, I think that's maybe where like me forgetting how prog this shit was. It's coming back to bite me. But it's good. So I'll listen to it and I'll give your song the full listen. It was just, I wasn't ready in the moment. I think we'll be good now. I do think it gets heavier though. King. You've been trying to push to a repo for the last 5 minutes. It had another repo that got moved to another name, was replacing the original slug with new stuff, didn't work. It helps to spell the slug outright. Maybe. Oh, I forgot there's singing on this. Hey, it's showing us the questions again. How should the migration progress be tracked and measured during the implementation? I think A is a good call, right? Track by the percentage of bullshit, you know? So how should third-party components that require global CSS be handled during the migration? Oh, I get it, King. Yeah, you got to put on some music and jam out. I mean, you could do that here on Twitch. You could do that here in Twitter as well. We just use the YouTube so you can put on your own music. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're on YouTube, you can put on your own music already, man. Is my talking really that distracting? I don't think it is. Come on. No, dude, you're good. You were already forgiven. I appreciate it. You're like, the actual proper sorry you gave was perfect, man. Like, thank you, King. I appreciate that. It's just, in the future, right? Don't take the piss out of an apology. That's all. And that doesn't mean just here. That means with everyone. Your apologies will land better to anyone if you're not making light of the apology, if you're like sincere in saying sorry. But the moment you make it a joke, well, it's not sincere anymore. Even if you were sincere behind the scenes, the veneer on top is not. So that's all I'm getting at, man, right? Be sincere, be real when it matters. But again, do what you want, King. Happy to have you. I just felt like I needed to establish a boundary, right? So there we go. And that's life in general, right? Hold on. That's what I want to do. I wanted to read what you were saying. So, hold on. You're talking about Ghidra still. So, one thing you often do with this kind of security research is decompile and scan binaries for usual suspects like string copy, string cat, scanf, memcopy. Sure. Right. Ooh, and this is a big thing, right? Like, stir copy and stir cat. Are those actual, like, lower level things? Are those like C implementation things? Because that might actually betray why the PHP standard library is so fragmented about using underscores or not. Aha! And because PHP was originally implemented as a layer on top of C, C++, right? It was just a fucking interpreted language that called the bullshit, right? That would explain why the standard library has stir copy with no underscore, and then there's stir split with an underscore. So you could actually start to recognize that things without the underscore are probably directly related to the C function that they're calling, whereas with an underscore is a custom implementation within, you know, the runtime. Or it's not runtime, but you know what I mean. I don't think I ever put that together. That explains why the standard library is so fucking separated, right? So fucking like inconsistent. The standard library of PHP has to deal with stuff that they're implementing from underneath and stuff that they're doing custom. The custom stuff tends to have the underscore. The non-custom stuff tends to be whatever C called it. That's actually fucking brilliant. I did not put that together. Thank you, JTag. Thank you, Small Knight. I did not know that. And it starts to make so much more fucking sense. Okay. That makes so much more sense now. I had wondered why the underscore versus non-underscore was such a big thing in PHP. Like, dude, were different people making these? No, some things are from entirely different languages. That makes so much more fucking sense. Yeah, I had never put that together because I don't write C in general. I have written C before, but like it was very minimal. Like I've built a libSSL2 or a libSSH2, sorry. I've built a libSSH wrapper for Objective-C by just like writing the C code and abstracting it out into like a C class or like an Objective-C class that I could call, right? Or object or whatever you want to call it. I've done that, but it was like so minimal I didn't have to do any of the string copy bullshit. I didn't have to even call like C standard library shit. I just needed to call the libSSH stuff into a way that was consumable by Objective-C. And that was a totally different fucking problem, you know? And callable from Objective-C in a way that didn't feel gross, you know? Because you could theoretically call raw C functions within Objective-C, but it's gross, right? Like you should abstract that away to an Objective-C class or object or whatever they called it. So yeah, dude, that makes so much fucking more sense. Thank you guys for... Dude, this is a thing I've been thinking about since like 2012. Like, right? Like, holy shit, dude. Motherfucker, right? The first time I did like a C wrapper for Objective-C, as well as like when I was really digging into like the standard library for PHP. Yeah, I've been wondering this shit for way too fucking long. Thank you guys for finally solving that mystery for me. Now it makes more sense. I still think the PHP standard library could do things that make stuff like... Could they just be agnostic? Oh, did you do string copy, but it's stir underscore copy? Fuck it. Could we just make that work? Because it's just an alias at the standard library. That way you're consistent with things that get underscores or don't. And then Small Knight. Yeah, here you go. How you liking this one? This is solid, right? It's a good time signature, too. What is this, like a 4-5? I feel like it's a 4-5, but I'm bad at time signatures, so I don't know. Like, I'd have to count it out. And then I'd have to figure out where, like, the polyrhythm, like, lines up with a 4-4, you know? That's the way I, like, do the math of understanding times. 4-5. It does sound like a 4-5 in that one section. All right. Nailed it! Unless I said 5-4 because I'm dyslexic. But I'm not. I'm not actually dyslexic. I may have just mixed those up because I misunderstood. So, take it easy. Sorry. You know, that's my bad. I apologize. I didn't mean to use a clinical term for some bullshit. And it is actually 5-4, right? Because the 4 is the basis, but it's like 5 on top. And then eventually, after, I believe, 4 or 5 iterations, it becomes the thing, right? So yeah, I believe it is a 5-4, not a 4-5. Yeah, I think you were totally right. But I have to do the math of like, how many iterations of this does it take to line up with like the 4-4 that you would have done during the same time? And like, I just got to do the math like fraction wise. to theoretically even almost understand that shit. I'm sure there's a better way of like figuring out time signature stuff. I just have to do the math, personally. You just count? Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I like this last song on the album. I'm pretty sure I skip this one normally. So hold on, this right here, is this a 3/4? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, it's definitely 3 based in some way. It could be a 4/6 or something. I don't know. I feel like it's closer to a 3/4. But I just normally when I hear a 3/4, I feel like I need to hear triplets, and this doesn't feel like triplets, but it totally could be because I'm a bad drummer. 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. It seems to be like it's doing a 3 count in some way. Like trying to count a 4 is tough. I'm just saying though, like trying to count a 4 on this one, I don't think fits. I don't think this is a standard like 4/4, right? It's definitely not a standard 4/4. It feels like a 3 count, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I just, no matter what I'm doing, I can't prevent myself from doing a 3 count to this song. What would you call that? Like, I don't know. Like, it could be me hallucinating, right? Am I just a bad LLM when it comes to music? Maybe. Maybe. All right. This song's trying to put us to sleep. Let's put on your thing now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hold on. I think we got it. Let's give it another try. This is gonna be heavier than we intended, but it's okay. I think it's all right. I mean, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too, Kinslayer? I think we all can embody the statement of no disassemble. Dude, this is like some kind of like 11 something or other bullshit. Yeah, this is definitely some like 11 something bullshit. It aligns up on a 2 count, for sure. No, but here's the thing. Even though they're changing time signature, there's like an underlying time signature that unites the meter, like the stuff they're changing, and there's a common thread between them, for sure. So at least they're like 2 base still. Like you can bob your head to it in like a standard 4/4 fashion, but it doesn't meet up at the end of like the measure, you know? Like you can maintain a proper 2 count on this shit. Or maybe even a 4 count. No, I get you're going through the tab, but hold on. There's an overarching time signature that is 4 based, for certain. There's no doubt in my mind. So every single time signature they're doing has to be 4 related, right? Like there's a lowest common denominator problem there. Like it's pure math rock shit. The fact that you can just bob your head to a steady beat to this thing, it doesn't matter what the other time signatures are doing. Yeah, no matter what, every single thing they're doing has a 4 base. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so that makes sense. Like, I get it. Yeah, I don't know. There are definitely harder songs to bob your head to, right? Which is what I was, like, really trying to get at there. Yeah, exactly, right? Meanwhile, there are plenty of bands that do weird time signatures that do not have a fucking, like, steady, like, 2-based head bob. And I guess technically it's probably a 4-based head bob, but you know what I'm talking about. I will say I like the bassist fucking like slap pop shit. Or at least like slap. I feel like some of his like hammer-ons and offs are how they get some of those weird time signatures to actually work. So yeah, that was nice. Yeah, thank you. That was good. I think we finally got to the moment that hearing it wasn't jarring. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. Just 2 8 strings, but he's still doing something with it where it's not a proper pluck, you know? It's not a proper like thing. Like he was slapping his 8-string guitar, right? It's not a proper strum or a pick. Like that was a slap. That was a fucking slap. How can she slap? Yeah, so he's thumping the fucking like lower strings, then he's like maybe strumming the others. I could see that. Strumming / plucking, you know? Yeah, I could totally see that. No, that was good. Thank you. If it's unclear, I'm a bassist at heart. Like, yeah, I'm a fucking bassist at heart for sure. Like, I'm such a bassist. When I was in high school, there was like me and like one other bassist that were like, I don't know, yeah, they're the bassist guys. But he played bass with a pick, and I called him Bass Pick. His name was Garrett. He was a cool dude. But I called him Bass Pick throughout my entire fucking high school career. Like, hey, what up, Bass Pick? Because I was very much like, no, slap pop and pluck. Why the fuck do you need a bass, like a pick, when playing bass? Fuck that. And then I actually realized, oh, wait, when you're recording music, that fucking pick is such a better, like, fidelity sound for mixing. So, yes, I ended up using picks when recording stuff a bunch of times. Oh, damn, I could have totally, like, adopted the fucking lyrics here. Your own personal bassist. Like, dude, I totally could have fucking Weird Al this song. I fucked up. I should have done that as it came on. God damn it. Your own, like, dude, personal bassist. Ah, that would have been good. Damn it. All right. We're gonna have to come up with songs around that for sure. Yeah, so it's time to do the spec kit plan thing. Flesh and bone on the telephone. I'll make you a believer. Reach out and touch back. Right, damn, it's already 9 o'clock. Holy shit, dude. It's crazy how quick the time flies when you're just ranting and drinking whiskey. Patent pending. I'm kidding. I don't even know what that means in this context. Whatever. But yeah, so what music do we play next? And should I start cooking up my pizza? Can we just recognize how good my parents' taste in music is? Right? My dad used to put me to sleep with the fucking Doobie Brothers Greatest Hits soundtrack or like album or whatever. Driving cross country, my mom would put on like Peter Gabriel's Greatest Hits. Damn, my parents fucking kill it, man. Real as anything you've seen. Hold on. But okay, so we got this thing churning. We got it burning some fucking tokens, obviously. Okay, that dude performing that riff. I'll pop it open for later. And what the hell is NAMM? NAMM? North American Music Machine? I don't fucking know. But dude, he's playing live at the Seymour Duncan show? Damn, so dude's like sponsored. Pickup wise, right? That's fucking crazy, dude. Right? Like, dude, we're sitting here in tech and thinking about like tech sponsors. I've thought about snowboard sponsors before. I never fucking even thought about like, well, yeah, there's like musicians that get free guitars. There's people that actually just do like Seymour Duncan pickup fucking sponsors. What the fuck? That blows my mind. It's the biggest music gear show every year. No, and it makes sense, right? Like, there's a fucking booth for Seymour Duncan. Are you fucking kidding me? And they got, like, big-time musicians playing at the booth. It is a little bit like the snowboard, like, conventions I used to go to. I was in the Rome booth. The Skull Candy booth was consistently right next to it. And Skull Candy had fucking Snoop Dogg perform, you know? Like, right there in the fucking, like, snowboard convention bullshit. It was actually crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude. I've been 10 feet away from Snoop Dogg. Just because he was performing at the booth next to ours at a fucking snowboard convention. Holy shit, dude. It's really cool. Now, I will admit, he's a bit of a fucking charlatan. He might be the least legitimate, like, stoner rapper ever. But whatever. I was gonna say, he might be a nice guy. Pretty much everything I've heard says otherwise. But whatever. I don't know the dude. Not sure. Not sure. I don't know. Oh, there's even like, hold on, and when you say like luthier, maybe I'm saying that wrong. Like they're just showcasing like certain types of wood to make guitars out of, right? It's about like guitar like manufacturers like even hit up some of these like wood suppliers and shit. Got it. So there's like multi tiers. There's a little bit of that at the snowboard show. In general, like the company you'd be thinking of is like the Elan factory, right? Elan like ELAN, not Elon like the asshole, but ELAN like the ski company. They're actually the most advanced ski and snowboard factory in the world. And they host the best fucking parties. Because all they got to do is host a really good party, and then maybe they sell one fucking company on getting their snowboards, like at least a snowboard produced at the Elan factory, and then holy shit, dude, that's massive fucking money for them. Right? So yeah, like top of the line Rome snowboards have always been produced at the Elan factory, and the bottom end shit was produced in some random factory in China. And then the company that maintains the factory just bought Rome. Because fuck it, yeah. Oh, you're doing like half of your shit in some Chinese factory? Nah, we can't have that. Can't have that. No, we own you now. All your shit goes through us. Deal with it. So yeah, like really any of those conventions where it's about like an industry, the businesses that are like the bedrock of that industry make out like fucking bandits. Whereas like the businesses that are just consuming what the bedrock providers give them, dude, they're making just like whatever margin they can on top of the hand over fist money the fucking like the bedrock providers are making, which is really interesting. And I'm willing to bet like a lot of tech is that way too. All right. All right, here we go. Yeah. Here we go. Whenever I go to Seattle, I bring joints with me, obviously. And I'll typically walk around smoking one before I head into the next venue I go to or the next bar. I will occasionally offer, hey, as I'm smoking, like, hey, homeless person, you smoke weed? You want the rest of this joint? I tried it yesterday and the person turned me down. That's weird, man. I feel like I haven't been turned down on a free joint from a homeless person in fucking ages, man. It's weird. It's really weird. And then while I was walking back to my car, I didn't have a single person hit me up for the pizza I had. Like, I ordered 4 cold slices of pepperoni, which I should, like, go turn on the oven to heat up. But normally, when I'm walking back to my car, at least one person will hit me up. Like, oh, you're carrying pizza? You got a slice? And I give them one. For sure, man. Yeah. I think that's weird. I would love to build up, like, a reputation. Like, have you guys heard about the random guy with the beanie that just gives out slices of pizza willy-nilly? I'd love to be like Johnny Pizza Seed in the Seattle like metropolitan area. That'd be amazing. I'd love to build up the fucking Johnny Pizza Seed vibe, you know? I know, that'd be cool, right, Pyro? Like, people just randomly hear about you. Like, you hear, like, ghost stories about yourself just hanging out. Man, have you guys heard about the guy that just gives homeless people pizza? Oh, that'd be amazing. Dude, that'd be so cool. Is there a Dr. Pepper guy in New York? I hadn't heard that, Pyro. Oh, shit. All right, so I'm not even original, but I can still do it. I'm okay with it. I feel like being Johnny Pizza Seed in Seattle is actually more important than being Johnny Pizza Seed in New York, right? But okay, I hadn't heard about that. Shit. No words, just hands a fucking Dr. Pepper and walks off. Got it. All right. And then real quick, so Alimam? I don't know. Let me know how to pronounce your name better. We are currently using Devin, and SWE 1.6 is Devin's in-house LLM. I'm actually not a huge fan. I think it's actually kind of bad. But we are using a tool called SpecKit, which is from GitHub. And I feel like this is glossing over the deficiencies of the model because it at least breaks things down into individual tasks in a better way. But I'm willing to say like SWE 1.6 is a very, very stupid model, right? Like if we want to like really gauge things as like stupid or intelligent, right? Like I don't know what score you want to rate LLMs by. Stupid and intelligent are actually kind of bullshitty terms. It's more like accuracy given a prompt, right? And that's what we would call intelligence. I don't think they're intelligent because intelligence denotes learning. And these things don't fucking learn. You got to keep telling them the same shit over and over again, right? So instead, I feel like there's a better word than intelligence for the AI, I mean the LLMs that we're using. Are they accurate? So yes, I would say SWE 1.6's accuracy is way fucking lower than a lot of the shit we're doing. They don't expose it as a model that you can call via like Open Router though, and that bums me the fuck out because I would love to actually gate what they're doing and why. Yeah. So there you go, Small Knight. That's a good point, right? Even the stupid models you can run locally can be valuable if given the right guidelines or guardrails or fucking context and scaffolding and blah, 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 right? I agree. I haven't seen that yet, though. But this is as close as we've gotten so far to being like, well, fuck it. Could I just be using a local model and be getting the same fucking results? I bet we could. I really bet we could. So there's definitely something to that I find, interesting, compelling, like insert whatever word you think, right? Ad lib style. You think Quen 3.7 is going to be massive? I think it'll be massive, not just for like what you're saying as massive, but I think the size of the model is going to be way too fucking big, dude. I don't believe that it's actually going to be capable of going smaller. It's just going to be Quen 3.7 plus or Quen 3.7 whatever that lives in the cloud. I would love to be wrong about that. But what we've been seeing from Quen is that, yeah, their self-hostable models are good, but anything capable is actually like, it has to be cloud run because it's too big to self-host locally, right? The MOE, I get the MOE, but still, I just don't think MOE solves this problem. Like, just look at the difference between Quen 3.6 plus and the shit you can host locally. It's night and day, man. Because the model's just too big otherwise. It's just not doable. It's not something you could do on consumer hardware. All right, so yeah, that song's fine. I don't feel like listening to it right now. Voodoo Lady doing that shit that drives me crazy. And I know I'm not saying the lyrics right, but whatever. The gap is getting smaller. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like Quen specifically is increasing the gap between their like cloud models and the stuff you can do locally. I actually feel like that gap's getting bigger and bigger. Are you seeing otherwise? Like, look at the artificial analysis results over generations of Quen models, right? The gap is just increasing. I could be wrong. Boogie, oogie, 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 oogie. Break me up with your hoodoo. Driving me crazy. Oh, yeah. Ever told you guys about the boss I had at the Cascade Dining Room? Who was actually a huge fan of Ween? So, yeah, he actually refused to let Ween be played in our kitchen while he was like the night sous chef or whatever. Because he actually knew these guys. Like, he fucking partied and hung out with them when he lived in Texas and shit, right? So much so that they even like crashed at his place when they were touring. And then all of a sudden, they made it big time and they pretended like they didn't even know him. Now, could there be a bit where he's leaving off a story like maybe like he pissed on the floor while they were sleeping on it or some shit because he was a wild man when he was young? That's totally possibly maybe really a thing. Like he could have done some shit. And there might be other reasons they decided to cut him off. But it was a thing where like, no, you cannot play Ween around Jason Horner. You can't do it. You do not want to invoke the ire of the sous chef in this moment. It's fine. It's okay. If you get a little bit baked with him, you could ask him why he hates Ween so much, but don't bring it up right now. We're about to do service. All right? Take it easy. Like, I don't know. It's just like, dude, it's so fucking like interesting. Like he would legitimately get triggered and like service would get fucked up because of it. Like, no, he had more of a handle, but still, like, I feel like it was like people built it up to that when it probably wasn't. He just fucking hated those dudes. That's all. I wonder if he's worked past that at any point. Like if he's like reconciled. Because this is easily like 20-year-old information. I don't know. Maybe they met up and reconciled. I don't fucking know. But I do know, if you ever go to Mount Hood during the summer, there's a place called the Skyway. Last time I was there, which was actually only like maybe like 8 years ago or something. Definitely more than like the 20 I'm thinking of. He was still like the chef there. Not the place I worked at. Like, yeah, no, I never worked at the Skyway, but he does their barbecue menu. He did all of their recipes, like all their shit. I bet he's even got like a percentage stake in the business or some shit at this point. I have no idea. I don't know for sure. But dude, his food there, it is the best barbecue you will get in Oregon. And I know that's a strong statement, but it's really fucking good barbecue. Like, I haven't had better barbecue here in Washington yet. So if you're ever out in the Mount Hood area, the Skyway, down in like Welch's, like rhododendron type area, big thumbs up. Here's the thing. They could have closed, and I have no idea. Because I just haven't been there. Hold on, wait. Let's double check. They still got a website. That means something, right? That's gotta mean something. Dude, a website like this would go away immediately. $10 a month? Are you fucking kidding me? So yeah. And yeah, is their thing kept up? Yeah, yes. They're fucking kicking. Dude, that's awesome. Ah, sweet. If, and big if I can get a free ticket to Chain React, I will definitely go down to Oregon, and I'll swoop around to hit up my friends and hang out for a day kind of thing, like my old snowboard buddies. And I'll hit the Skyway on my way through. Because that'd be totally worth it. Yeah, this place is amazing. Like, the best barbecue I've ever had in Oregon or Washington. All right, so let's double check. Let's get the server back up and going. All right, how's this shit looking? Boy, it sucks. But at least, hold on. Did they actually finish the migration? And I know, I keep saying I hate pop music, but this one works for me. Oh, it's Shift Tab to switch? Oh. Interesting. All right. I forgot all about Shift Tab. Yeah, that's cool. I wonder if that's what it was in Codex, and I just forgot about it. All right, so what we want to do, right, we just did tasks, right? Hold on. Yeah, we just did tasks. Hold on. All right, so yeah, we're keeping it up to date at least. So then from here, I think we just need to do the plan thing, or the, what is it, implement thing. There it is, yeah. I think we're good. But yeah, so like back to the point that you were making, yes, I do think stupider models with better guidelines could have just as good of value as like smart models with bad guidelines, which is really interesting to like understand. Okay, so one thing we're gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to manually like rename this to ShadCN skeuomorphism. We'll do it at the folder level, we'll do it at other levels too, and hopefully this fucking thing stops like hallucinating the new morphism part. I don't remember where that is or how that is. We're gonna have to search it, we're gonna have to find it. Meanwhile, the word neumorphism on the other end of the line says, good luck. So yeah, we'll see. Right? How do you solve a thing that you prompted wrong from the very first get-go using an orchestration framework that goes way too fucking deep? This is not a riddle. This is not a fucking, like, thought experiment. This is a problem. You know? Fuck. Yes, and I thought we did that. We told it to try and do that. And it might not be in the memories because it shouldn't be keeping anything else in like memory. This should just be related to the spec kit stuff. But I think it's still inferring it based upon like the file, right? Like the path that we have. So right now, the folder we're in is shadcn-neumorphism or neumorphic or whatever, because I named it wrong. That's like totally on my end, man. Maybe the package JSON still has it. Like, there's definitely a couple places where it just like it didn't find it and it didn't fix it, but it did say that it looked at its own like specs and fixed it. So like, there's just like, I'm willing to bet a few like edge cases that are not spec kit based, and that's where this keeps like coming from. And I feel like it's got to be the file path, right? So I'll fix it here in a sec for sure. You know, SpecKit has a memory bank, but we tried to make SpecKit modify its memory bank. Now, the chance is that it missed stuff it needed, but I feel like it should have known what it needed to do in its own shit. So we can definitely check it, Pyro, but like we already prompted it to try and fix itself. I would like to think that it understands itself enough to modify itself. Most tools do, right? Like Pi has a self-mod tool. OpenCode has a self-mod tool, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Not sure. What I mean by hallucinating it, though, is that it's doing it from the file path. Because, like, we do still have neumorphism in various places, right? This folder path is shadcn neumorphism, right? That could easily be the genesis of this continued hallucination, right? So we'll fix that once we get to a good stopping point, or at least like transition point. That's what I'm getting at. It like at the bare minimum, this could be the sole thing that's fucking everything up, right? Like we already tried to modify the memories in SpecKit, but this is fucking it up. And then anything else outside SpecKit could still be the problem because we prompted it specifically for SpecKit things. So if we go and look at it, I don't know, like, do we got a package JSON at the top level? We do. And it says neumorphism too. See, right? Like that could easily be it. Even though the description's right, we still got it named wrong. So there's at least a couple places still where we got to fix this. And we can fix it, but we'll do it just like right after we get to a stopping point with whatever migrate to Tailwind bullshit we just started. See, this is a much better Cardigan song. The last one is good, like poppy bullshit. This one's fucking a dude, like a fucking crunchy jam. Right? Could you imagine? That's the same band we just heard just one song ago. Right, so like that's the thing though, Pyro. Like really, that's what separates human intelligence. The ability to extrapolate correctly, or not always correctly, but still like over such a much longer context window. Like, sure, think about it. The brain probably still does its own like compacting. We do that while we sleep, right? And maybe that's even like some people have the theory that like your dreams are that process of compacting short-term memory into long-term memory, right? Now, most of the people that say that are people who are into computers, and yeah, that just makes sense from a computing standpoint. I don't think it's necessarily the same thing for the brain. But it is like when we form a thought, we are creating a neural pathway, right? A neuron connecting to another neuron somewhere in the brain, right? And that pathway makes up that whole thought process, like at its simplest level. Isn't that kind of making sense about how neural networks and LLMs work too? They're just figuring out like the connection to the next thing. Have you ever been to a point where like, you know the word you're looking for, but you can't actually get that word until you say like a couple things that always get you to that word. Oh, no, it's like the thing, you know, like, dude, the actor from the thing that's this in other thing. And like, yeah, that dude. Bam, Jason Statham, right? Because your brain doesn't actually have a direct path to Jason Statham and whatever film you're thinking about. It's this other thing and some other shit. And then, like, well, no, I thought about the first time through this other path and another path, and I finally got there, man. Yeah, Jason Statham. You know, like, or whatever, or whoever. It's just simply that, like, you cannot determine or dictate the neural pathway your brain will take to go from, I'm looking for this information, where the fuck is it? I guess, does it, like, when you say hippocampus to neocortex, is that literally it? So neocortex is where long-term is and hippocampus is short-term? See, I don't know anything about like how the brain is structured. I just understand how like neurons are these like pathways. That's all. And that's like, dude, it's like high school level understanding. So I don't fucking know, man. Right? But neurons are almost literally a fucking like tree structure of information in our brains. That's the way I understand it. What portions of the brain? I don't fucking know. But no matter what, like the neurons connecting, right? They are simply like a fucking graph structure with pre-trained like weights towards certain paths. Right? Like given an input, I have a weight towards a left or right or middle. Like I don't know how many like different like branches a neuron can have. It's got to be branching though. I doubt it's a binary tree. It's got to be more than just fucking binary, right? But still, like your brain determines like weights based upon input to connect to the next fucking neuron. And that's like a way more organic fucking like complex version of what LLMs are trying to do anyway, right? Now, is that because that is the way that the technology is dictated? No, it's because human beings take what they understand of the real world and try and turn it into computer shit. That's the way it's always been. So yes, our understanding of the brain dictates how we do artificial intelligence modeling too. Because why not just copy the structure of the thing that's already really fucking good? We're just missing some steps somewhere along the way. That is what chemicals do to those neural pathways, right? Like our chemical makeup of our brain is probably the thing that dictates like temperature on how these pathways fucking connect. As like it hits the next node and which way it needs to like branch. Yeah, there's some temperature involved based upon the chemicals that we're releasing at the moment. Are we stoked? Ooh, yeah, the neural pathway might fucking bounce some way we don't know, because who cares? Are we bummed? It's always going to focus on this really negative fucking pathway. Theoretically. I don't fucking know. I'm not a neuroscientist. But in layman's terms, I bet I'm close in my description of things, right? So if you really want to make an analogy of this stuff towards what LLMs are trying to do, you know? I'm just saying, I gotta be pretty close with a shitty analogy, right? Does it leave a lot of nuance on the table? Sure. But I don't know. That's currently my understanding of it. Let's get more music going. What do y'all think? Ooh, hold on. Yeah, this artist is fucking good. I know this isn't the song that my friend recommended, but yeah, this is that artist, right? This is definitely that artist. What was the song they recommended, though? Proof. So yeah, we'll listen to that after this. I think this was the one I really liked, though. Like after it drops, you know. Hey, what's up, Bunny Bites? Yeah, happy Friday. No volume on your end. That's fine. Right? I can do hand gestures. Magic fingers. I don't know what. Sorry. But yeah, anyway. Cheers to you. Happy Friday. Yeah, I could see that, Small Knight. I'm very, very anti any of that shit. I know some people need it, so no pressure. Like, do what you gotta do. Yeah, nah, I don't know. I'm a little too hippie. The analogy was good, though. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. But I wasn't even talking about like chemicals that you take. I mean, just like brain chemicals, right? Serotonin, like any of the stuff your body naturally produces are chemicals that are like sprinkled on your brain as flavor, you know? So yeah, I wasn't even talking about like intentional chemical changes. I mean, like your brain is constantly changing its chemical makeup based upon serotonin. What's the stress one, right? I'm forgetting the name of that hormone. Like a bunch of that shit too, right? That's more what I was getting at when I was talking about like the chemical makeup. Cortisol, yes, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was getting at with the chemical analogy. Not even like augmented chemicals, like your body producing that shit to change the fucking temperature itself, you know? Like your stomach, your gut, your fucking microbiome in your intestines can change the chemical makeup in your brain. That's fucking crazy, dude. Like, it's so crazy. Yeah, for sure, man. Nah, I get it. For sure, dude. But yeah, I didn't mean chemicals as in like My Chemical Romance or Better Living Through Chemistry. No, I meant just literally like the chemicals your body makes. That's all. All right, so do we think we're done with our migration to Tailwind? Anything else? Come on. We might actually be done. Yeah. Like technically, your circadian rhythm dictates all that shit in general, right? Like circadian rhythm is not just sleep time; it's your entire fucking like body clock in general. I believe. Sure. No, and I get that. Yeah. In general, if you're like regular with that shit, your body actually adapts and like changes and adjusts. But that's why if you've been drinking for a while and then you take 2 or 3 nights without drinking, your body is already like adjusted the chemical balance it needs to do for that stuff. And then it realizes like, oh shit, I'm not doing enough. And you can't sleep for shit because your body stopped producing the thing because like, nah, the whiskey's going to handle that part. So I don't need as much of this. The weed break and wacky dreams. Yeah, exactly. Same idea. Yeah. I've actually had a friend or two that are like, I can't stop smoking weed because I can't handle my dreams. That blew my mind. Sometimes I stop smoking weed just to get dreams again. Like, just saying. But I will say, whiskey does help me keep dreams even when I smoke, which is interesting. Back when I didn't drink much and it was just like pure weed, I don't remember any of my dreams really. Like besides like a few here and there. So yeah, it's weird. Yeah, just dude, chemicals, man. Fucking chemicals. I am gonna go turn on the oven. I'm gonna get some pizza slices heating up, but I gotta turn on the oven first. It's gotta get to temp. I'm gonna use the restroom, and I'm gonna grab another soda, but I need to grab ice cubes for that soda because I don't have any more sodas in the fridge. So give me a sec. I'll be right back. We do want this thing churning. Like, dude, do everything, right? Turn off all of your fucking like, should I ask for this stuff? All right, I think we're good. BRB. Okay, and I'm back. Got my soda, got the oven heating up, got some ice cubes. Here we go. All right, so migrate to Tailwind is done. I don't believe you. Let's go check it out, though. Dude, I am dealing with so much more like SWE 1.6 issues than any other model we've used lately. I am willing to bet, though, that if you are using Devon, I think their like SWE 1.6 normal is basically free if you have a subscription plan. So you could farm out a lot of like simple stuff to it using a smarter orchestrator with a smarter fucking like verification step. And then SWE 1.6 is maybe a good value because you can do like all the stupid shit with it, and passing context to it is essentially free. It could actually be really good. I don't know. And hold on. Wait. They only wait. What? They only reduced the global fucking CSS. Dude, what the fuck is Source doing there? Dude, oh my god. Docs. What the fuck is SOP? App. Global CSS. Okay, so the .pros stuff is like Tailwind.pros. So I think we are at a proper baseline. I can't believe that got missed as well. All right. So while that's churning and burning, all right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm giving SWE 1.6 way more of a chance than I should. Because we are on gifted credits. What I'm really thinking is like, it would be better if we could just churn Devon itself, like in like the cloud, right? Towards something, right? What could we use Devon as like an agent for, right? Because especially like in the cloud. It's like if an issue comes in on an open source repo, it could create like a draft PR. It could create multiple draft PRs. That could be cool. Like, I don't know, maybe. What is anyone out there trying to actually like automate using agents? I know determinism is better, but I still think there are things that you could automate where if you give it enough guardrails, it's like a human in the loop, you know? All right, that might be stronger than I wanted. Fuck. Right? Like, I think there are simple enough workflows where the LLM could act as the human in the loop for the other deterministic stuff you already did, right? But it's got to be at like a lower complexity level, at least for now. So how do you gate these things where it's like, okay, we get a PR in, or not even a PR, we get an issue created. We then auto triage that issue and assign it a complexity based upon like an initial analysis of the code. Right? Then based upon that complexity, you do other things. Like, why isn't a flow like that what people are opting for? Like, is the complexity of the code so low that like the validation step is just, yeah, navigate to this page in the ephemeral, like, you know, per PR, like cloud environment you spun up via Vercel or whatever, right? Dude, you could just do that. That'd be amazing. George or Rigorge. God, I can't believe I forgot. Is it George or Gorge? Hard G or soft G on the first one? Vigorge? Shit. I said too much too quickly. Now I don't remember what was first. Vigorge. All right. Just want to make sure. Thank you. Well, hold on. Wait. Is it like Jorge, where like actually the second G is soft, like the softest? So it's like, is it Vigorje? Oh shit. Okay, it's not Vigorje. I just want to make sure. Shit, man. It's like I smoke weed or something. All right. Vigorge. All right. We're set. Vigorge. 100% correct. Best kind of correct. If that is it, I will do my utmost to try and remember that into the future. I just want to make sure before I do so. Here's a question. Would people consider this pop music? Because to me, this feels like indie. But right, like when I say I hate pop music, do people think I mean this? Because I love this shit. Yeah, this is indie. That's what I thought too. All right, just making sure. Just want to make sure. No big deal. It's like I smoke weed or something. Ooh, how about Sir Sly? I think Sir Sly is indie too. Indie? All right, indie. Indiana Jones. The lyrics are kind of meh on this one. So you're using the deep research workflows in Claude with the 4.8 on company credits. It's definitely spending more than your salary. You're talking about the ultra mode or whatever, right? Or ultra code? Is that it? Yeah. Someone was just mentioning that earlier. I find it interesting, certainly. Motherfucker. This goddamn clanker, dude. Yeah, no, I get it, Themby. I saw you say it earlier. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I forgot to do it. Hold on. Oh, it's gonna be so pissed. Okay. Okay. I don't think it actually did. I was misreading what it was doing. It had like CD'd into another directory, right? I was about to be so pissed at this thing. Fucking clanker. I think we might be all right though. Oh, that killed every server. Damn it. That's what I forgot. All right, hold on. God damn clanker. All right, hold on. Yeah. No, this is a good song. I wanted to actually hear some more from Sir Sly. Yeah, I know they got some others that I'm a fan of. Ooh, we're gonna get Beirut Perth in a new window just for later. Hold on. Dude, we're on a Sir Sly song. Why am I not getting other Sir Sly songs? Motherfuckers. I want to hear that one either High or Material Boy, or probably both, right? Why not? Let's do High and then Material Boy. Right? Like this shit's borderline pop, isn't it? But it's, I don't know. Is it still indie? I don't know, man. All right, so wait, what fade is it talking about? Dude, like the zoom is bad. Oh, there's so much. Oh, you fucking clanker. Oh, they got me doing so much work to correct it. Like, no, this is bad. I gotta stop using this goddamn model. Yeah, all right. So, Jesus, like, dude. I feel like some of the things I'm fighting, it's just like, I know, could I prompt it better? You don't have to with the smarter model. But yes, skill issue. I could be more explicit. I did not sign off on this fucking transparent blur bullshit. I fucking hate it so much. Right, especially because it's got the blur. Like, this is a CPU eater. If you're on a fucking video call, this will make your video skip for everyone watching you. Just scrolling a website like this. It's bullshit, dude. All right. I will not commit that sin. So, yeah, we got a lot of prompting to do, a lot of stuff to fix. All right, so I'm going to actually allow it. Oh, it didn't even auto commit. Oh. That's really what it was, right? Get Talon Styles rednering properly. Goddamn. Ooh, hold on. Is pigs? No, they're too heavy. No. Let's go back. All right, we're on Sir Sly. Here it is, Material Boy. This is the one we're looking for sure. And yeah, I feel like this is even closer to pop. Especially once like the beat kicks in and shit. In my opinion, this fits like closer into like the MGMT like genre, and I think they still, I would consider them indie, even though they blew up, right? I'd put this in the same vibe as MGMT for sure. All right, so number one, yeah, we're gonna close this because we're gonna end up renaming this directory because I think that's a big part of where the new morphism BS keeps coming in. All right. All right, so we renamed that, and what we need to do is change this. Hold on, here it is. Yeah, I need to close that, need to reopen. It's definitely got pop vibes, though, right? But I would say, yeah, if MGMT is indie still, this is still indie as well. Or at least like MGMT's original album, right? This does seem almost like a direct MGMT ripoff song, doesn't it? And then they do this part that I fucking hate. For some reason, this reeks to me of like fucking like mumble rapper timings. Or like just modern rap in general. I'm just not a fan. But then the rest kicks in and it's good. All right, so wait. We did pop it open, yeah? Where'd it go? Here it is. All right, so yep, we get another one open because that's where we'll run the server from, and you're in the first Devon ship. Yep, we can trust it because we just renamed the directory. Oh, hold on. I need to do this, change this, zoom a bit, and go to the package JSON. And this. Yeah, all right. I want to double check, is it... We're not doing this right. Skew... no? Skeuomorphism? I think that's it. Yeah. All right. Let's do a search now. Oh my god. mean, none of that's correct, but god damn it. Sure. Let's do it. Oh, wait. Hold on, wait. I messed that up. I didn't have the replacement. It was just deleting. Hold on, I was spacing. Wait, where'd the thing go? Here it is. There we go. There we go. No big deal. Nothing's fucked here, dude. Ain't no big deal. Take it easy. You're on 3rd Street. There we go. Will it blend? I have no idea. So now sure. And then finally okay. Ah, I spelled it wrong. All right, so hopefully we have fixed that skeuomorphic problem once and for all. All right. Shit. We did just hear this song. Let's hear the next one from this artist. This is pretty poppy. know if it's my favorite song by them. It's got a good beat, though. It's like soul music, actually, you know? Like Blue-Eyed Soul, technically, but, you know. Yeah, it's good. All right, so as far as the skeuomorphism thing goes, like, honestly, yeah, the site still sucks. Like, dude, this is bad. Oh, there's so much more we gotta do. I think we still gotta, like, keep... Hold on. How do we want to do this? What's the way? Hold on, let me look at the neo-brutalism like installation instructions. I'm curious about this real quick. Like, what is the actual steps to install? This part right here. Dude, you wouldn't hear a breakdown like that in some pop bullshit. Dude, this is fucking dope. That's right. That's why I played this song. Dude, this bridge is dope. I forgot about that drop. And then he's got it layered with the fucking chorus after. Ah, yeah, that's dude. Nailing it. Yeah, that's right. Now I remember why I like this song. It starts out, man, then it fucking just nails it. Yeah, it's almost like prog in that way a bit, right? Ish. It's like Blue-Eyed Soul prog. Not quite, but I don't know. Yeah, the song structure is sick. I liked it. I forgot about the ending there. Shit was amazing. So yeah, right. Like it's like a styling thing. Sure, they do that part. Yeah, no, it's actually really simple, right? You just follow the Shad CN docs and then follow the other bullshit. Yeah. Hmm. I was just wondering if like we would need to inject way more complicated stuff, but like no, each component needs to be self-contained. Even at the expense of like extra classes and shit. Right? Like redundant classes between components. It's the same way Shad CN works in general too, right? Like they're not byte shaving for you, right? That's like a post-processing problem. That is not like a core library problem, right? So I think we should be good. We shouldn't have to worry about that part, right? Compressing class names into reusable fucking like CSS blocks that do like the apply bullshit and all that is such like a micro optimization. You shouldn't care about that at the offset, right? Anyone else like front end concern that really like, I don't know, thinks about this and cares? How do you feel about that? And I think even back end people could speak up, like for sure. An opinion's valid. It's just more like we all are technically full stack at this point. We all need to think about this, right? Because AI has made us full stack. It's going to generate all this shit. You're given a ticket. It's not a back end or a front end ticket. You're given a ticket for a feature. Deal with it, you know? Is that how it's working? Are some people still like fully back end, even with the AI stuff? I guess it depends on if you're at like a product company or if you're at like an infrastructure company, right? Or a company that's slow to adapt. Sorry, boom, roasted. My bad. Right? Startups can't afford the distinction between front end and back end at this point. I don't think. I don't think they make that distinction. Everyone's got to wear every hat. Deal with it. I think that's the startup ecosystem now. So yeah, the luxury of back end focused or front end focused is really big business at this point, right? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Anyone, please speak up if you think I am just wrong there. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't have any skin in the game. I have no idea. I'm just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not sure. All right, so back to the Shadsian thing, man. Dude, we'd be done if we were using a more competent model, but we'd also be done if I was better at prompting a worse model. There's something about how I am using SpecKit that I think is also kind of blowing it. What was the company I saw today? Shit. It was a Twitter person. They had it in their thing. It was for evaluating agents. Something kit? Something run kit? Hold on. Hold on. AI company with run kit in there. God. Yeah, I don't know. Damn it. There was definitely something that I thought was like novel for measuring like agent output. Like, oh, did it ask 3 questions as a follow-up? Could you evaluate like skills within certain models? Or more likely like within certain harnesses with certain models, and that's where it gets expensive, right? That could be interesting. Oh, this song's fantastic. Anyone know this one? Let's give it a chance. It's still kicking off. But I'm about to like maybe drop a knowledge bomb on you. Dude, I just think like the amount of like time we've spent trying to get this thing to figure anything out. We could have actually just built it, you know? And I would say it's like half model problem, half prompting problem. But yeah, SpecKit doesn't give us the option for like defining better testing. And like for UI stuff, dude, the verification step is brutal, man. Because I'm willing to bet, like, I don't think SWE bench or like SWE 1.6 has great like vision capabilities, right? We should be farming that out to a model that has good vision capability, and we'd be way better off, right? Like, could we just switch to, GPT 5.5 and be done with it? I bet we could. Now, here's the thing. We have credits through Devin, and Devin is, happy to pay their corporate enterprise rate for, like, massively subsidized API tokens, discounted because of the volume purchase they've paid ahead of time that they're hoping they use for all the frontier models. We could just use one of those within the credits we got. If I were better at this like orchestration stuff, I bet we could utilize SWE 1.6. I just don't think I'm good enough at the orchestration stuff to make use of it for the smaller things it could be really fucking good at, I think that's the biggest takeaway. It's not good as your like daily driver. It's a sub-agent model at best. I think that's okay because that's probably what Devin, the company, is going for anyway, right? But yeah, here's something fun. This song you've been listening to that's just like funky and awesome. Did you know it's made by the Somebody I Used to Know guy? Yeah, it totally is, man. He's fucking good. This is on the same fucking album, too. Somebody. Sorry, now it's stuck in your head. Gotcha. But yeah, Kundin, how you doing? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't know. I might have just sworn in some other language and I have no idea. Ooh, the oven is definitely heated up though, right? Should definitely go get the pizza into the oven. I also brought home some burgers from like a local Seattle pizza place. Or not pizza, like burger place. I could wrap them in foil and put those in the oven too and see how that goes. I'm really tempted to see how that even works. That could be cool. So, let me go throw some stuff in the oven. I'll be right back. Shit. And yeah, we got to make this whole thing look better. You guys need to help me like craft the prompt, We got to like really fine tune what we prompt the clanker for here. Okay, so I also had a couple of the burgers, and yeah, I took the burgers, I like rinsed them in water real quick, and then threw them into some foil and threw that in the oven with the pizza. The pizza will be fully edible. I'm not sure about how this burger experiment's gonna go. We'll see. They're cheap, right? They're good, cheap Seattle, like local fast food. The company's called Dick's. I just didn't want to get like the comments. That's why I was like skirting around the name for so long. Dick's Burgers in Seattle, right? Dude, just a couple handful of dicks and you're set. Right? Come on. We can get it out of our system. It's okay. They're actually like, they're not the best burgers. It's not like In-N-Out. It's nowhere near the quality of an In-N-Out. But it's better than spending money at a fucking McDonald's, right? So there you go. And I'd say it's better than a McDonald's burger. Personally. But nowhere near the level of like an In-N-Out or a Whataburger or some of that bullshit, you know? I'd like to think so most of the time, but you know there's some people just been lurking, just waiting for their moment. I know some people got roasted earlier. Dude, it's late night on a Friday. Come on. You know someone was about to make some jokes, right? And like, it's okay to make some jokes sometimes. It's more about like the moment and the timing and like just understanding the vibe. I'd say that's more important than anything. There are times when like, you know, you just don't make jokes like that. And like being able to read the moment and read the timing is maybe a life skill some people need. And I don't know, maybe they need education sometimes about when they fuck it up. I think so too. Well, I do love this artist. I have no idea if they tour or do anything anymore, but man, yeah, I'd love to see them in person, like in a concert. Dude, when this song drops, it's a matter of fact, right? When the beat's going, yeah, right? Makes the rest of the song worth it. What is Devin working on? We're paused on Devin because I'm just like, I'm at my expense. Yeah, dude, this song's so good. Like all the parts where this song drops are so good. I'll be a fool. The lyrics are dark, but the song around it's fucking good. But yeah, dude, I would go see this concert. It'd be good. Like I'd put it up there with like a Jose Gonzalez show. right? It's not a fucking bop, but damn, it's a vibe, right? All right, anyway, let's keep going. So the Devon thing we're trying to do, and honestly, hold on, wait, my pizza's probably burning. This is the important thing right now. Like, I gotta get some food in my belly, and I don't mind going late, you know. I will have to move the camera down. We'll have to do like ASMR vibes here soon, right? Don't want to be too loud, too late, you know. God, yeah, I really want to switch to a different model. We're gonna keep doing it. What I think we can do though is like we've been building this like entire specification. I think we have the power to reset that specification. In such a way that we create a new directory, copy the specs, and spin them up again with SpecKit using a more sane model and see if we get a better result. Now, the problem is like, well, hold on. Some of these specifications we built were because the model just blew it everywhere, right? Like just did every single thing wrong. So instead, we're going to have to distill the specifications using a clanker, but making sure it follows the same spec and somehow fits it. Dude, that's going to be a task in and of itself, and we got to use a smarter model to do that part. Like, there's no way we could use SWE 1.6. There's just no way. Not a thing. No way. Let's just play an awesome song. I'm going and grabbing the pizza. BRB. Okay, so pizza and burgers, but burgers in quotes with a question mark around them. Burgers. The other thing I did find in the kitchen, though. Oh, look who found his weed grinder. But yeah, you see this pizza? Yeah, heavy breathing. Heavy breathing. It's good. Yeah, dude. Big Mario's. Like, I know people hate on Big Mario's because, like, the people that own Big Mario's kind of suck, as far as, like, I've heard. But the pizza's still... It's currently up there in the top 3 best pizza in Seattle. Like, it's a little meh. Could be better, you know. Like the pepperonis are perfect. Now here's the other question. How is this burger, right? I wet it down just a little and then threw it in some foil. It does need a little longer. All right, so even better, I'm going to throw the burgers back into the oven while I eat the pizza, and then they'll be perfectly temperatured by the time I'm done with the pizza, right? Yeah. All right. Boom. Nailed it. Yeah. All right. So pizza time. All right. So little crispy. I overdid it in the oven. That's on me. So good though. And I bet the part closer to the crust is perfect. It's just like the part on the edges. I left it in just a little too long. I like a little crunch though. Nah, we nailed it. All right, so this is really where I should start using some of that like voice dictation and shit. Right? Dictating to Devin or whatever clanker. Yeah. Totally like just build this thing. Crunch, crunch, chew, chew. Yeah, let's you know, let's build some like bullshit, man. Crunch, crunch, chew, chew. I don't know, do it, man. Submit. Enter. Wait, what do I gotta say again? Did I nail it though? Is that like is that an accurate representation of trying to use voice tools with some of these things? Crunch, crunch, chew, chew. All right, so you use voice dictation for everything so you can play a video game or eat. I think it makes sense, but I'm a very visual person. Like, I like to see what it's saying. I don't just like hearing it say what it's saying. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to listen to, like,
the shit it's doing in the middle. All it does is give you like the end fucking summary, not the shit it did in the middle. Like, I'd like to see that still, you know? So, hold on. Pyro, I disagree. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying there. That makes more sense. Okay, okay. But in general, and like, dude, I can't claim 100% genesis of this, but I had this feeling before Dax even made the post. But the idea is like, you build up this fucking like model blob of the thing you want, and then you chisel it down to what you actually wanted, you know? I find that to be a way more like reasonable and consistent approach than trying to build from the ground up, you know? I mean, if you've ever done like modeling or clay or like any kind of sculpture, no, that's actually what you do. You get like the slab and then you reduce it, you know? Versus like, oh no, we just did the foot. It's got to be perfect, man. Let's do the next fucking step up, the next chunk, right? So I don't think AI lends itself to like the linear flow of development that a lot of people might be used to. I really like it. Like, dude, hammer out all the bullshit and let's refine it. So yes, if you've ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, we're just cultivating mass. All right? We're just cultivating mass, and then we're going to like chisel it down. You don't build a sculpture from nothing. You get a giant fucking slab of marble and you create something out of it, man. We're cultivating mass. Hold on. If we're going to do Alice in Chains, we're going to do the best Alice in Chains, and that's actually the Unplugged set. And I think Stone Temple Pilots might even be classified as like, yeah, their best concert was that Unplugged set too. There we go. Oh, you guys are in for a treat if you've never heard this. A little quiet. Give me a sec. The mixing's a little hit or miss. Sorry, I had to eat some food. It's late, you know. Come on. BRB, one sec. I know this song's not the most upbeat. Sorry. It's a good opening. All right, just making sure, dude. I thought it was really cool if you were watching the video, like as the crowd's like clapping and all that shit, dude. Like that's the people walking on stage. Like they timed it so well. Like they didn't all walk on at the same time. But as these instruments started kicking in, dude, fucking dope. Yeah, master showing. Oh, and we did the burgers. Oh, we did the burgers right. Oh, these are like. Could have done just a little more like water soak before throwing them into the foil. And they would have been like the perfect like breading. Oh man, yeah, dude, just so perfect. All right, so at least anyone here in the Seattle area, and I bet this applies to like In-N-Out and some of those burgers too. Order the plain, either cheese or regular burgers, depending on your preference. If you can't do cheese, don't do cheese. Get extras, refrigerate them as soon as you can. Maybe like put them in a plastic bag if you're going to do it for more than like a day. When you want to reheat them, don't do the microwave. No. You take the burger out of their fucking paper wrapper bullshit and you run them under the water faucet after running the water cold for a while if you have to because your pipes suck, sure. And get just enough like water into that shit that then you wrap it in foil and throw it in the oven. And they get this like awesome like steaming but still like crispy that is just fan-fucking-tastic, dude. I'd gladly pay you on Tuesday for a burger today. Dude. Life pro tip. So now, when I go to Seattle, there's no way I could ever not get some extra burgers, you know? I got these cheeseburgers. A dream about the perfect way to reheat cheeseburgers? Damn, man, that's really specific. Oh, okay. Wait, are you from like the Seattle area or you just mean like burgers in general? Just cheeseburgers in general. Sure, makes sense. So Pyro, I mean, here in Seattle, the Dick's cheeseburger is like $3. It's like literally just $3. So at least like the Dick's cheeseburger is worth it, I think, you know? I mean, I consider it better for sure. Like, you've seen the memes about McDonald's cheeseburgers, the patty being thinner than the pickle, right? These aren't the thickest burger in the world, but you know, it's fine. They used to be way cheaper. They were like $1.89. I don't know. The last time I was ordering them on like a regular basis, that was easily 10 years ago. You know, their beef costs have gone way the fuck up. Damn, I love Alice in Chains, man. But yeah, so just saying, Pyro. It's a good cheeseburger place. It's not like the best cheeseburger you've ever had. It's definitely nothing compared to like an In-N-Out. But isn't In-N-Out like, are they still independent or are they private equity owned by this point? Like, I bet they're going downhill. Just like Five Guys, man. Actually, I've never eaten at Five Guys. I've been inside of Five Guys burgers once, you know. That said, it was the coolest fucking being inside a burger joint moment I've ever had because I got there hanging out with, you know, Will's probably gone, but he was part of the group. Right? It was the night before a conference. We're all hanging out. In comes like Scott Talinsky, Tanner Lindsley, why am I spacing on his name? Ryan Carniato. There we go. Right? Those three guys just chilling. And it's like me, Will, and I forget who the sixth person was. I'm spacing on that part and I feel bad. But just like, dude, six of us hanging out, talking tech before a conference. And like, dude, Ryan and Tanner start like just going off talking about some of this like really nitty gritty server side rendering stuff. And like when like the hydration needs to happen and all that stuff. And it was like, it was just really, really fun to listen to. It was awesome. And then in the middle, there's like Scott Talinsky and like Tanner talking about like Legend of Zelda. You know, like it was just a really fun conversation. You know, like just hanging out, chilling. One of the coolest moments of the past couple years that I can think of, that I've been a party to. But okay, so man, I got the food in my belly now, and it was good. Oh man, I don't think I needed the burgers, but I needed the burgers. I needed to at least prove out the fucking reheating strategy, dude. That was good. I fucking nailed it. I fucking nailed it. I do wonder if it would still be as good with like more shit in the middle, right? Like instead of a plain cheeseburger, like a cheeseburger with all the accoutrements. Maybe remove the pickle ahead of time. But other than that, like letting the ketchup and everything like seep in. I'm not sure that'd be as good. Air fryer? Like in foil or just like in the air fryer in general? Because I still think you'd have to wrap it in foil. And at that point, I don't think air fryer matters. Like you still gotta like douse it in water and then put it in foil, you know? But the air fryer might make it more even for top to bottom. I could see something like that, maybe. Sure. I don't know. No idea, man. But yeah, sure. I could try it. I don't have an air fryer right now, but I'm sure I'll get one eventually. Because there's certain things that are such a pain in the ass to do in the oven. Where like you got to do oven and then switch it to broil at like some point, whereas like air fryer would just do it all completely even, you know? Well, no, it's like air fryers are more even on like the top and bottom as well, and that's actually a huge win. There are very few times where I actually want like the top part hotter or the bottom part hotter, but like it does happen, especially when you're doing like salmon or something. That could have value, right? So yeah, sometimes you do want like a proper broil, right? You know, heat from the top broiler, right? I think like, you know, salmon and most fish is best done where like you get it to like temp and then you fucking like sear the fuck out of the top, right? But like you do it in the broiler, not in the fucking like pan or some shit, right? So yeah, I don't know, just thinking out loud. I like cooking. I like food. I like food. Obviously. You know, my double chin agrees. Damn, Allison Chains fucking roasting MTV there real quick. Dude takes a sip of whiskey after playing just like some fucking like, here's some Metallica. No, let's play some real music. Shit. Let's actually just play some real music. Boom, roasted. Right? Did you hear that? Like, after they made the LL Cool J joke, in comes the Metallica bass riff. That was not coincidence. Corporate wants you to like find the difference between these things from a commercial standpoint. They're the same picture. You know? Dude, just roasting Metallica. Dude, that was awesome. Like, dude. I wonder if that was truly intended. I think it was. I'm almost positive it was. Fuck. Like, let's try it one more time. I fucked it up. I think they thought it would be cut. Dude, these guys are the best. I've never heard the full shit. I've never heard some of these in between things. I've just heard the album versions. Yeah, I just know like the recorded like album released version that skips all this middle stuff. Dude, this is cool. Okay, so yeah, we're slacking. We should do something. Yeah, I don't know. Look at it this way, it was probably an excuse to sell like a full extended recut later, right? And maybe I just never heard that. You know, they spoon feed you bit by bit, right? Oh, here's the movie. And then 3 years later, here's the director's cut. Dude, motherfucker, you had that the entire time. Okay? How dare you? You could have just released it with the thing. Motherfucker, you know? But yeah, that's just the music and film industry, you know? Money, please. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so the thing we're trying to prompt. Right, as an example, we should there should be a sphere with a movable point that changes the global lighting is coming from, which changes how all shadows are generated slash calculated. Think Photoshop global illumination vibes. Ooh, right? Yeah, tell them the clanker vibes. Damn right. Right? Think Photoshop global illumination. We need to configure other things like depth for extruded components. And here I sit. Flowers. Ooh, I don't think I knew the lyrics that well. Ooh, I had the wrong word there. Right, so I want it to create some kind of global config, and we're trying to like explore and figure out the part that we care about. Now, motherfucker, we should just be creating a specification and you should ask me about it. But yeah, TV Twitch, the idea I'm talking about is not brand new. If you've ever looked at neo-brutalism, they have a similar thing where, like, you know, you have the component and you have stuff you can configure, but then there's like the styling aspect, and you can click customize here and change all sorts of aspects, and it changes the entire like theming. So it's not like it's a unique idea on my part, right? You can change where the global illumination is coming from. They're just doing it based upon like offset values. I think that's a little abstracted from what skeuomorphism is trying to do. Skeuomorphism's entire thing is like global illumination, right? Like light should reflect and react with the things on the screen as if they were real and physical, right? So your shadows and all that stuff really need to be reactive to wherever that global illumination source is coming from. And then theoretically, we can calculate what the shadows should be for things into hard-coded values from that global illumination angle and intensity, right? And I think that would be a better like abstraction for like creating a theme or a style, right? Like Photoshop style. So yeah, I don't know. Like, and hey man, how would I build that? Well, I have ideas about how I might do this from scratch, but you know what? We can let the clanker try first, man. While we just hang out and chill. Listen to music and fucking drink whiskey and smoke some weed. Oh no, this is a terrible experience, isn't it? Oh no, whatever am I gonna do? Existential crisis time, right? No. Because we're gonna run this shit and we're gonna see how fucking woefully inaccurate it is. And then we're gonna have to like fine tune it anyway, because human taste really can't be replicated by stupid models, at least. And at some point, we're going to have to use the stupid models because our budgets are going to get constrained. Companies are going to hire back actual humans because frontier models cost too much for simple stuff. It's going to fucking happen. And you need a pipeline for when seniors retire, who replaces them? If you can't develop a pipeline of talent with taste, you're going to hit a drought of just terrible bullshit, you know? And it's just nice to see that companies are fucking like understanding that. Is all it took the fact that like, yeah, now OpenAI and Anthropic are seeking IPO, so now they need to speak to the fucking public, not just to the private investors they were trying to convince originally, right? That's what all of their messaging was for previously. Now that they can't squeeze any money from that fucking teat because they've already done it and they can't do a down round because that would affect their IPO, here we are, right? And now they're admitting to the reality of the situation. Maybe not a Modi yet, but at least Sam Altman is reading the fucking writing on the wall. Yeah, you want to do an IPO for general retail public to fucking buy into your shit? Besides just like greasing the wheels of the FCC to get you into like the fucking NASDAQ shit? Even though there used to be a rule of like the company has to exist for X amount of time first for stability. Yeah, Elon, fucking corrupt motherfucker. Sorry. There's a lot of rant bundled up in those statements, but if you know, you know. None of these IPOs should be allowed to be invested in by any fucking index fund or 401k. There's a law or a rule that these index funds cannot invest into something too new, right? But Elon somehow got that shit repealed because corrupt will be corrupt, you know? He's trying to shift that bag from his unprofitable companies to us, the public, right? To our 401ks. Yep. For sure. Look into it. All of these fucking IPO motherfuckers are trying to do the same goddamn thing. OpenAI, Elon's bullshit, even Anthropic, they're trying to do the same fucking thing. They're trying, like, them and their investors are trying to shift the bag to the public before this fucking bubble pops. That's what it is. If you were smart, you would move to a self-managed 401k and invest in index funds that are not beholden to the fucking NASDAQ and all that shit. This is not financial advice. You can actually do a self-managed 401k. You can absolutely do that. I don't know if you know that. You can do a self-managed 401k. Is it smart? Probably not. But you can. I don't think it applies. Like, I don't know how that works, actually. I need to look into, well, what does it take to make a previously managed 401k into a self-managed 401k? And how much leeway do you have to, like, change how those funds are reinvested? Without having to, like, pay massive tax on that shit. That I don't know. I would say consult someone who actually knows about this shit. Because it ain't me. I don't fucking know. But at the bare minimum, you can start self-managing the shit that your company is helping pay into. So from here on, whenever it goes self-managed, well, at least you can self-manage those funds. Don't let these fucking hedge fund assholes and Elon Musk invest your money in shit that you would never invest in. Right? Pick index funds that don't touch US-based tech if you really want. That's totally up to you. But until this bubble pops, oh man, I wouldn't trust any of these motherfuckers. They're just trying to move the bag. They're trying to leave retail holding the bag. Theoretically. All right, so yeah, I don't care about cloud shareable bullshit. Fuck no. Ooh. This song. And yeah, King, how you doing, Mister Sir? I know that was a while ago. Whatever, we're good. I love this song. Let's burn. Oh man, I would sing this in karaoke if I wanted to bum everyone out, right? Leads me to nowhere. But it's a vibe, isn't it? Come on. Was no safe bet. Seemed. Oh, this part. I'm not saying this part. I do need actually a couple ice cubes and another soda, though. Are we overdoing it? It's a Friday, right? Are people aware of the story behind this? I believe this story is about either Lane Staley or the other dude's dad. I think this is Lane's song. I'm almost positive this is one of Lane's, right? But it's literally about his father. And the dude in the video, I don't know if it was literally his dad. I think it was an actor, maybe. But yeah. I forget which one. Anyone remember? It may be Jerry's dad, for sure. I don't remember which one. I don't know if the dude in the video is actually him though. I can't remember. I think it might actually be him. But I don't remember if it's Lane or Jerry's dad. And I was forgetting Jerry's name, so thank you for the reminder. Yeah, for some reason my brain just wasn't making that connection. It's like the weed and the whiskey. Those chemicals are affecting my brain's ability to make the right neural pathway decision. That's a good callback to earlier, right? Shit. But it is getting late. I need to move the microphone down. I need to grab another soda. I'm going to grab some ice cubes for this, and I'll be right back. And I'm okay with going late tonight. I know, PoE 2, man. What about PoE 2? I play PoE 2 anytime. I just like vibing with y'all, man. And drinking whiskey and smoking weed. It's like I like both. It's weird. Fuck me, right? He does look like him when I'm remembering back on. Dude, we should almost... At some time of the night, we might benefit from changing the name of the stream to CM Griffing After Dark. And is it when we go to this kind of moment? Maybe that's it. Like, should I raid myself at some point? No, and realistically, in the future, the After Dark would be the whiskey and weed time. So it'll actually start at, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 o'clock if we were to go, like, full time. We could still bring it down to this level, though. Dude, that fucking harmony, are you kidding me? Right, so let's continue along. So yeah, we got the clanker here. It's asking about configuration values. Should they have explicit min-max constraints and validation, or should any reasonable value be allowed? It's gotta turn out right. Dude, this is actually like a big thing. That is YouTube. Yeah, you can do !song to get the exact link if you want. For sure. But yeah, no, this is Alice in Chains, like their full uncut, unplugged concert. But what I was gonna remark on is like when you like, as far as like a grunge thing, really thinking about like Alice in Chains. And they got like 2 singers that are like kind of back and forth as lead singer style. Almost like The Who did back in the day, but like out of grunge, you had 2 bands do that. Temple of the Dog, right? So yeah, like even Temple of the Dog had like 2 fucking lead singers, you know? It's actually crazy. Like it's a pattern or a vibe that like you don't see nowadays really from bands. I guess technically if you want to think about it, Linkin Park did it too. There were different kind of leads, but they were still 2 separate lead singers. Yeah, the bands with multiple lead singers. It's an interesting thing. Here's something I'd like to think. Any Alice in Chains fans out there? You ever seen like live concerts where Lane was like the out of key guy? Like as good as Jerry is, I don't think he's nearly as consistent. Like we heard multiple off key notes today, right? From this concert. Which is fine. Like he has to fucking play guitar and do all this other shit too, and he's like the whole band basically. But like I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, there's something weird about that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, something interesting there. Anyway, let's keep going. So, ready to proceed with the spec kit plan? I think we can. Like, we'd be reusing all of this context anyway. Super jaded. I think Jerry's actually really good when he lets go, but most of the time he's like holding back on his singing, which is interesting. Whereas like Lane, there's like maybe Lane's holding back, but holy shit, his version of holding back is still like crazy. Yeah. All right, so it's still doing some of the like planning stuff. And I'm not sure about that. Like it's a lot of planning and we know it's all gonna fuck it up, right? But it is doing some interesting like web search, actually. It's even targeting IE11 compatibility? Dude, you don't have to do that anymore.
SWE 1.6, when was the last time you were trained? Like, how recent is your data? Well, SWE 1.6 is actually trained on the latest and greatest of only Stack Overflow as of 2019. I'm not saying that's actually it, but holy shit, dude, it kind of feels like it, doesn't it? It all starts to make sense if that's the case. Oh no, we didn't read documentation. We only read Stack Overflow. We figured that was like the greatest corpus of programming information ever found, so might as well just trade on that. It's cheaper. I'm bullshitting. Take it easy. Hold on. Y'all can barely even see the microphone. There we go. Let's be more performative. Fuzzy. It's soft. It's nice. I like it. We definitely want to generate tasks, but do we want to do that in this context? I think we want to start a new one. I think that'd be better. Now, hold on. We should be, like seriously, we should be auto-committing after all this shit because of SpecKit config. Is that also a thing, Devin? Or not Devin, but SWE 1.6 is messing up? I really do think that could be part of it. Like, is it just missing parts of the agent's MD and other context? Could... Wait. If I would, could you? That's the lyric. Yeah. I love the song. Yeah, I forget the lyrics. My bad. If I would, could you? Is that like... What would Jesus do, but... agnostic? This best show they've done in like 30. Bad joke. Bad joke. So yeah, we're gonna do some more SpecKit shit. And yeah, I mean, I won't know if SpecKit is the problem or if SWE 1.6 is the problem until I try SpecKit with another model. And I kind of want to do that completely separate. Like, I actually want to try and rebuild the exact same thing we're trying to do right now. So yeah, that'll be the plan. And we'll get even like a playbook of like what features are important versus like what was us fixing the bullshit. And we'll try and like kick off that playbook and see like what bullshit we got to fix with a smarter model. I think we could continue to use Devin though. That's right. We could do it with their sponsored credits. And that's a win-win. I think their model's a mistake unless you're really good at sub-agent orchestration. And I'm not amazing at that yet. Like if you could do it right with the right guardrails for very small, finite fixes that are already mapped out. But it's like, hey, do this one thing and run the test and then fix what's a problem or something, right? Like very small changes, you know? And we'll say, hold on, this is not my favorite Alice in Chains song. So now I gotta like skip ahead. So this is Frogs, right? Here we go. Sorry, let's bring up the mood a bit. This is still Alice in Chains. Damn, what if we made this like our outro song? Like, hey, we're about to go raid someone. Let's put on this song and fucking like roll some credits bullshit. Like how White Panther does that, right? Oh, here's the people that followed. Here's the people that like, you know, best chatter. And like you just do like a roll of the credits. It's always fun. I've always admired the way she did that. For sure. I think it'd be fun to implement it. I don't know. I haven't, because I didn't want to like rip it off. But it's been long enough. It's just a good idea. You know? It's just a good idea. I think that could be cool. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've always admired that. Yes, this becomes ASMR. And it becomes fun. I mean, it's still fun. But I can't yell. I gotta treat my neighbors all right, you know? I feel like, dude, if a neighbor's complaining about this, they've got bigger fucking problems. Like, dude, this is so quiet. Like, dude, this is so fucking quiet. If this is too loud, put some goddamn fucking earplugs in because you have superhuman hearing. You know, as a neighbor, like a floor above or a floor below. This is so quiet, right? Like, I get it. In the past, I've been yelling at like 4 a.m. It's my bad. This has got to be chill. If this isn't cool, that's a them problem, I think. But I still want to be respectful. Yeah, I see I have 3 of them, and I think we're only doing 3 at a time. I wouldn't mind getting LinkedIn going, but I think the majority of what I do is not for LinkedIn. You know, I keep thinking about it. And that's where maybe like, yeah, we could do like daytime on LinkedIn, and then we pivot to after dark. Yes, you can totally stream on LinkedIn. Businesses totally fucking do it. Yeah. Yeah, our Get Kraken stream is actually bigger on LinkedIn than it is on Twitch. You didn't even know we streamed on Twitch, did you? But yeah, no, just in general. Yeah, Yeah, so I have 3 in front of me. I'm using Zen because they do this like multi-window split kind of thing that's really nice. I'm currently like they're in my teleprompter that I'm looking at. Like I'm looking you in the eye as you type this shit because I can see this shit, right? And my camera's right behind it using a teleprompter and the bullshit, right? But because whatever I'm using is not an Elgato, I have to do my own kind of flipping bullshit. And Windows doesn't let me flip this screen the right way. I'm not sure if Mac would, but I know Windows doesn't. So instead, I get it as good as I can. And then I have a browser extension that lets me flip any window, but it also auto flips Twitch chat and YouTube chat windows. But there's other things I want to do. Like, dude, I don't need the fucking leaderboard banner or even like the thing that says stream chat with the buttons and shit. I don't need that on my teleprompter. So I have a lot of like selective like deleting of element bullshit I need to do besides just auto flipping some stuff for certain things, and we might do that at some point. But here's the thing, I think I just want to hand code that. I don't think I want to leave that to the clanker. I don't think it fucking knows, and I think I could do it faster. It's actually really simple. I think it's actually really fucking simple. You know? You're just deleting an element from the DOM on page load or on like initiation of the flipping mechanic. Like it's actually really simple. I don't think we need a clanker for that part. So, are we gonna do that today? Hell no. But it is the thing I do want to customize for my teleprompter. But here's the thing, like maybe that's it. What I need to do is I need to implement a scene in which we show these things, but the scene would then have to horizontally flip everything because I'm already horizontally flipping for my screen. So then it would have to horizontally flip. And then the browser bar would be backwards, but it's fine. If I wanted to do like, you know, the thing where like the Primogen and Theo like show their chat on screen kind of thing, I think it's actually a good, you know, mechanic for like for chat engagement and shit. I think it's really smart that they do that. Like I know we show this, it's just not everything, right? But the way they like highlight people and react to it is interesting. I feel like there's definitely some engagement aspect to it that is really smart of them. Like, it's not talking shit. I think they're fucking geniuses. Whatever they're doing's working, right? Shit. I'm actually not a huge fan of this song, but the acoustic version's alright. I know Jerry wrote all this shit, but god damn it, man. He's just not a consistent enough singer. And here's the thing. When he's on, I consider him to have a more pleasant voice. But when he's off, like, dude, pay a pro. Dude, when he lets go, it's good. When he lets go, it's actually solid. He's just too restrained. Alright, so I think we got the plan. Honestly, this is a lot of stuff that like reads really well. Like, here's the biggest thing. Like, maybe SWE16 is just really good at the planning, and like we should do the coding with something else. I could see that. I'd love it if some of these companies just had like actual recommendations. In our testing, here's some fucking benchmark results. We're not optimizing for it, but this is what we've seen. And just like create a post that like updates that information once every fucking 4 months or some shit. Boom. Like, that'd be super cool. All right, we're seeing good results by using this model for this part and this model for another part. You can disagree, but at least try it and let us know what you can do. Like, we're happy to update these docs. Like, you like farm engagement with that shit. You know? Any of the Devon people, go for it, man. Fucking do it. I don't give a shit. This idea is free. I'm not going to care if you do it. If you want to acknowledge me with some more free credits, go for it. Kidding. I don't care. Like, I'm not even sure I'll use the ones you guys gave me. Alright, so... Ooh, running analysis would be a good idea, but I think it's just, yeah, start implementation. We'll do that. And dude, right, wasn't that a fun, like, dude, that was Alice in Chains, right? I think you most likely expect them to be way fucking heavier than that, right? That is the absolute best unplugged show. I know Nirvana did all right. I know other bands did all right. This was the absolute best version. Good shit, though, right? Wait, is this the other band my friend recommended? Hold on, we're gonna give it a shot. Wait. Yeah, Babes in Canyon. This is definitely them. Right, hold on, it's a little loud. Totally different vibe. Totally different vibe, but yeah, you know, let's mix it up. All right, so the plan here, we're going to kick off implement. And again, I'm not happy with what the Clanker's been shitting out. But I respect the game and I respect the process. The frustration is part of the process. Right? Like snowboarding, like skateboarding, like painting, like anything. Understanding and dealing with the frustration is part of the fucking growth in any process. You can't know what you like until you know what you dislike. Was that a Confucius say moment? Was that clippable? Maybe if I was centered on the video and not looking so fucking baked, right? That sounds impossible. What the fuck are you talking about, man? I have a hanging cord from my laptop. I kept this into my hand and there was a solid chunk and I tossed it. And I tossed it wrong. I hit the hanging cord and it bounced exactly where I wanted it to go. I think I might be a Jedi. I think I'm a fucking Jedi. Right? Bananas and blow. Bananas and blow. My God, man. This song is the prequel to Ocean Man. It's a 2-part series. I don't know if you knew that. I'm kidding. I'm making that up, by the way. I don't think that's canon. Same artist, though. Yeah, same artist. This is Ween, obviously. Cocaine off the mirror. Looking for a way to take me away from here. Bananas and blow. Oh, I want to annoy my neighbors so much by singing this too loud. Right, so feel like we could actually tell this thing, oh, hey, man, are you at a good point where you think it's like done and you're ready and you want to do the next step? Well, just clear your context and then run this thing. And then we're done. The song's good. The song's really good. Hold on. Hey, neighbors nearby, if I'm being too loud, pound on the wall. See, I think we're good. I've done that before, where I've been loud and I said pound on the wall, and they totally pounded on the wall. So I think we're set. I think we're good, man. That's just science. That was almost tragic. I do love this music video, though. There's a sequel. We'll listen to the sequel right after this. This one's the good one, though. The other one's meh, as far as the song goes. The video's meh, but, like, the song is more meh compared to this. Whereas, like, the video for the next one is, like, close enough to this that it's like, alright, well, meh. Like, meh in a good way, not meh in a bad way. I think I might have messed up this part. Because I don't think SWE does any caching. I don't know if that matters so much. It's still just in context. But is it other stuff that we would have had to load into context or not? And that I'm not sure of. And I know it's way after the fact, and I'm still just kind of thinking about it. Like, does anyone feel like we've gotten to a point where Goodhart's Law is somehow its own version of Goodhart's Law? Right? Like, so many people will cite Goodhart's Law in a situation that isn't necessarily applicable. Or where it's just like ignoring, like, that there is the possibility for good metrics, right? So by saying any metric, right, that becomes a target ceases to be a good metric, that itself then becomes its own self-defeating prophecy because it's a metric on metrics. And like, dude, I don't know. Is there some fucking like I think there's something there. I think there's a paradox in there somewhere. Right? Like, Goodhart's Law can't be applied universally. Because otherwise, it's doing the same thing that it's trying to, like, condemn. To a degree, right? Well, how do you determine the value of a metric? Is it every metric or are there good metrics? How do you measure the quality of a metric? Like, Goodhart's Law becomes a paradox when you really try and, like, give it nuance. Okay, so, hold on. We'll give Technord 2 or whatever. Not sure. As far as the song goes. That one's good. Then we'll do that other one. Dude, that thunder freaked me out. I thought I was dropping something. Was I talking shit on this song? I wasn't talking shit on the John Carpenter part. This part's actually even better than the first John Carpenter part, right? Right. How do you improve upon a John Carpenter intro? A second John Carpenter intro. The song's worse. The John Carpenter intro was way better. I don't like this part. Dude, the song's way worse. Here's the thing, this music video is like an obvious fucking like reference to the original music video, but also it's just completely stealing the plotline from fucking Labyrinth, right? Where like the baby's abducted by the big bad, right? But like that's the whole gist, like the entire thing is just a fucking... It's just a nostalgia trip song. I just fucking hate this singer right here. Whoever this fucking dude is. Is that Charlie Simpson? Dude. Gross. Like the lyrics are garbage too. Did you let him write these lyrics? What the fuck are you doing, Gunship? Ugh. God. I'm not gonna say Gunship writes fucking gold, but dude. Is this the Mickey Mouse cassette? Oh, she has to blow it off to put it in? Oh, that was dope. Ooh, the Tamagotchi kicks in. Sick. Dude, the nostalgia of these videos is solid. If you want to see the video, just do exclamation point song. You can check it out. Watch it later. You won't regret it. God, I think the guest singer fucking sucks though. The claymation's fun though. Alright. Weird video. Weird video. Let's do one more gunship. There's actually a few more that are pretty good music videos. There's one I just want to hear right now. Like, and I don't care if it has a video. Wait a minute. They have an album called Technoir Timelines. Did they just snipe me? How dare they? But okay, so hold on. Gunship Official Shadow Fury. That's the song I want to hear. The bridge to this song's amazing. It's got some good crunch, right? So yeah, I'm still not sold on this model. I mean, what am I going to do? Code it myself by hand? Yeah, I might actually do that. Because I don't think it would be that hard, honestly. Or at least we could get like the bare minimum scaffolded and do other things and then like really fine tune the stuff we care about. I just think, you know how some things feel like a shotgun approach? Using SWE 1.6 fast feels like the Uzi approach. Yeah, you're gonna shoot a lot of fucking bullets and maybe you hit the thing you wanted, but there's gonna be a lot of innocent bystanders that get clipped too. That's what this feels like right now. Yeah. Oh, it's fast. Oh, it's fast. Very fast. But, wanted to give it a try. Let's look at some other things. So, hold on. Hold on. Did this thing finish? We have to do a doctor, right? I don't think we've seen a 0 failures. Fucking ever. How long did it take to run, though? Like, we weren't paying attention to it. I should totally, like, next time we run that shit, we need to pipe it to a time command. That way the time gets spit out at the end, right? But it still runs the thing. Yeah. Dude, yeah, we need to pipe it to a time command. Or run time and pipe. Right? Wouldn't it just be like time caret in the thing we want to do? Because you want to make sure the timer starts. Or do you pipe it with the fucking bar? Anyone know? What's the right way to do that? Right? To get a full, like, runtime of a command? But still have the command run and do its own thing? Yeah, I gotta ask a clanker. Like, I swear I used to know how to do this. Like, it's just time. Oh, do a shell script. Mm. Oh, cool Shrek. Damn. T3 chat listens to the fucking B shortcut? That's fucking brilliant. Damn T3 chat. Dude, that's one of those things that you see that you're just so pleasantly surprised by that it's amazing. Wow. I didn't even think about that. Solid T3 chat. Solid. Damn, yeah, that was fucking cool, actually. Oh, so you just put time before the thing you want to do. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, it's actually that easy? Motherfucker. Hey, what's up, Quantum? I mean, we're doing a bunch of shit. We're just thinking. But yeah, what you up to? And then yeah, who's this step person? They cool or are they trolling? Yeah. I hope they know I won't put up with that shit. We can chill, we can hang out, but treat us like we want to actually talk to each other in the future. You know? So just saying, I do not put up with shit talking. We can constructively criticize each other, but you better fucking know what that means. This is a chill vibe stream. I'm the only one allowed to break that rule. Nah, it's just late, and I have neighbors that I don't want to annoy. Normally, I'm yelling, doing all sorts of shit. Dude, I know it may say like 4 hours into stream, but like, it's just because stream like stopped for some reason. This has been a long stream. This is actually way past when I normally go. But, you know, again. Lemmy from Timo. What the fuck does that even mean? I'm just saying, Step. Like, is that something you would say to someone that you want to actually talk to you again? Like, would you say that in real life? Anyway, thanks, Quantum. Appreciate the raid, but, yeah, I don't know, man. I will say there is something interesting. I shared my ban list with one other streamer, and they mentioned that, oh, yeah, by implementing our shared ban list, half of my regulars were banned. Yeah, I don't put up with the bullshit. I think that's the best way of phrasing that. And do you know what streamer that was? That was fucking Juicebox Hero. Yeah, like half of her regulars were banned by implementing our shared ban list. So yeah, I don't put up with bullshit. I'd recommend at least letting your chat know ahead of time. Next time you're in. That's all. I like to think in general when I raid someone, I have the best behaved chat. It's a point of pride. In general, not always. Dude, sometimes there's a dickhead that's been hanging out that I banned, but they were still lurking. That's definitely happened a couple times too. But anyway, appreciate the raid. Thanks. What were you actually doing on your stream, by the way? Besides getting harassed by chat or criticized or whatever. Interface cleanup for real this time. And is this an interface in a game? You're doing some game dev? Is that it? Anyway, we're gonna keep going. We're just vibing some shit, hanging out. Oh. I wish I had the source code I could give you for how I do that with the thing below. It's pretty chill. Like, it's really not that bad. I mean, what language are you doing it in? Because if it's JavaScript, TypeScript, like, dude, the message format with TMI.js gives you the exact, like, character indices to do the replacement and all that stuff. Why would you do that? Dude, it could just run in a fucking... No, I think someone's fucking you up, man. I feel bad. I think someone's fucking you up. It just needs to be a fucking browser source, right? Like, do you need like a UI to configure it? If that, then okay. Like, hold on, real quick. Right? Are you trying to make it dynamic so other people could do stuff too? Check out Stream Parrot there. And if you're trying to build your own Stream Parrot, I don't give a shit. Yeah, go for it, man. I don't fucking care. Dude, yeah, it is a fragment in time and I can't even change or modify anything about it. So yeah, if you want to build your own fucking version of it, go for it, man. But the thing that you're seeing where I'm replacing like LOL and some of that shit, like, yeah, dude, it's actually really easy. Basing it off of StreamerBot? What the fuck is StreamerBot? See, I don't know any of this shit. I have no idea. But let me get it. So, are you trying to build a software as a service? Or a thing that's easier for you to maintain? I'm just curious about the use case. And if it's just for learning, well, that's a perfectly valid reason. But I'm just saying, like, if you just want to do just a little bit of just like generic, like your own rendering of chat, similar to like below, without having to do too much other bullshit, you can just do that in JavaScript in a browser source that's locally hostable. And you're fucking done. You do not need Rails or anything bigger. Yeah, but I think it's a bad use case for Ruby, Rails, Docker stuff. It's a shit use case. I'm sorry, you should find a better project for that. Like a proper like software as a service which has like user login and some of that shit. Now if you want to do it like you're literally trying to build like what Stream Parrot is with user login and all that, oh, okay. Well yeah, alright, that's a good use case then. I get it. If you're just doing it for your stream, like, no, that's a bad use case for Ruby, Rails, and Docker. You can just do it in a single fucking browser pane, right? Some self-hosted JavaScript bullshit and you're done. So I'm just making sure, like, use the right tool for the right job, you know? I mean, it's up to you. I'm just saying, it's a bad use case for Ruby, Rails, and Docker, in my opinion. Unless you got, like, the user management stuff. It's just chat overlay. Like, dude, it's a bad use case. You're using way more resources for a thing that you don't have to. Just a single fucking browser instance's worth of JavaScript and HTML and CSS for a single, like, your own chat overlay. Anything more than that is over-engineering. It's just not necessary. Find a better use case to use his knowledge and, like, learn from it. It's a bad version of learning that, in my opinion. Seriously, build like a software as a service instead. That is what Ruby on Rails is for, right? Stripe, Shopify. Yeah, Ruby on Rails apps. No, not a storefront. Like an app, like a software as a service, a thing that does things for other businesses or other services or other users, right? Buffer.com, like that's a software as a service. Stripe is a software as a service. Shopify is technically a Stripe as a service, but like you might get confused by the storefront thing. I am saying, like, yeah, bring in like sales and user registration and selling a specific user a thing and managing their subscription for them. Ruby on Rails is perfect for that. That's what you should be learning to use Ruby on Rails and Docker for. Not a chat overlay. That's a bad use case. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest with you. It's over-engineering a chat overlay for sure. Unless you want to make that into a software as a service. For building a back-end platform. Twitter was originally written in Ruby on Rails. Shopify itself was originally written in Ruby on Rails. Stripe was originally written in Ruby on Rails. This is not storefronts. This is products that businesses integrate with and make money from. But even Twitter is just a user application. It was originally built in Ruby on Rails. If you just simply look into the things that have been built with Ruby on Rails, that will give you an idea of what you can build with Ruby on Rails. A chat overlay is actually like the worst use case, in my opinion. Because all you need for a chat overlay, HTML, JavaScript, CSS. That's all it is inside of OBS. You don't need a fucking form to modify it. You can just modify fucking CSS or pass things to a fucking URL if you really need to. It's like query params. Okay. Well, and at that point, you just didn't describe what you're doing well enough. And all right, sure, man. If you want to keep using Ruby on Rails for it, go for it. Man. I'm guessing you're thinking about like a streamer tool, like software service where any generic streamer can sign up for it too. Is that it? Okay. Sure. Go for it. It sounds fun. Sure. Almost all chats can be listened to with a fucking simple WebSocket. You don't need a server middleman for that. Oh, you don't even need to do the IRC. There's a WebSocket connection. It's abstracting the IRC, sure, but it's just a WebSocket, dude. Just simple WebSockets. It's all just HTML, JavaScript, CSS. You don't need a server for WebSocket listening. Do whatever you want. If your solution is proxying WebSocket events from your server doing the listening to a client listening to that shit, it's actually a really bad architecture and it'll never scale. So you will never build a business off of that architecture. Not one that you can actually pay for. Because the bandwidth will eat you alive. Yeah, like if your architecture really does have your server as a middleman for the WebSocket listening, you'll never be able to scale that to be profitable. It's just a bad architecture. I'm sorry. I want to throw that out there right now. Because bandwidth is not free. You might be able to get away with it using Cloudflare or any like bandwidth alliance provider, but you'll never do it on AWS. It'll never be profitable because you will be just paying out any moment, any little bit of profit, and most likely more, towards bandwidth costs. Instead, you can have the user's client listen to these fucking messages and aggregate on the client side, and that's their fucking bandwidth, not yours. So I do want to at least just say, like, if you're trying to make a business out of this, or make it like widely available with other people using your hardware, you do not want to be operating your server as the middleman for these WebSocket connections. You will go broke. It's just not tenable. Okay. So it's something they would download and self-host. So then what I would recommend is like, well, who wants to run a Ruby on Rails virtual machine? Wouldn't you be better off like wiring that into like an Electron app or a Tori app? Like then it's like a desktop application they download that does this shit. I don't know. I'm just trying to like point out like it's all about like thinking about the problem you're trying to solve. I think Ruby on Rails and Docker is not solving any of the problems you think it is. If desktop's the use case, I do not recommend Docker as a distribution layer, personally. You need some type of like desktop application wrapper at that point, which is Tori, Electron, whatever. Now, here's the thing. There might be a Ruby on Rails desktop application framework. No fucking idea. I think there's one for Go that's called like Wales, like WAILS or something like that, right? I know some of these things exist. I'm not aware of like a proper desktop app Ruby on Rails thing. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't, but Docker is a bad distribution mechanism for normies, right? Like if you want other streamers to use this, no single other like normie streamer will ever download a Docker image. It's not going to happen. But they will download some fucking app that's signed for whatever fucking OS they have. And how do you do that? Electron, Tori, or some other niche shit. But yeah, Docker is the worst distribution layer for the target audience you have. If you're truly targeting streamers. Yeah, no worries. Right? Like, sure, man. You could also look at the YouTube video if you want to like get like longer clip, for sure. Like, yeah, maybe like try and like find like the right like segment like time-wise on YouTube that might have more value because it might go longer than that. It was a long rant. But yeah, I just think if your target audience is streamers, the category we are in right now is a very small category. If you want actual streamers to use this, it can't be a fucking Docker distribution. It has to be like an app they download that they install. Or a web app that they navigate to in the browser. But that's way harder to wire up to like OBS or whatever, right? Doable, but way fucking harder. I would say even like an OBS plugin is a step too far. So a desktop app is it. That's it. That's all you can do. That is the closest you'll get to any fucking like normie fucking streamer. They're not installing some Docker shit. Anyway, I'm not trying to say I'm some fucking expert. I'm just saying like I'm making points. I could be wrong. If you disagree, like feel free. But I don't know. At least like some of the stuff I've said, I think applies. Maybe not everything I've said, but I think some of the stuff I said applies. So do whatever you want, because I think the learning aspect is way more fun anyway. But if you actually want to build a business or a thing that other people use, that's a separate thing. And I know, I get that, man. But I think you could be really soon by just applying fucking critical thinking, you know? Eventually, right? And that's the whole part. Like, that's why we're engineers, not just fucking builders. A builder just follows a plan. The engineer actually critiques the plan. You know? Stream has not feeling. Yeah, it's the fucking like quiet like ASMR vibe. Because it's too late and I don't want to annoy my neighbors. It's currently 1 a.m. and I don't want to be a dick about it, right? Now, if you catch me during the earlier part of the day, I'm ranting, yelling, doing all sorts of shit. But right now, it's a slight ASMR vibe because we're just chilling. We're just hanging out. But I don't want to annoy my neighbors, right? I'm trying to be a good neighbor. Like Mr. Rogers would approve, you know? Right? Be the streamer that Mr. Rogers would enjoy. Well, okay. Would he be stoked I'm drinking whiskey? Probably not. Would he be stoked that I'm smoking weed? Probably not. But Mr. Rogers is such a dude, he wouldn't judge us for it. And yeah, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. State Farm will never be as good of a neighbor as Mr. Rogers. That's all I got to say about that. Like a not so good neighbor, State Farm will raise their rates on you if you get into a wreck. Verby, let me get a soda. How do you feel about that jingle? You think it'll catch on? Gonna need to register it so I can collect royalties? Shit. Like a not so good neighbor, State Farm will totally raise their rates on you if you get in a wreck. I think it's got a ring to it, you know? I'm kind of proud of that. Oh yeah, I just made that up. I'm state dropping, man. This is pure fucking like Genesis right there, man. you're saying the music. Oh, got it. No, this is Krungbin. They're super good. Pull the trigger. I think we're fine. It was just a soda bottle. Jesus. Hope the neighbors don't freak out. It's just that but louder. Look at the Monopoly man, just hanging out. Everyone, look at the Monopoly guy. When do you get your monocle? Do they force you to wear a top hat? I'm just having fun. It's okay. Take it easy, buddy. Just chill, all right? Jesus. You're having a house bought for you. Take it easy. Jesus Christ. You got to accept a little bit of ribbing. As most of us are barely scraping by. Take it easy. Yes, I meant Mr. Monopoly Man, obviously. Shit. Right? Some people are do not pass go, do not collect $200. Meanwhile, you're sitting on free parking, man. Shit. You're just hanging out, just living on free parking. Damn, dude. You don't even got to roll the dice. Shit. I'm just having fun. I'm just ribbing you. Don't feel bad about it. Fuck yeah, I'm stoked for you. I'm just saying. Having fun with it. Cheers to you, though. Hell yeah, man. Out of the fucking rat race. You still gotta have a job, right? Shit. Are you trolling right now? I think you're trolling. It feels like trolling. It feels like trolling. Like really sophisticated, like, okay, touche, well played trolling, but still, it feels like trolling. No, it's fine. I appreciate it. I'm only having fun. Like, take it easy. If I truly thought you were trolling, my tone would be different. Ask anyone that watches me regularly. But yeah, what up, Mania? I guess it's Manyar, right? I'm trying to remember how to pronounce that. I don't remember if you ever told me. Oh, Namra. That's right. No, we went over that. You're right. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Remember the Namra. Yeah, my bad. I'll try and remember going forward. I think this might be the only reminder I need, but I need another. Please forgive me. Namra. I can remember that. I can do it. It just takes time. No one lands a kickflip first try. And technically, I've never landed a kickflip. I have done heel flips. I've done other tricks. I've done big spins. I've done, switch backside. Switch fakey backside threes. God, I forget. Dude, skateboarding's weird. But yeah, I got some tricks on a skateboard, and I've just never been able to kickflip. I don't know, there's something weird. I can do frontside 180, backside 180. I can do a bunch of fakey bullshit. I'm shit at nollie. Right? I can do a bunch of flatland bullshit. I can do tricks. But I can't do a kickflip. Namr? Wait, both the A's are silent? Okay, I think you're trolling. Wait, what? Namr? Enmer? Spell it phonetically. No, I get it. I understand what you're saying. But spell it phonetically. Right? How would someone say it if they don't know how to say it? Right? Spell it how someone who doesn't know how to actually, pronounce it would need to read it, like an English speaker. Because you should be able to do it with sounds, Because NMR, is it literally NMR? If it's NMR, I can say that. But there's a way to spell that phonetically. Which actually still has, A's and stuff in it, right? So there's a way you could spell it phonetically where your name is not phonetic, right? But there's a phonetic spelling of it. So figure whatever the fuck that out is. Ask an LLM if you have to. Namra. So, I don't know if you're aware that A at the end is not silent if it's ra. It's still a syllable. Now, hold on. You're still messing up the phonetic spelling? I think you might be messing up the phonetic spelling of the first part still. Just imagine if you're a stupid American English person and you said your name to them, how would they spell it? Really think about that. Use your empathy a bit. Just think about the stupidest fucking English speaker you can think of. You told them your name out loud without showing it on paper. And then they tried to spell it on paper. Right? Think about that. My guess is a stupid American would spell your name as name, ra, based upon what you tried to spell above, right? Namra? And then it would be bound down to, which syllable gets emphasized? Namra. Now, is it name, ra, or is it name, ra, namra, or name, ra, right? And that right there, boom, phonetic spelling. Spell it how a stupid fucking person speaking whatever language you're in would try and spell it as. And then boom, That is phonetic spelling. Because phonetic spelling is actually not local, or it's not like global. It's local to wherever you are. And they have ways that they might spell shit. But that's up to you. Like, just think about it. What would a stupid American spell your name as if you just said it out loud to them? Nimra? Is that it? Nimra? Is that it? We're trying to figure out how to pronounce someone's name the right way, but they're making it really hard for us. Yeah, they're definitely not silent. They're just not the way that I was saying them. It's a separate thing. Okay. So, I might still fuck it up and say Namra, which is emphasizing the name part instead of the raw part. But I think close enough, right? Namra? Is that good? We good? We done? I think we got it. I think we're there. Now hold on, wait, is it actually like Namra? Or is it Namra? Like Vietnamra? It's more like Nam versus name. Numra. Oh, Numra. Well, there you go. That's phonetic. If you had said it, it's Numra. Numra. Dude, there you go. So next time when someone's asking, pronounce the A's like U's or like. So you could also do like Numra. Maybe. Depends on the person. I think the way you spelled it, Numra, right? Just with the dash. Nailed it. Numra. There we go, Numra. Nailed it. And now you can say that forever into the future. You know how to tell a stupid American how to pronounce your name. You're welcome. I don't think you realize what a superpower that is. Some people go their entire life never figuring out how to tell a stupid American how to spell their name or how to pronounce their name. In public, right, you could just say Numra and someone would be like, oh yeah, his name's Numra. They'd never be able to spell it, obviously. But now, whenever you go into a Twitch stream or a YouTube stream or any other stream, and someone's like, how do I pronounce your name? Oh, just call me Numra. You are welcome. Will this ever pay off in the future? Well, we'll figure it out. Whatever. Maybe, maybe not. I had fun. But yeah, so Sutter Shake, how you doing? Shake? I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. We just spent a bunch of time on pronouncing a name. I'm sorry, you're gonna take the roll of the dice and deal with me like pronouncing it wrong right now, and then in the future, next time you're here, let me know how to pronounce it better. We just went over something, so I'm not trying to do that for another 10 minutes. And yeah, yeah, prop, no worries. Get some sleep. The band will kick in here in a second, but it is still kind of sleepy time vibes, so I get it, man. Enjoy your night. And yeah, now we're doing some bullshit. Let's keep the bullshit going. At least a little bit before I get some sleep and wake up tomorrow and keep doing. Yeah, no worries, man. Just saying. Like, it's your name. Like, it's worth having people pronounce it right. So, thank you, Numra. Right? When they're like, wait, how do I say your name? Boom. You got it. Just call me Numra. There you go. It's like the beginning of Moby Dick, right? Right? Call me Ishmael. Right? What's your white whale? Dude, I do feel like the drummer from the Parcels has been getting better. Dude, this is actually some solid fucking drumming right here. I think he's a better percussionist than actual drummer. Does that sound weird? Dude, it would be cool to see these guys live. And I bet if I was in Germany, I'd be able to see them all the time. They live there, man. Anyway, so yeah, Clanker's still clanking. I mean, like, I don't know, man. You just gotta keep trying, but keep it up. Again, craft your resume to, like, just hold to 3 to 5 jobs a week. Don't do a blast of fucking 50 in one day and think you're set, you know? Actually fine-tune your resume for the job that you want. Read the fucking job description they're asking for and fine-tune your description of the shit you did at other jobs towards what they're looking for. Fucking do it, man. They are keyword matching. Match their fucking keywords. It's not rocket science. But if you're not crafting your resume for what the job application is asking for, you're fucking up. Of course you're getting filtered out. You're not matching the keywords that their clanker is looking for. They are absolutely filtering your job application through a goddamn clanker. What's the keyword match for this applicant? Ooh, less than 50%? Fuck it. Bin 'em. Are you not aware of how the game works? Like, dude, every single person out here listening, yes, fine-tune your resume for every single job you apply for. You should not be sending the same resume to the same jobs. Like, to different jobs. Sorry, I'm misspeaking, right? Each resume should speak towards what those companies are looking for. And if you haven't crafted your resume specifically for what that company's looking for, you have yourself to blame. Right, so you are doing that. That's good, man. Yeah, just keep it up. Just force yourself to 3 to 5 a week. I don't recommend going above that too much. And companies that you have applied to, reapply every 6 months. I would say 6 months is the minimum or the maximum. Some companies are like, dude, reapply within 3. I don't give a shit. Especially at companies like Amazon, right? As long as it's a different team or something, yeah, 3 months is fine. Don't disregard companies, man. Oh, you applied once 6 months ago. Apply again. Fuck it. Still fine-tune the resume, though. I fucking hate this song. Alright, come on, guys. Do better. My favorite part is that pretty much every single one of these members of the parcels are really fucking actually, like, physically awkward. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's the part that I laugh at the most. Pretty much every member of this band is like, oh man, I think they're still figuring out how to, like, move the parts of their body. Besides their fretting fingers and, like, strumming, you know? The rest of their body is something they're still figuring out. Like, how does this thing work? Tell me. This is a nice version of this song. It's nice and slow. It's chill. Usually a higher tempo. Tied up right now. Dude, it's like they're all learning to use their body for the first fucking time. It's so weird. Like, they're so, like, lanky. but they're trying to be like sex symbols. It's weird. It's weird. Anyway, like, yeah, seriously, if you guys don't know the music video we're seeing, it's a live concert by the Parcels, and they're super good. But also, I stand by the statements I just made. Watch this video and tell me I'm wrong. It's great music. That does not discount the statements I just made. Damn, 150K for that implementation. That's fucking gnarly, man. Wait, really? Wait, really? This dude was with his Anton Sugar head haircut. Every single one of these guys. Every single fucking one of them, dude. Okay, at least the bassist is somewhat normal looking, I guess. I don't know, man. He's not at least an alien living in someone else's skin, I think. But dude, the Anton Chigurh or like penis haircut of the fucking keyboard guy. The fucking guitarist and his borderline penis haircut and weird mustache and leather pants and oh, man. It might be a European thing. I don't fucking know, man. It's like they're learning to use their body for the first time. It still is. Every single bit. Here's the thing. In Germany, they might be proper sex icons. Who fucking knows, man? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I have no idea, man. Hey, Numra. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Thank you for chilling. Yeah. You didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I think this is my favorite song by these guys. I'm curious how this like live version's gonna go. Is this the Time to Lighten Up song? It is. I think it is. Oh, wait, maybe not. Time to lighten up? I don't plan to. I don't plan to. I think this is that song, but we'll see. We'll find out. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh no, I think they already played the song. This one's good too. Oh no, I think this is it. I was just forgetting when it is. You're right. Yeah. I was forgetting the chorus versus the verse. I don't plan to. And I don't plan to. I don't plan to. I don't plan to. That's good shit. Yeah, it's super late. I don't want to like wake up the neighbors. I got windows open because it's fucking. Dude. I mean, it's a nice chill temperature in here right now. Like, dude. It's been warm lately. I could probably close the window and then I could be a little louder, but yeah, fuck it, you know? Shit. Alright, so we did that. 90K. Burned. No big deal. We do it again. How's it going? We should actually figure out how to get this on a loop. Figure out how to do a bunch of shit on a loop. Like, I'm just gonna fucking, like, okay it. Might as well just let it burn, right? Why do I need to sit in the middle? You know? If we're just proving out an idea, yeah, I want to let it churn until it gives me the thing I actually want. You know? I did see a good thing in like a subreddit that I frequent. Their like anti-AI writing thing was like, hey, obvious AI detected. If you didn't feel like writing it, we don't feel like reading it. I really like that mentality. And here's a question. Hold on. And I want everyone's like really honest opinion, actually. I want your honest opinion. Honestly, this right here is a clear-on, full-on moratorium on any negative repercussions for someone giving a fully honest opinion. If you hate this blog post, let me know you hate this blog post. If you feel like it was written by a clanker, say it was written by a clanker. I have a full-on CM Griffin ceasefire for any harsh statements you want to make about this, or at least the next, let's call it 15 minutes. Please read it. Let me know what you think. It's a quick read. It's a very quick read. It's really not very complicated. But I don't want to spoil it by, like, doing it with y'all. Give it a shot if you're willing. And over the next, I would give it even a half hour. For the next half hour, no negative criticism of this will have repercussions. I know I'm going to regret that because some people might be like, yeah, the blog post sucks, but you're even worse, dude. And then they're going to like really skirt the line of like, well, hold on. So, I don't know. Just saying. Be cool still, but yeah, critique it. Do you hate the writing? Let me know. Do you think it was AI written? Let me know. I'm actually curious about that. I'm actually really curious about that. Where can I pass this to a thing to see if they like think I'm an AI? I'm really curious about that now. How do I paste the URL? The code example instead of just PR comments? I could see that, but they're all hypotheticals, so I don't think that's possible. I don't think it's worth it. I appreciate that critique, but yeah, I think it's beyond the scope of an article like that. The images were too big, so maybe like if I condensed them down. Okay. No, that's a good critique. I feel like almost all of these could be like a way smaller thing. Like, I get it. Yeah, no, they're big. I think there's a way we could optimize them even smaller. I agree with that. They could be like a third of the size, and it'd still get the point across. I like that. I think that's good feedback. Yeah, thank you. They could easily just be like the center third of every image, and it'd be fine. Yeah, for sure. What I'm thinking is like we could even get the title on top, but that would involve a lot more like random shit. Whereas instead, like this could just be a better crop, you know, because the image isn't important. You know, it's just good for like flavor. So yeah, I like that. That's good feedback. We can totally fix that. But I'm just curious, like, did it feel AI written or any of that shit? Because I actually hand wrote almost this entire thing. There were some things where I was like writing and like I was in Markdown in VS Code, and I believe either Super Maven or 95 tried to complete some shit. I think there was at least once or twice where I tabbed something that it completed, but it was like a sentence worth, right? My goal is that it doesn't feel AI written. If it feels AI written, I fucked up, you know? Because it didn't write this. I wrote this shit. If anyone's to blame, it's me. Some fucking clanker. Shit. Shit. Just having fun. Take it easy. I'm not as harsh as I like, I don't know. I am pretty harsh. Yeah, some people know. Whatever. Fuck it. Now, I was going to say I'm not harsh. No, I am harsh. I'm not trying to be harsh right now. That's an honest statement. I think there's a spacing problem. There's something weird about the way paragraphs are spaced. Like the headers are like crunched up too much after a list. You're saying this last bit? Well, I mean, would an AI do the? I don't think an AI would make that mistake, would they? So no, there's a big difference. Is this AI written or is it fucking marketing? Yeah, this last paragraph is fucking marketing, right? The wrapping up is fucking marketing, isn't it? So in general, yeah, like, how do you write a good conclusion? You write a wrapping up fucking paragraph. Yeah, AI does that too because it's really hard to end a fucking article. But also, yeah, the one a little more help. That's like pure fucking shilling. Obviously, yeah, I get that. That's pure fucking shilling. Yeah. Sorry, it's my job. Yeah, no, there's definitely some like spacing, but like all of this spacing is based upon like our design system and like our WordPress theme. So something else is fucking that up. And it's not a problem we should solve in this one blog post. It's a thing we should solve globally. And I don't have any say in that part. I could bring it up to our designer who is in contact with our website person. But that's a separate thing. Exactly. Oh yeah. No. And it's not like no one's actually said that. No one's actually said it. I wanted to defend against it. Right? It's so poorly written, there's no way AI would do this. Obviously. Thank you. I get it. I know you didn't say that. I'm kidding. That's just me self-roasting. But yeah, as far as like, dude, the fact that like you can see yourself in some of these things is, I think, the coolest part. Like, because I could see myself in all of these things. I do tend to be the librarian. I'm the librarian for sure. I also tend to be the novelist from time to time too. Oh hey, you changed the fucking build process. Did you update the README? Could we get this into the package JSON as its own script? Yeah, like I'm that person. So yeah, I sometimes do the novelist thing too. But yeah, I'm like librarian novelist. More than anything. Who here considers themselves a speed demon or a tester? Not gonna lie, we need y'all. You guys are outnumbered, but you put in the work. We need people like you to care even when we ignore you. There you go. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Numra. That's why it's so valuable. Like, we all need to wear multiple hats here. Because other people, like, we will all pick a thing that we focus on during our review. And that novelist might also make a PR. And they neglected the librarian aspect of it. Or some other part, right? Like, nobody can fulfill all of these fucking steps as a single fucking author. Right? And that's why we need other people to fill in these steps during code review. I think that's the biggest bit, and the fact that that's maybe not in this post, and I should fine-tune by explaining that might be like a good note. I think that's actually solid. Right? Whatever person you think you are in this list, just remember, your other coworkers are not. So when you propose a pull request, they can help you out by filling in those blanks. But when they propose a pull request, you can do the same. right? And that's like a sentiment that's like lacking from this article, I think. I like that. Yeah, I need to add that. That's a good call. I don't know if that's exactly what you meant, but yeah, we got there together. I like that. Anyway, let's continue. We should probably be wrapping up soon. It's almost 2 a.m. Holy fucking shitballs, dude. Hold on. And here's the thing. What would I have done besides like coding this late and doing a bunch of bullshit coding wise? I'd have been playing Path of Exile too. I can do that anytime. Not gonna lie. I'm still enjoying actually like getting my Diablo 4 characters to endgame. I find a lot of the things that Diablo 4 did. Maybe you hit endgame a little sooner than PoE 2, but you get to explore so much more of like the late endgame, such that it's actually like really fun. You can try anything and you can build anything, and it doesn't make you regret or feel like you wasted your time doing anything, because everything can be fucking re-rolled and fucking recast and blah blah blah. Dude, PoE 2 could learn a lot from Diablo 4's respect for their like players' time. But I think it's a slight difference because PoE 2 eventually will just be free to play. Right now it's like, yeah, you get the early access, but it'll just be a free to play game. Whereas Diablo 4, you gotta feel like you're getting what you paid for. Whereas with PoE 2, it's like, dude, it's a free fucking game, man. Dude, did you get what you paid for? Yeah, that was 0. Beggars can't be choosers. Either you like it or you don't. Meanwhile, Diablo has to actually like make the game fun for people who paid for that shit. And I think that's a weird fucking like difference in like the way they treat the player base and endgame mechanics and the economy and all sorts of shit. PoE 2 specifically punishes people. Diablo 4 specifically boosts people up to keep them playing, you know? There's something weird about that, yeah. There's something about like, because both games are about the power fantasy. They're about getting to the point where you just delete entire screens of fucking enemies instantly. That's the fun part. But how they let you get there, they have very different philosophies for. PoE 2 is about punishing you to get to that point. And Diablo 4 is just about like, dude, play the game at whatever level you want, man. We're good. You're chill. You'll get there. Ooh, you're gonna get so strong, buddy. I'm like, man. I wouldn't necessarily know. I feel like it's the difference between having a cool older brother and a jerk older brother. But they both actually mean well. They just have different philosophies of how they help you learn that. Right? I don't know. There's something to that. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe not today. But whatever. Oh, so hold on. Dude, we're at 136K. Dude, this SWE 1.6 with its 200K token context window is fucking bullshit, dude. But yeah, SCal. Sorry, EXO. How you doing, man? I'm doing good. I discovered a great way of doing leftover fast food cheeseburgers. I don't know how it works if they got like other shit on them, but it's just bun, cheese, and meat from like a place like, I don't know, like Dick's in Seattle or In-N-Out Burger or whatever. Yeah, you get them to go, you throw them in the fridge, and then when you want to heat them up, oh yeah, you take them, you run them under the fucking sink water real quick. Not for long, but enough to like coat them and maybe get a little bit of the water into that. And then you wrap that shit in foil and throw it in the oven. All right. I think it needs at least 10 minutes. It might be closer to like 15. But dude, you pull that fucker, pop it out, put it on a plate. Dude, at least one of the sides will be a little crispy, like where the air escaped and all that, or maybe like the one that was like towards the bottom of the oven, right? An air fryer would be more even, probably, right? Like European fucking oven, you're good to go. But yeah, like, dude, really solid leftover burger, like reheat recipe, and it's so much better than the fucking microwave. You know, I don't know why. It's just better. It's basically the same idea, but it's just better. It's a fucking move. I highly recommend it. Just for like, you know, I'm not sure where you live. I bet there's like a cheap fucking burger place, right? Where like you can go there late at night and you can get a burger. Yeah, that place. Hit it up late at night. Don't get the sauce and bullshit condiments on it. Just meat and cheese, bun, and get a bunch of those to go. And then the next day, do that heat technique, and then you can pry it apart and add all the shit you want in the middle. Oh, you like relish? Add the fucking relish, but just don't like try and cook it with the relish. It's gonna turn into like a mushy, like nonsense fucking burger. You do that shit after. It's about the plain shit for the reheat, because the reheat can be ruined by like too much other shit, you know? That's my theory. Test it. I don't know. Try both. Tell me I'm wrong. This is science. Validate the fucking hypothesis. I guess I need to next time. Yeah, I got 4 of just the plain because I was driving home and, you know, I got 4 burgers. I took 2 of the burgers, removed the top from one and the bottom from the other, and made myself a double burger. And so those burgers disappeared. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. The other 2 burgers I took home and did the experiment with today. But next time I'll get 3 of each. Or maybe just 2 of each. Right? Of like the plain and the ones with like the sauce and bullshit on them, you know. I'm not a big fan of those, but honestly, they're not terrible either. I don't actually remember Dick's Burgers offering the plain versions in the past. So yeah, it's really nice they do now. Because I fucking hate restaurant ketchup. I know for a fact the ketchup I have has been kept cold at a good temperature. I don't trust restaurant ketchup. I'm not a fan. No thanks. Have you ever worked in a restaurant? Have you seen how they marry ketchup bottles? I'm just saying this as someone who's worked in a restaurant. Do not eat restaurant ketchup. I wouldn't recommend it. The way that they marry the ketchup and don't track any of that shit, you could possibly be getting remnants of ketchup from years ago. There's just something weird and gross about that. No, it's not like fucking a wok and seasoning before someone jumps in like, no, it's just finely seasoned, you know? No, that shit rots. Like, come on, man. So yeah, do not eat restaurant ketchup. That's my number one recommendation to anyone who ever eats out outside of their own home. Do not eat restaurant ketchup. You're welcome. Alright, so it thinks this thing's done. Do we think this thing's done? I don't think it is. I think it's totally fucking wrong. Clanker, please. No, the problem is Next.js, I swear. Clankers are bad at Next. Without like so much extra bullshit. There's like, well, wait, why would I even deal with that? Dude, these guys do shred. They would be a good show, despite how weird and awkward and lanky they all are. And like, how I think they might be aliens living among us. Pretty sure tambourine guy's like, oh man, I'm gonna rip into this dude because he couldn't hit his note later. Motherfucker. You're a mustache with a guitar and a fucking tank top. You hit your notes. I don't know. I have some like headcanon where like the fucking keyboard guy is actually like the leader of the band, you know? Right? I pay your fucking salary. You do what I say. Like, he's like, I don't know. Like, he's like the mean one. I don't think it's true. I think it's bullshit. Like, no, they like, dude, I bet they all love fucking working with each other. For some reason, though, it's like funny to envision just like the keyboard, not like keyboard. Oh, maybe it is keyboard guy. I was thinking it was like frontman keyboard guy. But what if it's fucking keyboard guy? The one you least expect. That's why he picks the penis haircut. Because you'd never suspect him. Oh, there's no way this guy's the mastermind. I get it. Well played, dude. Well played, dude. Oh my god. The penis haircut double keyboardist guy. Oh my god. He's been the mastermind the whole fucking time. See? Right? They're doing the misdirection. You think it's other keyboard guy who does the tambourine and guitar and every other instrument and is like the most animated of the band. No. It's fucking classic misdirection. That's fucking Magic Trick 101. Alright? And then there's like the other singer guy. Yeah, that's misdirection number 2. You're still like looking at the wrong hands. He's doing the rest of the trick with his feet. Right? As far as like the metaphor for a magician goes. You're looking at both his hands while he's doing the rest of the trick with his feet. You just missed it. I'm just bullshitting, by the way. But honestly, could you imagine the conspiracy theory? Who's the fucking actual brain behind the band? Is it penis haircut keyboard guy? Oh my god. That just blew my mind. Oh god, is it going to be drummer who can't do a good drum solo? God, what if it's drummer who can't do a good drum solo, and that's how he throws you off the trail? Who's the mastermind of this band, right? The bassist shreds. Either way, whoever the mastermind is, the bassist is fucking shredding. Honestly, no, I'm serious. The only mastermind of this band could possibly be the frontman keyboard guy that's just playing the fuck out of the tambourine. It's got to be him. Like, why else would you let him be a frontman? You know? Nah, he's the brains. He probably writes most of the songs. Because it does seem like he plays every instrument, you know. That's got to be it. He's doing the tambourine thing and he's tapping it, right? Like, you know, like tap the tambourine. And then he does the reach around tambourine tap. Are you fucking kidding me? It's gotta be the brains. Cause what are you fucking kidding me, dude? He's doing the tambourine reach around. There's no fucking way you would let anyone do that on stage unless they have a major say over the entire fucking band. You can't kick that person out. They are the band. That's got to be it. Holy shit. I think we finally figured it out. Like, no. Everyone else is under that dude's thumb. You fuck it up, he could kick you out of the band. There's like 1 or 2 people who are safe because maybe they got some dirt on him. That's what I think. I think the drummer has dirt on him because he's such a shit drummer. When it comes to like certain things, he's really good at other stuff, actually. He's a great rhythm drummer. He's just like, no one should ever give him a solo ever again. And dude, the bassist shreds. The bassist shreds. I mean, it's not the craziest bass line, but it's fun, you know? I'll say the bassist isn't doing anything like crazy. Like he's not breaking like any kind of like scaling or sound rules or anything. There's like a bassist I've seen who did some shit on like YouTube where it's like, yeah, you play your guitar riff. And right, like think about like the bass line you'd play to it. And someone like, just plays the riff. He's like, so I get it. I see what you're saying. Like, you hear the guitar riff, you're following the guitar riff. But think about it. You don't have to care about the notes as much as a bassist. As long as you're close and willing to correct, it becomes amazing. Because the bass is actually like a percussion instrument, more so than like a harmony or rhythm instrument. Like, I mean, I guess percussion and rhythm, they're kind of similar. It's a rhythm instrument too. But it's not like it's not a lead. It's not a fucking like melody instrument in general. The bassists that do make the bass a melody instrument are amazing. But in general, the bass is just actually most tied to the drum beat. Like, listen to the bassist. That fucking rhythm he's playing is specific to actually the drum beat that's gone. Did you hear the drum break down and he held off? There's a reason for that. Because the bass and the drum actually need to be most tied together than any other fucking part of the band. If the bassist and the drummer don't actually sync, none of this shit matters. Right? Because bass is actually a percussion instrument when you really think about it. Or at least at the bare minimum, a rhythm instrument. So yeah, it's fun to start thinking about like music in this kind of like structured way. Like, I'm not saying I'm good, but it's fun to think about, man. And like, dude, the best bassists are the ones that recognize it's a rhythm instrument and they fill in the rhythm with the occasional fucking melody that the other bullshit needs. And you can totally do that. There's plenty of shit to do melody with. You got vocals, you got singing, you got keyboards, you got anything you want. You don't need the bass to fucking do the same fucking bullshit. Don't make the bass just follow the fucking guitar. That's the most boring fucking bass you've ever heard. The bass and the drummer, synergy. The bass and everyone else, just jam, man. I will say right now, I think the guitarist is actually like taking whatever bass shit was done and they were accentuating it.